Buenos días a todos y todas, sean bienvenidos al Encuentro Digital 2021 organizado por la Asociación Mexicana de AMAFORE. Natalia, ¿cómo estás?
Embarazada, pero
no,
feliz.
si ya lo veo.
Mientras no me ponga de perfil, mi Cris, vamos a estar realizando una reflexión sobre las tendencias del futuro. ¿Te interesa?
Me interesa muchísimo.
Y de verdad que me da gusto verte por acá. Espero, de verdad, una
¿Qué?
cosa. Que
¿Qué?
la liguilla no te esté sacando canas verdes.
Ya deja la liguilla. El fútbol me está empezando a matar, me está haciendo más viejo de lo que estoy. No lo puedo soportar, pero afortunadamente estamos bien. Y también me da mucho gusto verte, Natalia.
No hagas corajes, por favor. Hoy es un día feliz, mi Cris, así que olvídate del pasado.
Es complicado, la verdad,
No sé.
porque hay resultados, hay partidos, y luego que la selección, y que si este resultado, y que el otro, y que si vamos al Mundial, no vamos al Mundial. Y el moletur, me tiene mal, me va a dar el patatús un día de estos, voy a terminar desmayado.
Hoy no, por favor.
Te lo pido.
Reserva tu salud para nuestro evento y ve el lado bueno de las cosas. Tenemos fútbol, tenemos espectáculo de la selección. Si alumbre el sol, mi Cris, que no lo sé.
Eso sí que ni qué, pero
Eso
lo bueno es
que ni
que del pasado no queda más que aprender. Fíjate que para que no nos vuelva a pasar, pues hay que mejorar, hay que saber, hay que ver a futuro.
Eso es cierto, lo pasado, pasado está. Hoy podemos sonreír por lo que vivimos, porque estamos sanos, porque podemos pensar en el futuro,
Así
¿no
es,
crees?
y bueno, y tú ni que lo digas.
No puedo,
Hay que
no.
pensar en el futuro. No puedes escatimar, no puedes estar ahí como que no voy a jugar a las caíditas. No se puede. Completamente estoy de acuerdo contigo. Hoy por hoy podemos detenernos un momento para pensar en los años que vienen y empezar a trabajar para que no se nos venga la noche como al doctor que terminó sin pelo. Imagínate el doctor que dice, "Ay, sin pelo se acabó". Pero déjame decirte que a pesar de todos los tratamientos que ha sabido adoptar un look, al final de cuentas, y verse moderno y contemporáneo y no tener que estar sufriendo por la alopecia que lo está atormentando.
Si usted lo dice, de verdad, el amor se ve, pero de antemano.
Pues es que ha evolucionado, por supuesto, con la tecnología, ¿no? Este muchacho.
Es increíble porque más allá de que puedes combatir la calvicie como
Sí,
tu compañero,
así es.
pues puedes ver en tiempo real la evolución de tu bebé en el embarazo. Se los digo yo, cada vez que voy al doctor me quedo maravillado con lo que podemos saber y conocer en estos tiempos. Por ejemplo, ¿sabes que otro megalogro de la tecnología en general es el tema de manejar la lana
No me digas.
desde tu celular? Me parece fuera de serie. Sigue evolucionando al grado que ahorita, pues la gente, ya eso del monedero, ya saben sacar el monedero sudado y traer el billete en el calzón, eso ya no existe, señores.
¿En el calzón?
En el calzón,
caray.
en donde se pone el zapato.
En el calcetín
En el
también se
calcetín.
acostumbra, se
Creo que
acostumbra.
eso es más higiénico y a mí me encanta que por eso estamos aquí para hablar de la construcción de nuestro futuro, de las cosas que vienen, de lo que podemos hacer ahorita para tener un futuro más brillante y muchas otras cosas. ¿Estás de
Así es,
acuerdo?
Natalia, me quedé pensando en lo del calzón, pero lo voy a borrar de mi
Olvídalo,
mente.
olvida
Es
el calzón.
fabuloso este encuentro, reúne personalidades importantísimas, además de ti, por supuesto.
Muchas gracias.
Y estoy yo, que aquí, bueno, nada más vengo a rendirte pleitesía solamente.
Le agradezco.
Tendremos los intercambios de ideas muy interesantes que abordarán temas esenciales sobre el futuro. Todo un laboratorio de ideas verdaderamente brillantes, espectaculares, notables y sobresalientes.
Pues yo espero que todos estén de maravilla porque para nosotros es un verdadero orgullo ser parte del encuentro digital AMAFORE 2021.
Tienes toda la razón. Yo la neta sí quiero saber más sobre cómo funciona esto de las afores.
Claro.
Sé que es una inversión y que ese dinero es mío, pero no acabo de entender cómo lo hacen crecer y muchas otras cosas más. Me dicen que hoy, por supuesto, además de imaginarnos cómo se verá el futuro, hablaremos más de por qué es bueno que ahorremos en cuentas individuales para el retiro y cómo se invierten esos recursos para que tengamos más dinero cuando ya no queramos o podamos trabajar, cuando uno ya esté más chocho.
Estoy de acuerdo. Y en nombre de la Asociación Mexicana de Afores, AMAFORE, les damos la más cordial bienvenida al Encuentro Digital AMAFORE 2021, Laboratorio para el Futuro, donde vamos a compartir las principales tendencias que se vislumbran para el año 2050 en los diferentes sectores e industrias y de la viva voz, pues expertos en temas como la sustentabilidad, la salud, la tecnología y la economía.
No, ya, párale, ya,
La
te vas a acabar
economía.
la sorpresa, las estás arruinando.
Lo siento, me emocioné, señor.
Yo lo sé,
Me
mejor hay
controlo.
que darle chance a los expertos, Natalia, por favor,
Tiene-
te lo pido, pero al
Tiene
amor de
usted
Dios.
toda la razón, sin spoilers. Vamos a dejar que las y los líderes en estos temas hablen. ¿Te parece si arrancamos con el Encuentro Digital AMAFORE 2021? Bienvenidos sean todos ustedes.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Muy buenos días. Bienvenidos a todos a este Encuentro Digital AMAFORE 2021. Estamos muy contentos de tenerlos con nosotros, de que hayan podido conectarse, porque la verdad es que este es un programa que nos lleva varios meses a lo largo del año de preparar, de pensarlo, evidentemente de convencer a los invitados para que nos acompañen y por supuesto conseguir a los patrocinadores de este evento, que sin ellos simplemente no habría tal. Entonces, muchas gracias a todos nuevamente por acompañarnos. Este año queremos platicar con ustedes del futuro. El 2021 ha sido un año pues casi tan extraño como el 2020. Como ustedes saben, han habido una serie de avances médicos que nos han permitido más o menos salir de la pandemia y tratar de recuperar nuestras vidas. Pero creo que mucha gente, no solo en México, sino en todo el mundo, se pregunta qué nos depara el futuro, qué va a pasar en el futuro, cómo se va a ver. Y la verdad es que ustedes saben, las AFORES nos dedicamos a eso, a pensar en el futuro, en tu futuro, en el futuro de los trabajadores de México. En ese sentido, este encuentro digital tiene como intención el preguntarle a los expertos en materia económica, laboral, de medicina, de sustentabilidad, hablar con los jóvenes, hablar con los historiadores para que nos digan y nos ayuden a construir una visión de futuro con dos objetivos. Primero, tratar de entender qué nos deparan los siguientes años. Y no nos estamos refiriendo a los siguientes 5 o 10 años. Somos ambiciosos y estamos pensando qué pasará en los siguientes 30 años, al 2050. Por el otro lado, estos expertos nos ayudarán a tratar de delinear, dado con estas características que nos van a dar, cuál es el sistema de ahorro para el retiro que México y los mexicanos merecemos justo en ese futuro. Esa es la idea y la intención. Quiero empezar por agradecerle evidentemente a los 10 directores generales de las AFORES que participarán a lo largo de este evento, a todo el personal, a las decenas de miles de empleados del sistema que trabajan todos los días con muchísimo profesionalismo para cuidar los ahorros de los mexicanos, para invertirlos bien y para darles buenos resultados. En segundo lugar, por supuesto, a nuestros patrocinadores, como lo dije, por hacer posible este evento. Y desde luego a nuestros súper invitados especiales, autoridades, representantes empresariales, representantes de la sociedad civil, trabajadores, en fin, a todos los que estarán a lo largo de esta jornada con nosotros. Sean muy bienvenidos y esperemos que les guste estos 2 días que hemos preparado para ustedes con mucho cariño.
Buenos días, bienvenidas a todas y a todos aquí presentes en este foro. Muchísimas gracias a la Asociación Mexicana de Afores por la invitación a este encuentro tan importante en el que ciudadanos y expertos tendremos la oportunidad de reunirnos para reflexionar qué futuro queremos crear de aquí al año 2050. En el año 2050 yo estaré cumpliendo 52 años. Espero haber iniciado una familia y echaré raíces y velaré no solo por mi vida, pero por la vida de otras personas que dependerán de mí. Si mis bisabuelas son el molde, espero que el año 2050 marque la mitad de mi vida, que pueda empezar a ver los frutos de mis acciones estos primeros 52 años y tenga todavía muchas aventuras por delante. Pero el año 2050 está cargado de una enorme incertidumbre. Hoy estamos en un parteaguas que definirá si mi futuro y el futuro de las generaciones que siguen después de la mía serán viables o si estos sueños y aspiraciones serán brutalmente interrumpidos. Las acciones realizadas por los gobiernos y las grandes corporaciones en los últimos 50 años han trazado una trayectoria fatídica para nuestro futuro. Al paso al que vamos se espera un aumento de la temperatura global de mínimo 3 grados centígrados, acompañada de cambios irreversibles en nuestros sistemas climáticos y los sistemas sociales que dependen de ellos. Por esto es tan importante que las acciones que tomemos hoy, mañana y dentro de los próximos 10, 20, 30 años estén encaminadas a recuperar un futuro mejor, un futuro viable. Y la verdad, como la mayoría de los jóvenes, me preocupan muchas cosas. Me preocupa si la crisis climática hará de mi ciudad una ciudad habitable, si los nuevos retos de salud nos permitirán vivir una vida plena o si tendremos que estar constantemente en hospitales, si viviremos en condiciones de igualdad y tendremos las mismas oportunidades o si unos cuantos continuarán acumulando la mayoría de la riqueza del mundo mientras que la gran parte de la población sigue sin cumplir sus necesidades básicas. Si nuestros recursos naturales, nuestros bosques, nuestras selvas, nuestras playas seguirán existiendo o si se habrán diezmado por unos cuantos miles de dólares. Si podremos tener un trabajo digno que nos permita vivir plenamente. Si nuestra calidad de vida y la calidad de vida de nuestras comunidades será igual o mejor que la de hoy, o si los líderes del presente la habrán sacrificado por intereses económicos fugaces. La crisis climática es la mayor preocupación y el mayor reto de mi generación y del mundo. Y las acciones o inacciones de nuestros líderes determinarán cuál de estos futuros nos tocará vivir. Así que, ¿qué sigue? Necesitamos tomar espacios de reflexión como este y convertirlos en acción inmediata. La recuperación económica post-pandemia debe ser una recuperación verde, una recuperación incluyente. Es hora ya de invertir en energías renovables y en soluciones climáticas ambiciosas, de desinvertir en los combustibles fósiles y apostarle mejor a nuevos proyectos, tecnologías y sistemas que cambien radicalmente sus prioridades y vean el bienestar de las personas y del planeta como la pieza más importante. Es hora de tomar en cuenta el conocimiento indígena, las ideas de los jóvenes, la ambición de las mujeres. Es momento de transformar nuestros sistemas radicalmente para crear valor verdadero en todas nuestras acciones. Estoy segura de que todo esto no solo es posible, pero es urgente y es necesario, y que espacios como este son el primer paso. Así que asumamos el reto, cuestionémonos, rehagamos, rediseñemos. Nuestro futuro depende de ello. Muchas gracias.
Hola, mi nombre es José Villalobos, soy de Viernes por el Futuro México, los saludo desde Chiapas. Agradezco mucho la invitación a este encuentro en el que expertos y representantes de diferentes grupos sociales reflexionarán sobre el mundo que estamos viviendo y el 2050 que estamos construyendo. En el año 2050 pudo ser diferente, pudo haber sido peor de lo que vivimos. En 2050 he logrado cumplir mis sueños, publiqué mi novela que tanto tiempo me llevó a terminar. También pude convertirme en un investigador social. Pero no solo yo logré cosas, el mundo entero lo hizo. Los jóvenes activistas que iniciaron protestas en todo el mundo desde el 2018 regresaron a la escuela sabiendo que había acción climática. Los científicos lograron que se les escuchara, como siempre debió de ser. Científicos de todo el mundo que durante muchos años advertían de las consecuencias aún más extremas con las que tendríamos que vivir para este año. Desde sequías extremas, grandes incendios forestales, huracanes más violentos e inundaciones. Aunque en este 2050, sin lugar a duda, los glaciares y el hielo del Ártico todavía se están derritiendo y el nivel del mar aún está aumentando y se están produciendo severas sequías y desertificación en el oeste de los Estados Unidos, el Mediterráneo y partes de China, y en México se sufren también grandes sequías. Tabasco fue una de las zonas más afectadas al quedar gran parte bajo el agua, provocando millones de refugiados climáticos que se suman a la crisis migratoria que ya existía en Chiapas desde el 2020. Que aunque siguen creando peleas y discordias, los gobiernos han aprendido a cómo asimilar las poblaciones sin problemas, así como a distribuir la ayuda y los recursos. Todo esto se ha logrado porque ahora en 2050 los gobiernos reconocen sin titubear la amenaza de la crisis climática y sus consecuencias. Esa conciencia nos permite predecir los problemas posteriores y evitarlos antes de que se conviertan en crisis humanitarias. Entonces, si bien muchas personas aún siguen en riesgo todos los días, la situación no es tan caótica o drástica como podría haber sido. Pero fue hace 30 años, en 2020, cuando una pandemia y los movimientos climáticos y sociales juveniles marcaron nuestras vidas para siempre. Vimos cómo millones de personas fallecieron. Las causas pueden ser varias. Gobiernos que ignoraban a la ciencia, políticos con discursos negacionistas, grupos conspiranoicos o gobiernos que de repente coqueteaban con el fascismo. Sin embargo, nos dimos cuenta que el sistema no funcionaba. La desigualdad y la pobreza eran enormes. 2020 y 2021 fueron años que nos definieron, ya que decidimos actuar. El cambio más fundamental fue que colectivamente, como ciudadanos, corporaciones, gobiernos, Comenzamos a adherirnos a una nueva línea de base. ¿Es bueno para la humanidad si se obtienen ganancias o no? Gracias.
Agradezco la invitación para compartir una reflexión sobre la evolución de la educación superior y revisar retos y oportunidades del desarrollo financiero, la seguridad social de la clase media y la solidez fiscal de los gobiernos. El año 2050 contará México con 143 millones de personas. En ese momento estaremos terminando la tercera etapa de la transición demográfica y estaremos muy cerca de la población máxima esperada por CONAPO de 153 millones para el 2060. México será un país demográficamente estable con 25 millones de personas mayores de 65 años. Tendremos 26 adultos mayores por cada 100 personas entre 15 y 64 años de edad. La esperanza de vida se habrá incrementado 4.6 años. El bienestar del país como un todo dependerá de cómo convivimos, nos enriquecemos y atendemos a esa población de adultos mayores creciente y longeva. En el país estaremos viviendo otro cambio de gran importancia. Me refiero al incremento en la población con educación universitaria. Su aportación económica y social será significativa y creciente. Actualmente tenemos poco más de 14 millones de personas con educación terciaria. 12 millones son parte de la población económicamente activa. En México, el 19% de la PEA cuenta con estudios de técnico superior, licenciatura y posgrado, mientras que el promedio de la OECD es de 38%. Esta es una brecha enorme que vamos a cerrar durante los próximos 30 años. Las implicaciones para las prácticas financieras en banca, seguros y ahorro para el retiro serán significativas para todo el país. Esperamos que México duplique la población con educación terciaria en los próximos 10 años y que siga creciendo hasta el año 2050 con una transformación significativa en la fuerza laboral. La primera transformación de largo plazo es que el aumento de la oferta de licenciatura reducirá el premio que paga el mercado por un título universitario. Actualmente en México, un graduado universitario gana en promedio 72% más que un graduado de bachillerato. Esta diferencia era de 101% en el año 2000. La organización de rankings universitarios Quacarelli-Zygmunt reporta que el premio en Reino Unido se redujo a la mitad en 20 años y es actualmente de 11%, mientras que en China el premio se redujo 5% en los últimos 5 años y es ahora de 21%. Una conclusión inmediata es que los graduados universitarios deben ampliar su formación por medio del posgrado. Actualmente el premio salarial es de 65% para el posgrado en relación a la licenciatura. Este diferencial va a caer, pero sigue siendo muy alto en el área de ciencias en países avanzados. La segunda transformación se refiere a la naturaleza del trabajo profesional. Los graduados universitarios de las generaciones Z y Alfa, hijos de los millennials, nativos y maestros digitales, enfrentarán grandes retos para construir una práctica profesional con competencias nuevas, como las habilidades blandas del trabajo en equipo, flexibilidad, resiliencia, comunicación y negociación, el desarrollo de habilidades digitales con microcredenciales, la gestión de la huella ambiental y el reciclaje, y la incorporación de nuevas tecnologías y prácticas de logística y servicio y suministro. El mundo del trabajo cambia también con la flexibilidad, la rotación laboral, el trabajo multicultural a distancia y la independencia contractual de la gig economy, propia de Uber, Airbnb, redes de diseño, programación, diagnóstico médico, etc. Muchas de estas prácticas de la cuarta revolución industrial contrastan con el trabajo subordinado y de largo plazo que caracterizó al empleo formal de la tercera revolución industrial que se irá agotando paulatinamente. La educación va a ser crítica. Tenemos que incrementar la competitividad de la licenciatura y posgrados, pero sobre todo promover el emprendedurismo, la gestión profesional, la flexibilidad laboral, el empleo global a distancia y el aprendizaje a lo largo de la vida. En este contexto, el ahorro para el retiro no será para muchas personas un servicio natural del paquete de prestaciones propia del sector formal. Será una decisión de vida, basada en una cultura financiera profunda y una convivencia cotidiana con vehículos tradicionales de inversión, pero también con criptomonedas e intermediarios de la era fintech. Termino con una observación. El sistema actual atiende un porcentaje bajo de la población con una insuficiente aportación del ingreso. La reforma del 2020 a la ley del Seguro Social y la ley del SAR garantizará una pensión adecuada al término de la vida laboral a un número importante de personas. Es un cambio poderoso y bienvenido, pero lento e incompleto. Pero el reto de la inclusión al sistema de pensiones es muy profundo. Ciertamente debe fortalecer al sector formal tradicional, pero para muchos de los profesionistas la solución estará en la cultura de la flexibilidad, la multimodalidad financiera. Sin duda, debemos prepararnos para ese futuro. Muchas gracias.
Buenos días, queridos amigos de la AMAFORE. Es un gusto para mí y para los agremiados de la Asociación Mexicana de Instituciones Bursátiles, la AMIB, participar en este gran evento del sector del ahorro pensionario, el más relevante de nuestro país. Gracias, Bernardo, no solo por esta invitación, sino por tu enorme ayuda con todos los temas para impulsar el crecimiento de las pensiones en México, especialmente en el último proceso encabezado por el Consejo Coordinador Empresarial. En verdad, esa aprobación del Congreso de la Unión no se hubiera logrado sin la profunda participación de esta institución que tú diriges, incluyendo el involucramiento, desde luego, del equipo e integrantes de la AMAFORE. Muchas gracias por ello y muchas felicidades. En otros temas, quisiera resaltar la profunda ayuda que tus agremiados otorgan a las casas de bolsa al operar en los mercados de valores a través de ellas. Es muy relevante su participación en la conformación de los flujos de los distintos productos que manejamos en las casas de bolsa para desarrollar nuestros negocios, sobre todo en la operación de acciones, bonos y productos derivados. Y no es menos importante las emisiones de diversos productos como los anteriores y otros más sofisticados que les llevamos todos los días para aumentar la diversificación de sus portafolios, pero también para fomentar el crecimiento de tantas empresas a través de esos flujos tan relevantes de recursos. En la MIB estamos convencidos de que debemos incrementar el número de emisoras tanto en acciones como en bonos, y para ello hemos propuesto un cambio regulatorio a través del cual las casas de bolsa podrán participar más activamente en la colocación y operación de deuda privada y restringida, y en ese proyecto hemos desde luego propuesto esquemas a través de los cuales sus fondos, los de las AFORES, puedan adquirir estas emisiones, impulsando más el desarrollo de las empresas y la generación del empleo en México. También estamos trabajando con mucho entusiasmo junto a la autoridad hacendaria y la del Banco de México por parte de los fondos de inversión, para tener una mayor velocidad y eficiencia en la actualización de los prospectos de inversión y en diversos procedimientos de estas instituciones, de tal suerte que las operadoras de fondos de inversión puedan ofrecer más fondos a las AFORES para que así puedan obtener mayor diversificación en distintas estrategias, segmentos y clases de activos de inversión a costos muy competitivos para ustedes y para los inversionistas, y lo que es muy importante también, fomentar el desarrollo del mercado de valores de México. Les deseo que, como siempre, tengan una convención con muchísimo éxito. Gracias, Bernardo, otra vez, y gracias a todos mis amigos de las AFORES por recibirme hoy y permitirnos participar en tan importante evento para México. Muchas gracias.
Me da mucho gusto estar con ustedes el día de hoy. A nombre de las compañías que conformamos la Asociación Mexicana de Instituciones de Seguros, agradezco a la AMAFORE y especialmente a su presidente Bernardo González la invitación a esta convención. Saludo a las autoridades y representantes del sector privado y social que participarán en este espacio y muy especialmente a los jóvenes y estudiantes. Actualmente la población adulta enfrenta una situación de incertidumbre financiera ante su retiro, lo cual constituye un enorme desafío en materia de protección social para nuestro país. De acuerdo con la Organización para la Cooperación y Desarrollo Económico, 8 de cada 10 personas, incluso aquellas con recursos económicos suficientes, no ahorran a lo largo de su vida ni prevén su retiro de manera adecuada. Y aquí está el reto, tenemos que encontrar soluciones para incentivar el ahorro para el retiro en toda la población, porque esto es muy relevante si consideramos que nuestro sistema de pensiones solamente contempla a los trabajadores formales en esquema asalariado, dejando fuera a independientes y emprendedores que representan 15 millones de personas y al 56.9% de la población económicamente activa. Este desafío también es mayor si consideramos otros factores socioeconómicos, pues en nuestro país en 2050 habrá más de 10 millones de adultos mayores de 65 años en condición de pobreza y 55% de ellos vivirán con enfermedades crónico-degenerativas. La dimensión de este reto demanda la colaboración de todos los sectores y actores a fin de fomentar el ahorro en las personas económicamente activas desde el inicio de su trayectoria profesional y con ello contar recursos que les permitan vivir dignamente en las últimas etapas de su vida. Desde AMIS refrendamos nuestro compromiso de hacer equipo con AMAFORE para fortalecer e impulsar políticas públicas claras que incentiven y faciliten este ahorro de largo plazo y que nos permitan a la vez desarrollar y mejorar la calidad de vida de los mexicanos. Muchas gracias, Bernardo, y a todos los asociados de AMAFORE por invitarme a compartir este espacio con ustedes y les deseo muchísimo éxito en su convención.
Para mí, como presidente de la Asociación de Bancos de México, es un gran honor y privilegio estar con mis amigas, amigos y colegas que llevan sobre sus hombros una de las responsabilidades más importantes de la sociedad. Me refiero a la posibilidad de que nuestra nación cuente con un sistema de ahorro para el retiro funcional y competitivo. El retiro de la actividad profesional es un factor crucial en cualquier lugar del mundo. Pensar en el retiro no solamente significa darle su lugar a quien ha concluido su ciclo productivo, es abrir las puertas al diseño de la política pública que puede permitirnos garantizar el bienestar, no de una, sino de varias generaciones. Hoy, en el mundo hay numerosos grupos de la población que llegan a la edad del retiro en una condición que les permite aún ser productivos. Desafortunadamente, también hay muchísimas personas que por diferentes circunstancias se tienen que retirar de la vida productiva. Esto se da en el contexto de una reconsideración generalizada sobre la viabilidad y la eficacia de los modelos económicos. Y esto sucede también en medio de circunstancias que han hecho de nuestra generación una generación única en la historia contemporánea. Aprender de las lecciones de una pandemia, coexistir con los grandes avances de la tecnología y aspirar a construir una sociedad sustentable y más igualitaria es un conjunto de retos que forman parte del sello distintivo de nuestro tiempo. Por eso, me da tanto gusto que hayan tenido la generosidad de invitarme a formar parte de este foro. En la banca, como en las administradoras de fondos para el retiro, hay un cruce de caminos que nos permite apreciar las funciones tan importantes que desplegamos a favor de la sociedad. En ambas instituciones sabemos que el trabajo sincronizado, la altura de miras, la contribución al diseño de políticas públicas con contenido social forman parte de una tarea constante e ineludible. Hoy los tiempos piden más: reactivar las economías, apoyar las tareas sociales, acelerar el despliegue de la ciencia y de la salud, rescatar al medio ambiente, adoptar activamente un enfoque de género y, desde luego, cuidar el ahorro de la gente, hacerlo crecer y entregarlo para tener un retiro digno. En ambas instituciones sabemos que tenemos mucho que aportar en la recuperación económica y en la construcción de un tejido social más igualitario. Les deseo en verdad que tengan éxito en sus trabajos. Todos algún día nos vamos a retirar y sabemos que su éxito es también el nuestro. Reciban de mi parte un caluroso abrazo y salud.
Muchas gracias a la AMAFORE por su invitación para enviar un mensaje durante esta inauguración en su convención anual. Hoy nos encontramos frente a un nuevo escenario para los negocios. El contexto generado por la pandemia nos trajo grandes retos, pero también grandes oportunidades. México es un país lleno de gente creativa, innovadora, sobre todo con un gran ímpetu para enfrentar situaciones adversas. Hoy, a pesar de lo que escuchamos constantemente en los medios o en las redes sociales, inclusive con nuestras amistades y dentro de los hogares, en México contamos con una coyuntura que puede y debe ser muy favorable para construir un mejor país. Observamos un creciente ánimo de los inversionistas internacionales de diversificar la exposición al riesgo chino, favorecido por los cambios tecnológicos y la nueva revolución industrial, así por la competencia tecnológica y las crecientes tensiones comerciales y geopolíticas entre este país asiático y los Estados Unidos. Además, contamos con un marco normativo que nos distingue de otros países. Este es el Tratado de Libre Comercio. Adicionalmente, tenemos finanzas públicas sanas que han permitido tener estabilidad macroeconómica. Registramos también buenos indicadores de consumo y las exportaciones se han recuperado a niveles históricos y seguirán creciendo. Todo indica que estas condiciones permanecerán. Pero son las inversiones, incluyendo aquellas que generan las AMAFORES, las que nos garantizarán prosperar en el mediano y largo plazo. Estoy convencido de que México puede y debe crecer a un mucho mayor ritmo y que solo con mayor inversión lograremos mantener la inercia que de lo que hoy es un rebote para convertirlo en crecimiento sostenido en los años por venir. Para que esto sea posible, es necesario, primero, garantizar el acceso a energía de manera competitiva. No importa quién la genere, lo importante es que se genere la energía. Segundo, reducir el costo de hacer negocios, sobre todo para las micro, pequeñas y medianas empresas. Tercero, otorgar un papel más activo de la banca de desarrollo en el financiamiento de estas pequeñas y medianas empresas. Cuarto, fortalecer la capacidad institucional de la administración, del Estado, incluyendo la de los órganos autónomos. Quinto, fortalecer el Estado de Derecho y la seguridad en el país. Contar con un ambiente favorable para la inversión permitirá al sector privado cumplir con la misión que siempre hemos tenido, crear riqueza y a través de esta creación de riqueza, generar empleos de calidad y mejorar las condiciones de vida de los hogares y de las comunidades del país. Hoy más que nunca, el empresariado mexicano está comprometido con todos los sectores de la sociedad para un mejor crecimiento y desarrollo. Juntos podemos construir un país más equitativo y con oportunidades para todos. Deseo de verdad que los trabajos de esta convención se lleven a cabo con éxito y que contribuyan a construir juntos una visión del México próspero que todos anhelamos. Muchas gracias.
Muy buenos días, queridas amigas y amigos. Les mando a todos un saludo muy afectuoso y a todos aquellos también que de una manera presencial o virtual están siguiendo esta transmisión. Es un honor, como se lo decía yo a unos de mis compañeros, el participar el día de hoy en esta convención digital en representación del Consejo Coordinador Empresarial y todas las 12 organizaciones que lo conforman, para formar parte de esta celebración que año con año reúne a distintas organizaciones y personalidades del sector económico, del sector financiero y del sector empresarial, así como a las autoridades y expertos en diferentes materias para dialogar y proponer mejoras al sistema de ahorro y sobre todo de retiro de millones de trabajadores y trabajadoras mexicanos. Un reconocimiento, y esto lo hago con mucho agrado, muy especial a Bernardo González, por promover estos espacios de intercambio y de reflexión en torno a la cultura del ahorro y la educación financiera. Son temas torales para la reactivación económica de nuestro querido México. Como ustedes saben, en los últimos años el Consejo Coordinador Empresarial y las organizaciones que lo conforman hemos manifestado nuestro firme compromiso con el bienestar de las familias mexicanas y de los millones de trabajadores que conforman nuestra fuerza laboral, replanteando el sentido de las empresas e impulsando los principios que le hemos llamado de dimensión social. Hemos generado un decálogo de principios en los cuales nosotros hemos promovido esta nueva manera en que el empresario puede presentarse ante la sociedad y presentar el valor agregado indiscutible que él hace en el accionar del día a día de sus empresas, de sus actividades, de sus ejecuciones. Es una prioridad para la iniciativa privada participar en el mejoramiento continuo de las condiciones de vida de las y los ciudadanos de nuestro país. En este sentido, para nosotros es muy grato destacar el papel que jugó el sector empresarial en la reforma al sistema de pensiones. Por supuesto, de la mano de las autoridades y de los sindicatos, que derivó en un acuerdo tripartita que está permitiendo a más de 20 millones de mexicanos y de mexicanas acceder a una mejor pensión y sobre todo en un menor plazo. Para este proceso fue fundamental la AMAFORE, bajo el liderazgo de Bernardo, ya que sin ello este logro no hubiera sido posible. No omito mencionar al sector patronal y a diversos organismos empresariales que junto con instituciones reguladoras y las propias AFORES hemos sido aliados en momentos claves de la historia, comprometidos con asegurar un retiro digno para las futuras generaciones de mexicanos. Tengan por seguro que seguiremos aportando desde nuestra trinchera, fieles a nuestro propósito de impulsar estrategias que beneficien tanto a las y los trabajadores como a sus familias, asegurando una mejor calidad de vida para todos y para todas. Muchas gracias por su atención y les mando de nuevo un afectuoso saludo.
Muy buenos días, me es muy grato saludarles esta mañana a todas y todos. En particular lo hago con mi querido amigo Bernardo González, presidente de AMAFORE, para desearle el mayor de los éxitos en este encuentro digital AMAFORE 2021. El reciente aspecto de reforma al sistema de pensiones es positivo y en beneficio de los trabajadores. Sin embargo, es importante que las AFORES sigan trabajando junto con los empleadores y los sindicatos y el gobierno para mejorar este sistema y hacerlo más justo en beneficio de las y los trabajadores. Por eso deseamos el mejor de los éxitos a este encuentro digital AMAFORE 2021 para que los beneficios que se sigan realizando se apliquen en el progreso del país como se ha hecho hasta ahora, pero también en beneficio de las AFORES y de las y los trabajadores. Por lo tanto, que sea exitoso. Muchas gracias.
Honorable Convención Anual de la AMAFORE. En la historia reciente de nuestro país son abundantes los hechos demostrados en los que nuestra organización laboral, la Confederación de Trabajadores de México, se distingue por su participación de amplia visión para poder alcanzar los objetivos superiores del progreso, del desarrollo y del crecimiento nacional en beneficio de su clase trabajadora. En el diálogo social donde participamos, por encargo de nuestro dirigente nacional, el senador Carlos Aceves del Olmo, atendemos sus instrucciones para representar al sector de los trabajadores en los órganos tripartitas de la CONSAR de acuerdo a la ley que le rige. Transcurridos casi 25 años, se han instrumentado esfuerzos para que el ahorro pensionario pueda cumplir con sus propósitos, permitiendo a la clase trabajadora disfrutar de un retiro con la dignidad que se espera al haber llegado a la edad adulta mayor y al término de la vida productiva y laboral. Las aspiraciones deben centrarse en fortalecer los servicios y prestaciones fehacientes para las y los trabajadores mexicanos. Insistiremos en la necesidad imperiosa de fortalecer la confianza en el sistema, renovando las estrategias de comunicación para quienes los técnicos llaman simplemente las audiencias objetivo, que en el caso del SAR no son otros más que la clase trabajadora. Ante las discusiones e informaciones en ocasiones sesgadas y poco esclarecedoras, es necesario desarrollar el esfuerzo en materia de educación financiera y en materia de ahorro para el retiro, que muchas veces solo muestran con parámetros económicos financieros sin adoptar una visión integral y amplia. Lo anterior, en conjunto con las organizaciones sindicales y empresariales, las autoridades del país, los participantes regulados y, por qué no decir, los beneficiados o perjudicados, en todo caso, de las decisiones que se adopten. Hay que educar y concientizar a niños y jóvenes de la importancia de ser previsores para su futuro y con los adultos seguir promoviendo el ahorro voluntario con un diseño de esquemas novedosos, pero sobre todo con incentivos y motivaciones reales. Nuestro posicionamiento siempre será a favor y en pro del diálogo social conciliatorio, respetuoso y cordial, en el que se logre continuar mejorando el sistema de pensiones. Por todo lo anterior, para nuestra representación por el sector de los trabajadores, es motivo de agradecimiento la invitación que nos ha hecho la AMAFORE para participar en esta convención digital del año 2021. Muchas gracias por su amable atención.
Buen día para todos. Soy Héctor Santana Suárez, titular de la Unidad de Seguros, Pensiones y Seguridad Social de la Secretaría de Hacienda y Crédito Público. Agradezco a la AMAFORE y a su presidente, Bernardo González Rosas, su invitación a participar en esta Convención Digital 2021 de AMAFORE. Les transmito el saludo del secretario de Hacienda y Crédito Público, doctor Rogelio Ramírez de la O, quien les desea éxito en los trabajos a todos ustedes. Como ustedes saben, el sistema de ahorro para el retiro tiene ya 25 años de creado. A lo largo de este cuarto de siglo, se ha construido un sistema sólido que continúa en evolución, que crece significativamente y se consolida como una herramienta muy importante para el bienestar de largo plazo de los mexicanos. Este encuentro nos ofrece la oportunidad de reflexionar en torno al robustecimiento del SAR y los nuevos desafíos que enfrenta hoy, así como las acciones que México requiere para brindar un retiro digno a todos los mexicanos. El sistema de ahorro para el retiro es parte de un esfuerzo del Estado mexicano de casi un siglo, desde que en 1925 el presidente Calles hiciera realidad la Ley de Pensiones Civiles y de Retiro. Hoy, el sistema de ahorro para el retiro administra más de 69.6 millones de cuentas, con un monto superior a 5 billones de pesos, 52% más que en 2018, lo que equivale a 19.4% del PIB. De mantenerse las tendencias de crecimiento recientes y si consideramos la recaudación adicional que se generará a partir de 2023 con las reformas a la Ley del Seguro Social de 2020, al final del próximo decenio, las AFORE administrarán recursos equivalentes al 40% del Producto Interno Bruto. Son muchos recursos y deberán invertirse con responsabilidad y talento. El potencial de los ahorros acumulados hasta el día de hoy, más aquellos que se incrementen como consecuencia de esta reforma y de la incorporación de nuevos trabajadores, nos hace considerar con certeza que estamos construyendo una gran palanca de desarrollo para el país. En este sentido, es necesario reiterarlo, el esfuerzo y la dedicación de las AFORE han sido muy importantes para avanzar en la implementación de las medidas que tienen como fin último el incremento de la tasa de reemplazo del ahorro de los trabajadores para fortalecer su bienestar jubilatorio. Juntos, los mexicanos hemos mejorado nuestro sistema pensionario en estos años. Contamos ahora con las pensiones no contributivas previstas en la Constitución, las que constituyen un piso, una verdadera red de protección social que ofrece un bienestar mínimo a los adultos mayores y a sus familias, incluso aquellos que hoy carecen de seguridad social. Asimismo, la reforma del 2020 amplió el acceso a una pensión a muchos trabajadores y les ofreció una mejor tasa de reemplazo. la adopción de las AMAFORE generacionales, el nuevo régimen de inversión, la mejora continua con una regulación más sencilla, procesos y operaciones más simples, contribuirán a seguir consolidando a las AMAFORE en beneficio de la gente. Para la Secretaría de Hacienda y Crédito Público, y en particular para el doctor Ramírez de la O, es muy importante reiterar la importancia de mejorar y simplificar la regulación y propiciar un buen entorno para la inversión. Esto es relevante porque tenemos que impulsar la mejora permanente de los rendimientos que genera el sistema, asegurar la salvaguarda productiva de los recursos de los trabajadores y alcanzar una más adecuada tasa de reemplazo en un contexto de sostenibilidad financiera. Estoy seguro que con el compromiso social y la visión financiera de las AMAFORE, con su solidez y su eficacia operativa, podremos consolidar y ampliar el sistema en su conjunto, en forma sostenible, financieramente sana y orientada a beneficiar a los trabajadores. El Gobierno de México, los trabajadores y la AMAFORE compartimos el propósito común de incrementar y multiplicar los recursos confiados por los trabajadores a las AMAFORE. Tenemos la convicción de garantizar la inversión productiva de estos recursos para mejorar los ingresos del trabajador, con una mejor tasa de reemplazo y una pensión más digna. A todos ustedes por su atención, muchas gracias y éxito en estas jornadas.
Muy buenos días a todas y todos. Una realidad inexorable en México es la brecha digital, entendiendo el acceso digital como la capacidad que tienen los habitantes del país para acceder a las tecnologías de la información y la comunicación, las TIC. Es tan importante este tema a tal punto de que se considera que una persona o una empresa que no se conecta, pues no existe. Esto es un tema muy fuerte, pero desafortunadamente cada día es más real. En México, el acceso digital está todavía rezagado. 27% de los mexicanos no están conectados aún, y en materia del uso del celular para estos fines todavía existe desconfianza y rezago cultural. Y ello obliga a todas las organizaciones a mantener mecanismos de atención al público mixtos, donde se presten servicios presenciales, pero con tendencia a privilegiar la atención a distancia, sobre todo por cuestiones sanitarias a raíz de la pandemia. Este tema es uno de los puntos fundamentales que Conducet quiere recalcar. Por el modelo de negocios y el público que atiende, este tema de la brecha que existe entre adultos mayores de 60 años y el resto de la población es muy fuerte. Es ahí pues un tema, un dilema, porque la atención en el caso de las AMAFORES en gran medida tendrá que seguir siendo presencial. Y es ahí una de las fuentes que generan quejas por mal servicio. Es importante reflexionar que las quejas que los usuarios presentan con nosotros en la Conducet se concentran en 3 tipos de instituciones financieras: los bancos, las aseguradoras y las AMAFORES. Los bancos son las instituciones financieras que tienen más quejas. De acuerdo a datos de la Comisión Nacional Bancaria, alrededor de 2.9 millones de quejas en el tercer trimestre de este año. Por lo que respecta a las quejas en las aseguradoras, el dato nos da 11.713 quejas. Y en cuanto a las AMAFORES, son 6.500. Pero bien, aquí vale la pena hacer la siguiente reflexión. Si bien el volumen de quejas se vincula a la actividad de los bancos y a su alta transaccionalidad de sus productos y a su modelo de negocios, la mayoría son presentadas y atendidas por las propias instituciones, 98 de cada 100. ¿Qué significa esto? Que de los bancos, 2 de cada 100 quejas finalmente llegan con nosotros. En el caso de las AMAFORES, estamos hablando que de 6 de cada 10 quejas llegan con nosotros, y en el caso de las aseguradoras, 5 de cada 10. Es muy claro que aquí hay todo un tema. Del total de reclamaciones de las AMAFORES presentadas ante la Conducet, se puede observar que casi el 55% corresponde a solicitudes de trámites no atendidas o no concluidas, los cuales se refieren a procesos administrativos que podrían ser mejorados sin que tuvieran que traducirse necesariamente en una queja o reclamación, como por ejemplo, pongo solo uno, la emisión de un estado de cuenta. En cualquier caso, Estas complicaciones administrativas generan incertidumbre entre los usuarios, provocando quejas por falta de claridad y en alguna medida transparencia, lo que finalmente nos lleva a dos situaciones: un mal servicio al trabajador y una carga adicional para la Conducef y las propias administradoras. También sabemos que existen trámites que atienden las administradoras que implican la consulta o atención última a terceras instancias, como puede ser el Instituto Mexicano del Seguro Social o el ISSSTE, entre otras. Esta situación, aquí tenemos un problema estructural. ¿Cuáles son, por ejemplo, este tipo de asuntos? Situaciones como el que tienen que ver como la unificación o separación de cuentas, semanas cotizadas o incluso el número de seguridad social. A este respecto, por tratarse de algo que nosotros consideramos como un problema estructural, se han tenido reuniones con la CONSAR, la AMAFORE y la Unidad de Seguros y Pensiones y Seguridad Social de la Secretaría de Hacienda para avanzar en una solución con estos institutos donde se concentra la mayoría de los temas a fin de tener respuestas en tiempos más reducidos, ya que en la mayoría de los casos son trabajadores que inician su proceso de pensión o jubilación, muchos de ellos cuando ya no están activos. Finalmente, no me queda más que agradecer la invitación a la AMAFORE y a las AFORES y desearles el mayor de los éxitos e impacto en las audiencias por su contenido y que realmente estos contenidos incidan en la conducta y en los hábitos de quienes asistan o escuchen o vean este evento. Les deseo el mayor de los éxitos en este encuentro digital 2021, en este laboratorio para el futuro. Finalmente, y esa es una opinión personal, pienso que el futuro ya nos alcanzó, ya está aquí. Enhorabuena y el mayor de los éxitos. Felicidades.
Muy buenos días. Es para mí un privilegio participar en esta convención anual de la AMAFORE. Este evento en el que se congregan autoridades y participantes del sector, representantes obreros, representantes empresariales, para reflexionar sobre la situación que guarda el sistema de ahorro para el retiro y las perspectivas que hay para continuar construyendo de manera sólida el futuro del retiro de los trabajadores. En el sector, hasta octubre, se han acumulado recursos por más de 5 billones de pesos que representan más del 20% del Producto Interno Bruto de nuestro país. El sector de las AFORES, el ahorro de los trabajadores, es un elemento fundamental del sistema financiero de nuestro país y queremos que se siga fortaleciendo, que reporte los mejores beneficios. Ahí es donde nos interesa que las AFORES compitan, en la calidad de los servicios y en los rendimientos. Esto va a redundar en beneficio, desde luego, de los casi 70 millones de trabajadores cuentavientes del sistema. Pero no debemos olvidar que el sistema mismo tiene como objetivo contribuir a la educación financiera, a la inclusión financiera y a la incorporación de todos aquellos trabajadores que no están cotizando a la seguridad social del IMSS o del ISSSTE y que tienen desde luego derecho a contar con un ahorro para el retiro. Este trabajo de inclusión, de información, de educación financiera es un trabajo colectivo. Y por eso, cuando enfocamos el propósito de mejorar los rendimientos como parte de la competencia entre las AFORES, cuando enfocamos la calidad de la atención de los servicios que ofrece cada una de las administradoras con su propia estrategia, fortalecemos el logro del objetivo que le dio origen hace casi 25 años al sistema de ahorro para el retiro de nuestro país. Reitero mi agradecimiento y deseo éxito en este evento. Muchas gracias. Enhorabuena. Hasta pronto.
Saludo con mucho gusto a mis compañeras y compañeros de gabinete, saludo con mucho gusto también al presidente del CCE, de la Asociación Nacional de Bancos, del Consejo Mexicano de Negocios y de la Confederación de Trabajadores de México. Agradezco la invitación a Bernardo González, presidente de AMAFORE. Y pues sí, recordamos que hace 3 años nuestro país inició una gran transformación, una profunda transformación donde pone en el centro o busca poner en el centro a los trabajadores y trabajadoras del país para que nadie se quede atrás. Para esto, las AFORES son y serán un pilar hacia un crecimiento sostenido, la creación de riqueza y la mejora de condiciones de nuestros trabajadores. Además, son una de las columnas del sistema financiero de nuestro país, fundamental para el crecimiento de la economía y el bienestar de toda la población. Las AFORE cuentan hoy con 68.9 millones de cuentas y con recursos por 5.041.513 millones de pesos. En los últimos 10 años, estos activos manejados por las sociedades de inversión especializadas en fondos para el retiro han crecido en casi 16% anual. Los activos administrados por las AFORE se ubican en segundo lugar del sistema financiero con un 18.64% de la participación total. Además, el rendimiento histórico del sistema desde el 97 al 21 fue de 5.36 en términos reales. Todo esto se ha podido generar con rendimientos netos de comisiones acumuladas por más de 2.642.000 millones de pesos, es decir, un 52% del saldo total del sistema. La relación entre el gobierno, el sector privado y de los trabajadores de las AFORES han alentado las inversiones. Las sociedades de inversión especializadas en fondos para el retiro son esenciales para la creación de infraestructura y para las finanzas públicas de nuestro país. Las AFORES mantienen una posición de 27.49% en bonos gubernamentales de largo plazo. Financian además a través de instrumentos de deuda privada y estructurados al sector infraestructura por 430.981.000 millones de pesos y de estos 87.984 millones se utilizan para carreteras, infraestructura que nos permite una logística que le da crecimiento y conectividad a nuestro país, lo cual hace que México esté no solamente más conectado, sino que crezca por ende su competitividad. Estos datos reflejan los resultados de un trabajo que ha sido realizado por instituciones como la AMAFORE para fomentar la facilitación y la cooperación de inversionistas. Finalmente, quiero recordar que el salario mínimo ha subido durante los últimos 3 años del actual gobierno de una manera sin precedente y sin causar inflación o pérdida de empleos. Esto favorece a las AFORES y así como la reactivación económica y a una situación laboral mejor de nuestra población. Por ello, agradezco una vez más este trabajo coordinado que hemos tenido con el sector privado, con el sector público y con la sociedad a través de la representación de sus trabajadores y la inversión de los fondos de retiro de los mismos. Les saludo y me da muchísimo gusto volver a coincidir una vez más con ustedes y que sigamos promoviendo no solamente la reactivación económica, sino la mejora y la competitividad de nuestra nación.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Me da mucho gusto el día de hoy saludar a la Asociación Mexicana de Administradoras de Fondos para el Retiro, la AMAFORE, y por supuesto a su presidente Bernardo González Rosas en este espacio Encuentro Digital 2021, Laboratorio para el Futuro. Tener un espacio para compartir algunas reflexiones, algunos avances, pero también retos que tenemos a corto, mediano y largo plazo. Sin lugar a dudas, uno de los grandes retos que tenemos es cómo garantizar que todas y todos los trabajadores que durante toda su vida trabajaron tengan acceso a un retiro digno. Sí, hemos avanzado gracias a la aprobación de una reforma importantísima que, por cierto, salió en consenso, escuchando al sector empresarial, al sector obrero y con apoyo del gobierno en una reforma pensionaria que va a permitir que poco a poco vaya incrementando la aportación patronal y también reduciéndose las semanas de cotización, con ello llegando a la posibilidad de un retiro más digno. También desde la Secretaría del Trabajo y Previsión Social hemos impulsado algunas políticas fundamentales con este objetivo. Quizá una de las más importantes que hemos logrado también de manera tripartita está vinculada con el incremento al salario mínimo, y esto tiene una relación directa por la cotización, la base de cotización con la cual los trabajadores van aportando a sus fondos de retiro. En 3 años hemos logrado incrementar el salario mínimo en 43% en términos reales. Por supuesto, la idea es que continuemos con esta política de recuperación y no solamente para el hoy, sino para el mañana esto tenga efectos para todas y todos los que después del producto de su trabajo vayan saliendo del mercado laboral con pensiones dignas. Por el otro lado, también la reforma en materia de subcontratación, de outsourcing, que acaba con estas figuras de simulación que estaban totalmente vinculadas y relacionadas con el subregistro en el Seguro Social y que por ende también impactaban en los fondos de retiro. Entonces hemos logrado de manera conjunta ir avanzando con el ojo fijo y el objetivo claro de mejores retiros, y la idea, por supuesto, es que a partir de ya se empiece a evaluar cuál será la próxima realidad. Creo que estamos en un momento clave, viviendo tiempos interesantes, y espacios como este, al tener altura de miras, planeaciones a largo plazo, trabajando de manera coordinada, tanto el sector público como el sector privado, vamos a lograr conseguir el objetivo que compartimos. Así que no me queda más que reiterar mi agradecimiento a los organizadores y desearles que este encuentro sea del mayor provecho. Les mandamos un fuerte abrazo acá desde la Secretaría del Trabajo y Previsión Social del Gobierno de México.
Estamos de vuelta, fantástico lo que hemos observado y escuchado, Natalia, acerca de varios ponentes, sobre todo este tema del cambio climático es fundamental, nos estamos acabando, el planeta es ahora o nunca, los grandes especialistas del mundo indican que no tenemos vuelta atrás si no empezamos a apresurarnos de una vez por todas.
Doloroso, pero cierto, y una reflexión necesaria, justo de eso se trata este foro, y por eso estoy feliz de volverte a ver.
Te estoy diciendo, lo mismo me dice mi esposa, estoy feliz de volverte a ver, yo a veces no entiendo por qué está tan feliz, pero bueno, lo interesante de todos estos comentarios inaugurales que hemos observado, creo que es un buen momento de entrar a la acción ya, Natalia, por favor.
Mi Cris, pensé que nunca lo ibas a decir.
Ya lo sabes.
¿Alguna vez habías escuchado el término futurólogo? Futurólogo.
No.
Dilo conmigo,
futurólogo.
Es hermoso.
Suena bien, ¿no? Suena interesante. ¿Le podremos preguntar si llegaremos al 5º partido al futurólogo? Bueno, yo se lo pregunto, no, yo creo que no. Pero, ¿él cree que podremos llegar al 5º partido, futurólogo?
Híjole, yo no sé qué sea mejor. ¿No será mejor no saber? O sea, en ese caso en particular.
Yo creo que sí sabemos, pero nos hacemos
exactamente.
Nos hacemos como de la vista gorda.
100%, y no funciona así. Yo entiendo que los futurólogos son personas que tienen pues una visión más allá de las fronteras de lo que nosotros imaginamos en tiempo presente.
Ah, caray. Y qué mejor que Peter Diamandis, fundador y presidente de la X-Prize Foundation y presidente ejecutivo de Singularity University. Quien estará acompañado de José María Bolio, director general de Principal Afore. ¿Te gustó mi inglés,
¿Tu inglés?
de Idaho?
Me encanta.
¿Viste cómo lo estoy manejando?
Yo iba a inventar un estado más abajo, pero si usted lo dice, ahí se queda.
Bueno, de Utah.
De Utah.
Ahí está.
Y recuerden, por favor, que hoy también vamos a tener la oportunidad de escuchar a Paul Romer, Premio Nobel de Economía 2010, así como un panel sobre el futuro tecnológico de las inversiones y mucho más, así que no se despeguen.
Thank you everyone for joining the 2021 Encuentro Digital AMAFORE and welcome to this exciting event. I'm Heinz Volkwarts, head of America's International State Street Global Advisor, the SPDR's ETFs. The State Street Corporation and its business global advisors, global markets at the State Street Bank are proud indeed to be a sponsor of this first panel. The panel name is The World in the Future. It's such a fascinating topic for us to hear, given the commitment of our company that has taken and participated in building financial solutions and products to access this new world. In few seconds, we will be hearing from Dr. Peter Diamandis, who is an international pioneer in the field of innovation, incentive competitions, and commercial space. In the field of innovation, for example, Diamandis is a chairman and CEO of the X Prize Foundation, best known for its 10 million Ansari X Prize for private spaceflight. Today, the X Prize leads the world in designing and operating large-scale global competitions to solve market failures. Diamandis is also the co-founder and executive chairman of Singularity University, a graduate-level Silicon Valley institution that studies exponentially growing technologies, their ability to transform industries and solve humanity's grand challenges. Peter's mission is open to space frontier for humanity. His personal motto is, best way to predict the future is to create it yourself. Interviewing Dr. Diamandis is Jose Maria Bolio. With over 20 years of experience in the financial industry, Jose Maria was appointed CEO of Principal Afore in August 2020. Previously, he held strategic positions in companies such as CI Banco, Banco Compartamos, and ICSE. Jose Maria holds a BA in Industrial Engineer from Universidad Panamericana, an executive MBA for IPADE Business School, and the programs of executive education at Harvard Business School. All of those programs focus on leadership, disruptive innovation, and microfinance. He's a passionate runner with a 2-hour and 53-second marathon record and a husband and a father of 3 amazing kids. With that, I will turn it to Peter. And thank you again for joining this event.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here and excited to be talking to you about the subject of innovating the future. I'll begin by saying I believe we're living during the most exciting and extraordinary times ever in human history. And the fact is that we have a challenge understanding how fast the world is changing. There's no scientist, no engineer, no financial executive, no pension fund manager who truly is able to really grasp the speed of change. The challenge is our brains, the 100 billion neurons that make everything we think and know, evolved for a very different world. Our brains evolved for a world 100,000, a million years ago, back when the world was local and linear. Nothing affected you that was not within a day's walk, and things did not change decade to decade, century to century. They didn't even change millennium to millennium. But today, we're living in a very different world. We're living in a world that is global and exponential. Things are not changing decade to decade. They're not even changing year to year. They're changing month to month right now. And something happens on the other side of the planet in China or India, it's affecting you seconds later, microseconds later. So when I think about the world we're living, faster, cheaper computers are what's driving much of this. And in the financial world, we know this and we've come to really understand and expect the power of computation. But on top of this power of faster and more powerful computers in the cloud, on the edge, are growing a whole set of other exponential technologies. Sensors, networks, AI, robotics, 3D printing, synthetic biology, augmented and virtual reality, blockchain. And it used to be that you could be an expert in any one or two of these, and that was enough. But what's going on today is really, it's the convergence of 2, 3, or 4 of these technologies that is reinventing every industry, reinventing every business model. And we're seeing this a lot in the finance world with the combination of blockchain and AI and high-speed networks, giving us DeFi and a whole range of things that are going to impact where we get our financial services. So as I think about this, let me begin by defining what is exponential growth in the first place. What does exponential growth mean? What does it feel like? So we're all, as I said earlier, linear thinkers. You were very good at saying in 5 steps, I'll be 5 meters away. In 30 steps, I'm going to be 30 meters away, right? But when I say, can you think exponentially, where an exponential is a simple doubling, 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. In 30 doublings, you're not 30 meters away. In 30 doublings, you're 1 billion meters away. Put differently, you have gone 26 times around the planet. And it's the difference between that linear thinking and that exponential growth that is disrupting every industry this decade. So this red line is all of us. It's our investors, our fellow board members, it's our children, it's our politicians. None of us have had a hardware or a software upgrade in 2 million years. It's pretty much, the brain has been a linear capability. But this yellow line is what we're here to talk about. This yellow line is computation and quantum computers and AI and robotics and all of those technologies doubling in power every 18 to 24 months. And the difference between us linear thinking humans and the technology that we're creating and inventing is either disruptive stress or it's disruptive opportunity, depending on your point of view. So I've had the chance to write a few New York Times bestsellers. My second one was called Bold, and I opened up with the story of Kodak. And we might all remember Kodak as, you know, when we want to go on vacation, we will buy that, 36 exposure color Ektachrome film, and we'd pay for the entire roll to be developed before we knew if any of the images came out. And back in 1996, Kodak is at the top of its game, 140,000 employees, $28 billion market cap. What most people don't realize is that 20 years earlier, in 1976, a gentleman by the name of Steven Sasson had come up with a digital camera in Kodak's labs. And when he showed this digital camera that took 0.01 megapixel images to his board, they said, "You're kidding. This is a joke. This is a toy for kids. We are Kodak. We make beautiful, high resolution images." And then they made the fatal mistake. They said, "Besides, we are in the paper and chemicals business." And when they didn't jump onto this new technology that was developing the preservation of people's memories, which is the reason George Eastman started Kodak 100 years ago, when they failed to jump on new technology, it drove them into bankruptcy, even though they had the first mover advantage, the first patents. And in the same year that Kodak went bankrupt, another company also in the business of preserving people's memories, a company called Instagram, gets acquired by Facebook for $1 billion. But they only had 13 employees and people laughed at them. How could you pay $1 billion for a company with 13 employees? But what they didn't realize was this was truly an exponential company. And today, Facebook is not $1 billion. It's over $100 billion on Facebook, now Meta's balance sheet. And so this is what it looks like when a linear technology, film photography, falls off that cliff. You see that yellow line down at the bottom. And what digital photography, this exponential technology, looks as it's growing exponentially. And we're going to see this repeated over and over again across a multitude of different industries. So one of the questions I ask every, group of CEOs, executives who I'm speaking to is, what business are you truly in? Kodak was not in the paper and chemicals business. They were in the business of preserving people's memories. So what business are you truly in? If we asked Amazon what business they're in, I've known Jeff Bezos for almost 40 years. It would be a very simple, 3 bullets. They're in the business of delivering anything that's cheaper, faster, and with more variety. So as we think about the pension fund business, what is the ultimate business? Not how have you been doing business up till today? What is the mission and purpose of helping, provide the greatest returns in the safest fashion? And how do you do that? Perhaps it's going to be different in the next 10, 20, 30 years. So one of the things that's true, which we have to address up front, is that we're going from I've got an idea to I run a billion-dollar company faster than ever before. That the majority of wealth that's being created is in the phase of the startup period, going from an idea to a creation. And, you know, when I think about this, here's some examples. My friend Chad Hurley starts YouTube on his credit cards and sells it to Google for $1.65 billion 18 months later, right? We heard about Instagram going from nothing to $100 billion valuation. There's no way to explain Uber and Lyft and Airbnb to the traditional companies out there. Massive growth. Now, look at this eye chart. On the far left, what we see are billion-dollar startups. Every logo here is a unicorn, a billion-dollar startup. On the far right, what we see is 2017 is a blur of all of these. If I went to 2021 and 22, you wouldn't be able to see anything. And what we're seeing is that the rate at which wealth is being created is accelerating. And it's coming from the startup phase to a large degree. So the way that I stay on top of this is I have built a venture platform, and I invest through my venture platform into these companies that are looking to disrupt and differentiate the world. So one of the questions in the pension business is, do you need to move more of your capital into the venture fund side of the equation? And is there enough bets to be able to reduce the risk? Because the speed of these billion-dollar startups is going to accelerate and accelerate and accelerate at a point where you can't ignore this phase of the marketplace. All right, what I'd like to do is talk about the meta trends. What's going to happen over the next 10 years, and what does it mean for the next 30 years plus? So the first meta trend is that we're seeing a massive amount of capital abundance, right? In 2020, in the midst of a pandemic, we saw more money going into the venture business than any time ever in human history. In fact, we have set all-time venture capital investment highs in 2016, and then we beat that in 2017 and 2018 and 2019 and 2020, and we're going to do it again in 2021, right? Here's another way of looking at it. $3.6 trillion in capital during a pandemic going into companies. And so what this means is that more capital is flowing in and more bigger bets are being made. More disruption is coming because there are more startups taking bigger moonshots with more capital to transform every market. So we're going to see a complete transformation of healthcare, of energy, of education, of insurance, of finance in not 50 years or 30 years. I think it's going to be the next decade, perhaps at the most the next 20 years. So let's talk about energy and materials. What we're going to be seeing over the next 10 to 30 years is a transformation from what was scarce to abundant. And this is happening very much in the energy and materials space. So it used to be that, you know, we would go and kill whales on the ocean to get whale oil to light our nights, to be able to read at night. Then we tore down mountains to get access to coal. And then we drilled kilometers under the ocean floor for oil and drilled into the ground for natural gas. And we see a price of 5 to 6 cents per kilowatt hour. But we're living in a world today that is the earth is covered in 8,000 times more energy from the sun than we consume as a species. We are heading towards a massive abundance of energy from the sun. And so here we see some of the data that photovoltaics are beating wind and natural gas consistently over and over again. And one of the takeaways for me that's fascinating, especially for Mexico and parts of South and Central America, is that the poorest countries in the world are the sunniest countries in the world. So what happens when the petrodollar starts to massively diminish and we're starting to see countries becoming net energy exporters because they've got the best weather and the best sun. At the same time, of course, we're going to need storage, but we're seeing consistently a 20% performance gain in lithium ion, but billions of dollars flowing into battery technologies, being driven by the notion that governments are requiring companies to stop producing internal combustion engine cars and going to full electric cars. So here's another kind of energy. This is a friend of mine, Bill Gross. He started a company called Heliogen. And what he found was if you can heat water to 1,000 degrees centigrade, the water breaks down to hydrogen and oxygen. And so he built a system where you use these mirrors with a special material controlled by machine learning algorithms to point the sunlight at a very particular point. And you can actually combine sunlight and water to create hydrogen as a storable fuel source, right? Again, we will see this happening throughout Mexico and parts of South and Central America. But besides this, for the last year, if you've been reading this, we're seeing a massive resurgence in fusion. So nothing will be more abundant and lower cost than fusion. And we're seeing more and more venture capital funds investing in fusion companies. And so this is out of MIT. This is another one, Helion, that just raised $500 million. And this is looking to go into commercial service before the end of this decade. Again, between solar and wind and fusion, we're going to see a massive transformation. Here's a show of how abundance in materials, what would you think of as more scarce than a perfect diamond, a 5, 6, 10 carat diamond? Well, it turns out that the technology to create beautiful and pure synthetic diamonds, they're actual diamonds, but they're grown in a lab. And so you can make a 5, 10, 20 carat diamond that if you want imperfections or color, you can add it. But this year, Pandora, the world's largest jeweler, actually made a decision. They're going to stop selling diamonds that are naturally mined because of the environmental and human rights issues and only sell lab-grown diamonds, right? The cost of this is dollars per carat, massive profit margins, right? Going from scarcity to abundance. All right, let's talk about another field that I love, which I'm focused, most of my investments are in, my venture fund, is the notion of increasing health span and longevity, making 100 years old than you 60. And in the pension world, this is something you have to be aware of and wake up to. What happens when, 10, 20, 30 years from now, the average lifespan is above 100, where people are living an extra 20 or 30 healthy years? How do you deal with that? What kind of returns do you need to make sure that individuals' pensions are continuing for added decades? So what we're seeing is massive acceleration, right? We went from a RNA sequence to a vaccine being manufactured and produced and approved in under a year. The speed of this innovation is shocking. This is one of my companies that just went public called Vaccinity. And we're using vaccines to be able to treat chronic disease. So instead of having Alzheimer's or Parkinson's or stroke or heart disease, you get a vaccine early in your life and you vaccinate yourself against getting these diseases. It's really about democratizing and demonetizing health. And in this case, we're disrupting a $160 billion business. And it's really getting involved in fundamental breaking, innovative technology like this, that pension funds need to be looking at investing in the future, where the returns are going to be massively disproportionate to traditional debt and other tools. We saw CRISPR technology in 2020 get the Nobel Prize, $1.5 billion in revenue. We're going to see this technology doubling in revenue probably every 6 to 12 months. Why? Because it's miraculous. So here is a company, Editas, which is another public company that has, from a single injection in the back of the eye, able to cure a congenital form of blindness. It's biblical in that regard. Here's another CRISPR technology that is able to cure, not to treat, but to cure beta thalassemia and sickle cell anemia, right? So we're heading towards, in the next 30 years, I think without much question, we're going to cure every genetic disease. Genetic diseases are going to go away. If you have a genetic disease, you're going to partner with other people to get the right CRISPR technology or the right gene therapy technology. We're going to do away with this issue which has plagued humanity forever. Here's another example. This is a CRISPR treatment. It's in monkeys right now. It'll go into humans, where a single injection is able to reduce your cholesterol levels by 60%. This was the biggest news of 2020 in the bio and longevity world. Dr. David Sinclair published an article on the cover of Nature, the most beloved, highest reputation biomedical magazine, in which he demonstrated that he was able to turn back time. He's able to reverse the biological age of the eyes of a mouse, be able to return it to an earlier state where the eyes were able to see perfectly, the retina was functioning, the optic nerve was functioning. And so we're going to start to see these treatments that are able to not only slow aging and stop aging, but reverse aging. Every year I take my abundance community on a longevity platinum trip. We go and visit the top scientists and researchers and companies. I want to show you a short video from two of the top scientists, Dr. George Church from Harvard Medical School and Dr. David Sinclair, also from Harvard Medical School, and their thought about reversing aging. Let's take a listen to this.
It is quite possible that some of the people alive today will see no upper limit.
Imagine having a treatment, perhaps a viral delivery of these three genes when you're 45, everything's good, you reach 50, biologically you can measure that, and then you get a course of doxycycline. 3 weeks later, many, if not all, parts of your body are rejuvenated, and then you reset the clock.
So what does that mean to the pension business? If you're able to rejuvenate, and by the time you're 70, you feel like you're 50, and the last thing you want to do is retire because you feel great, you've got the best business position and contacts in the world, and then we're making 100 years old and you 60, and 120 years old and you 60. So on the horizon, we're going to start to see these things beginning this decade, and well within the next 30 years, we're going to see a new set of expectations of what does retirement mean and how old can I expect to live. So interesting, this was a study done at Harvard and Oxford and London School of Business that said slowing aging by only 1 year is worth $38 trillion to the global economy. All right, let's talk about increasing computation and AI. All right, there's nothing more important than artificial intelligence. And I'm investing my capital through Bold into longevity and AI. That's my focus, for example. So that's where I focus my time. So Moore's Law, Gordon Moore, the creator of Intel, the co-founder of Intel, said, the number of transistors per dollar on a piece of silicon is roughly going to double every 18 to 24 months. And it has done so for 20 years, and people think it's going to slow down. Well, it has not slowed down. It's continuing unabated. And here's the data from 2020. And here's the world's largest computer chip, 2.6 trillion transistors. It's phenomenal. This past year, one of the biggest stories of the year was a program, a generative pre-trained transformer called GPT-3 as a neural net, which is able to go from an idea that you give it. You say, please write a blog, or please write a song, or please write a story on the following topic, and you give it the first line or two, and then the system is able to anticipate and predict what should go next. And so it's very human-like in what it generates. And GPT-3 is now being used to be able to code software. Microsoft made $1 billion investment in OpenAI, the company that manufactured GPT-3, so that you could go from speech to software. If you're a lawyer but don't know how to code a computer, you can describe what you want the computer to do, and GPT-3 will write the computer code, even if you don't know how to code. And it's not slowing down. GPT-4 is being developed right now. It's 500 times the size of GPT-3, which means it's going to be more accurate, more human-like. We're seeing AI also being applied heavily to the health business, right? In silico, one of our investments in Bold is, discovering new drugs faster than any normal process could. We're seeing AI outperforming radiologists in detecting different kinds of cancer, in this case, prostate cancer. AI can detect brain aneurysms, and AI can detect early Alzheimer's. So it's about how do you use AI to be able to do things that it can do better than doctors. I think in the next 5 years, we're going to start to see that a diagnosis made by a human without AI in the loop will be malpractice. Again, just more examples of AI. So this is a quote from Sundar, the CEO of Alphabet, and he says, artificial intelligence could have more profound implications for humanity than electricity or fire. And I agree with that. I think it's going to be extraordinary. And here's the way I think about it. And this is a wake-up call to a lot of companies. There are going to be two kinds of companies at the end of this decade. Not 30 years from now, not 20 years from now, by 2030, two kinds of companies. Those that are fully utilizing AI to their maximum extent possible, and those that are bankrupt, out of business. I think AI is going to be as fundamental this decade as the telephone or electricity or using the web. So the question is, how do we compete? How do we, how do humans stay in the game here? Well, first of all, in the near term, it's going to be about AI and human collaboration. It's the AI working with the expert. It's an AI augmenting a financial investor, or an AI augmenting a physician. In the longer term, and this is, I was asked to speak about the next 30 years, so this is well within that time frame. I think this is probably in the next 12 to 15 years, not 30 years. What we're going to be doing is connecting your brain to the AI. So what does that mean? When my cell phone needs to do something complicated, it doesn't do the computation on the phone. I talk to it, I ask it to analyze an image, and the data goes from my phone to the edge of the cloud. It goes to the 5G network, and the computation is done there, and the answer comes back to me. Imagine in the future, if you have a complex thought you want to understand, or you want to Google something, you think about it, and from the surface of your brain goes a message wirelessly to the cloud, and the answer is gotten and brought back to you. Well, there are dozens of companies working on this, and probably every military organization. You may have heard of Neuralink. It's funded by Elon Musk. I've been tracking this very closely. I want to show you a short video of this monkey that had the Neuralink chips placed on the surface of its brain. And let's take a listen.
He's a 9-year-old macaque who had a Neuralink placed in each side of his brain about 6 weeks ago. He's learned to interact with a computer for a tasty banana smoothie delivered through a straw. As he's playing this game, we're wirelessly streaming, in real time, the firing rates from thousands of neurons to a computer. After only a few minutes of calibration, we can use the output from the decoder to move the cursor instead of the joystick. Paige still moves the joystick out of habit, but as you can see, it's unplugged. To control his paddle, on the right side of the screen, Pager simply thinks about moving his hand up or down. We've removed the joystick altogether. Now that he's up to speed, let's increase the difficulty and see how well Pager can play with the Neuralink.
So this technology is not theoretical. This technology is here. It'll be in humans within the next year and a half, 2 years at the utmost, for people who had a cervical fracture and can't control their arms and their legs. But very quickly, it'll be you think and you Google, or if you want to control a robot someplace, or if you need help understanding something. So what does this mean? What are the implications? Now, one of my go-to experts, one of my mentors is a gentleman by the name of Ray Kurzweil, who's my co-founder of Singularity University. He's got the best prediction record. His prediction of when we're going to have high bandwidth brain-computer interfaces is by the early 2030s, just a dozen years from now. All right, let's continue. Let's talk about meta trends of increasing sensors, communications, and data. So, of course, what's going on right now is Starlink, this is a division of SpaceX, is launching a 12,000 satellite constellation and maybe as many as 40,000 satellites. And then there are other companies like Blue Origin plus Verizon launching their own. And these satellites are delivering 100 megabits today. They'll be delivering gigabit connection speeds in the next few years. So in the next 10 years, at maximum, we're going to be covering the entire planet in gigabit connection speeds. Every square meter on the planet will be bathed in two-way, high-speed connectivity. And it's not just satellite networks, of course, it's 5G, which all of us have and use. Just 2 years ago, it was 13 million users. 2 years or 3 years from now, it'll be 2.8 billion users. But 5G is 100 times faster than 4G. We went from tens of megabits to a gigabit connection speed, and we're about to go to 6G at 100 times faster. And 6G is fast enough to download 142 hours of Netflix in a single second, right? You'll never have to get out of bed again. So what does this mean? We're not just connecting every person on the planet, we're also beginning to connect everything on the planet. So this is the Internet of Things, the IoT, the Internet of Everything. Today, there are some 35 billion connected devices. Will be up to 75 billion in the next 3 or 4 years, right? It's $1 trillion marketplace. All right, let's talk about one of the things that this enables. The IoT and global high-speed connectivity is also enabling the transportation revolution, where everything is moving faster everywhere all the time. Now, this is beginning with autonomous vehicles, and my greatest hope for Los Angeles and Mexico City is to reduce traffic by having autonomous ride sharing occurring. But we're seeing a 63% per year increase, right? It's a $54 billion market by 2026. Waymo is doing an amazing job moving this forward. Brand new sensors and higher level AI is making this more feasible and more powerful and safer every single year. Tesla has perhaps the most data. I've owned 2 of these vehicles. I'm waiting for my self-driving download to come to me. This year at Abundance 360, I brought Aisha Evans, the CEO of Zoox. Amazon spent $1 billion to buy Zoox, and they've developed this 4-person taxi service that will become operational in cities around the US and I'm sure around the world. But it's not just driving people around. FedEx is investing heavily in these autonomous self-driving package delivery services. And it's not just wheeled vehicles. We're also seeing flying delivery drones, right? This is Amazon Prime. They just got approval from the FAA for Part 135 to deliver packages. We're talking about a few kilograms here, but it's not just Amazon. This is Alphabet. They delivered 100,000 packages, right? So instead of having to get in your car to go someplace, you can have your McDonald's burger or your Starbucks coffee delivered to your home. But more importantly, this is going to be about the delivery of medicines and just-in-time delivery of things that are critical for life. Now, besides flying drones, another big market that I'm tracking and investing in is flying cars. The accurate term is electric vertical takeoff or landing vehicles. We saw billions of dollars flowing in. Morgan Stanley predicts this market to be 1.5 trillion by 2040. And so this is what it looks like. This is a company out of Europe called Lilium, just went public for $3 billion this year. Here's Joby, which went public for $6.6 billion. One of my favorite companies, a company called Beta. I have the CEO of Beta coming to Abundance 360 this February as well to talk about their technology. And what we're seeing here are companies that are going to redefine where you live and where you work. So imagine not having to spend an hour in traffic, instead being able to take up vertically, spend 6 minutes to fly to where you want to go and land. This is called aerial ride sharing. And it's not a matter of if, the technology is here and it's going to be rolled out. And one of the biggest changes that's going to happen is going to be in the price of real estate, because all of a sudden real estate that is beautiful and available, but it takes you an hour to drive there. But if you're in a eVTOL vehicle and it's 6 minutes, all of a sudden the price of that real estate goes up and the price of the expensive real estate goes down, and it's going to rebalance because we're redefining the distance between where you live and where you work, which we saw during the pandemic with Zoom. A lot of changes coming in that part of the business. All right, let's talk about the metaverse as a meta trend. And this is really the combination of virtual and augmented reality, artificial intelligence, and blockchain. It's about living in the metaverse as we're coming forward. During the pandemic, we saw $2 billion invested in AR and VR. I expect that number will be massively increased in 2021 because there are huge amounts of investments going into redefining education and training for companies, education for students in the virtual world. The marketplace, I think these numbers are low. Are going from 3 billion to 60 billion. I think we're going to see a massive, increase, because what we're going to see is the metaverse. We'll talk about that in a moment. Redefining the economy, where when I'm in the metaverse, I am doing my buying, my entertainment, my education in the metaverse, my healthcare in the metaverse. This is an example. This is one of the companies I'm on the board of, an investor in Vadim. Vadim stands for Virtual Atoms, and they did a program with State Farm insurance company. And what they did is they dropped, 1 million virtual footballs. And with your iPhone, you could go and find those virtual footballs as an NFT, a non-fungible token, and collect them, and then turn them in for additional valuable items. And so this was a way where State Farm could interact and develop a relationship. So this becomes a marketing mechanism for a lot of companies. I want to show you a short video. This is from Mark Zuckerberg's very recent, earlier this month, announcement of changing the name of Facebook to Meta and what it means. Let's watch this video for 40 seconds and talk about it.
Boy.
Oh, hey, Mark. Hey, what's going on?
There's an artist going around Soho hiding AR pieces for people to find. This is stunning. Dude, that.
My sneakers, I never had a
Yo. You're here.
Maybe you'll go head-to-head with players from around the world. I've got an idea.
Hey, where are you going?
Gotta pump it to jump it. You'll be able to work out in new worlds, even against an AI. Maybe play pickup with people on the other side of the world.
Ancient Rome. Imagine standing on the streets, hearing the sounds, visiting the markets, to get a sense of the rhythm of life over 2,000 years ago.
So if you've heard about the metaverse, that's just a small piece of it. And, you know, I'm spending more and more time in the virtual world, but who's really spending time are your kids or their kids, right? I have two 10-year-old boys on Roblox, but, you know, Zoom is a very crude version of what we're going to be seeing as the resolution of our headsets goes up and as everything becomes AI enabled. I'm going to close with the conversation around small teams driving huge impacts in idea of a moonshot mindset. So one of the things I'm very proud of is, you know, the best way to predict the future is create it yourself. And I wanted to create a future of private spaceflight. So back in 1996, under the Arch in St. Louis, I offered up a $10 million prize for the first team to build a spaceship that could carry 3 adults up into space, land safely, and do it again within 2 weeks. Well, that $10 million prize drove 100 teams. I'm sorry, 26 teams who spent $100 million going after it. And this was the winning vehicle, Spaceship One, now hanging in the Smithsonian next to the Spirit of St. Louis that inspired it in the first place. And the winning technology was purchased by Richard Branson to create Virgin Galactic, which is, you know, a $10 billion plus company that came out of this. And when we launched the initial prize, it was thought to be crazy. It's something only for governments to do. And of course, today, private spaceflight is the inside thing, right? And I've known Bezos for 38 years and Elon for 21 years and obviously Branson for a couple of decades. And the X Prize sparked that private spaceflight revolution. Since then, we've launched $350 million worth of X Prizes, right? We have another $200 million worth of prizes. And this is where the rubber is hitting the road. The rate of innovation from small teams going after the world's biggest problems is where the greatest wealth creation is coming from. And it's now possible for small teams to do things that only governments or the largest corporations could do before. So, you know, here's an example of an X Prize of massive value. So this is a $15 million X Prize funded out of Abu Dhabi and by Tony Robbins. And it's to go from stem cells to fish and poultry. It's cellular agriculture, right? Reinventing how we produce our food. So it's cheaper, it's provided locally, it's healthier for you, and tastes better. That's the goal of this kind of technology. We also launched a $100 million gigaton carbon removal. I was able to reach out to Elon, who I've known, and said, let's do an X Prize on removing carbon from the atmosphere at a gigaton level. You know, he's amazing. He said, you know, let's do it almost instantly. And we launched this prize. And we have more teams competing for this prize than any other X Prize we've ever done before. And there's a reason. This is a massive marketplace, right? Carbon, and this is from Bill Gates. This is about a week ago, last month. Carbon capture technologies will create the next Microsoft, Google, and Amazon, and the next 8 to 10 Teslas. And this is from John Doerr, one of the top venture capitalists, that climate change brings economic opportunities that are bigger than the internet boom. So the question is this on your investment horizon? And then I'm working on this X Prize right now, a $100 million age reversal X Prize. The goal is to develop the therapeutics that can reverse the human age by 25% or 20 years with a single treatment. And I've raised at this point probably about 2/3 to 3/4 of that money. Anybody who wants to join us in this age reversal X Prize, please reach out. At the end of the day, this is about reinventing how we envision and create our future. A few thoughts to end on. I believe we're living during the most extraordinary time ever in human history. And, a negative mind will never give you a positive life. And then finally, and I believe this is the thesis by which I invest my capital, and hopefully you do as well, that the world's biggest problems are the world's biggest business opportunities. Want to become a billionaire, help a billion people. So if you'd like a copy of this keynote, if you just send an email to keynote@diamandis.com, my server will send you back a copy of this PDF, and you can find out more about A360 or XPRIZE. Anyway, a pleasure to spend this time with this presentation. And now the fun part. Jose Maria, I look forward to your questions, my friend.
Sure, Peter. First of all, thank you very much for the keynote. I took lots of notes. It's really everything very, very interesting. First of all, I didn't hear you speak about Future Loop. And I think it's very important to connect what's happening in the world with all the negative news we are invaded with. And I think there's no way of connecting all the dots if you don't speak a little bit of the creation of Future Loop, please.
Thank you for the opportunity, Jose Maria. So here's the challenge. We're all, it's no surprise people have a negative view of the future because we are bombarded by negative news from the media all the time. If you think about what is the business model for the newspaper, the TVs, the radios, their business model is to deliver your eyeballs to their advertisers. And it turns out for evolutionary reasons, we pay 10 times more attention to negative news than positive news. And so if you open up the newspaper and count the number of negative stories to positive stories, it's 10 to 1 at least, if not more. And the question is that all that's going on in the world? Is it all just negative news all the time? And the answer is no, but you don't pay attention to the good news as much as the negative news. So a couple of years ago, I realized that there's a lot of breakthroughs going on in the world that I never hear about. And that what I care about is training my brain by seeing all of the breakthroughs, all of the convergence of AI, robotics, 3D printing, synthetic biology, AR, VR, blockchain, as they're impacting industries, impacting health, education, transportation, insurance, finance, whatever it is. So I ended up building a machine learning, actually a neural net AI model called Future Loop. And Future Loop scans the world's news, looking for news that has a positive sentiment. I don't care about murders or politicians. It's a positive sentiment. And it's looking at stories in which 2 or 3 or 4 exponential technologies are converging and impacting an industry. And it generates a newsletter every day of the top 15 breakthroughs that I need to know about. It's free. You go to futureloop.com, FUTURELOOP.com, and you can sign up. And the mission here is to help people see the amazing world we're living in. So I look at my Future Loop updates every day, and it keeps me in a positive sense, like that's amazing, that's happening, that's great. So, I've stopped watching the regular news and I read my Future Loop feed. So hopefully it's meaningful for everybody listening as well. Thank you, Jose Maria, for that.
I'm sure it will. I see you every day as the virtual Peter feeds me those 15 positive news. Yes. I'm going to transfer it to the massive transformative purpose. With all the meta trends that you talked about today, I think not only pension systems, but all the individuals and all the audiences that are listening this morning to you should reconsider or rethink their massive transformative purpose. So talking about Abundance 360 and that main concept, could you share a little bit what's the MTP and how everybody should rethink it?
Yeah, listen, thank you for asking these questions because they're the heart and soul of what I believe is so important. A massive transformative purpose, an MTP, is it's what is the purpose of your life or the purpose of your company, the purpose of your institution. A lot of times, so listen, doing anything big and bold in the world is hard. And unless it's fueled by emotional energy, unless it's fueled by like, I want to create this amazing future, or this situation that exists, we have to stop it. It could be fueled by positive emotional energy or a negative emotion of wanting to solve a problem. But to do anything significant may take years, may take decades, and you need that emotional fuel. So what I do at Abundance 360 every year with the CEOs in the room is I help walk them through a process of finding their MTP for themselves. It could be for their family, it could be for their family office, it could be for their company or for their industry. At whatever level you want to look at it, but it's, my MTP is to inspire and guide entrepreneurs to create a hopeful, compelling, and abundant future for humanity. So it's like, what do I want to do? I want to be able to inspire and guide. Who do I want to be a hero to? I want to be a hero to entrepreneurs. That's the group I work with the most, right? And what do I want? I'm focused on creating a hopeful, compelling, and abundant future. And it's not about shareholder return or return on investment. Those are fine, but all those things come when you have a bigger purpose, a bigger mission. And in the world today, when you're trying to attract talent and compete against other companies, talent wants to go to a place that has a purpose, has an MTP, and they want to feel good about where they put their time and their energy. And if I have a choice between putting my capital with somebody who's got an amazing MTP or someone who's providing similar returns but doesn't, I want to support the company with a great MTP. So really important there.
Thank you. You were talking about human longevity, increasing 20, 30 years. There are currently, especially in development countries, people who are counting, especially with the pension the government is going to provide them. They don't have financial security. So I want to connect a little bit to talk to them about their purpose, what they can do to ensure a better future, not only to count on what the government or the company they work for, they're going to do for them, but to give them a reason to what do they have to change today? Because some of them see energy or the automatic cars like too far. What's beneath them?
Yeah. So I don't know how to put this more bluntly. It's not a matter of if, it's only a matter of when. We're beginning to understand the fundamentals of human aging. So there are species on this planet like bowhead whales and Greenland sharks that are living 200 years, 500 years. And we are in the smartest scientists I know. It used to be crazy to talk about age reversal even 5 years ago. Today, it's the hottest subject. There are tens of billions of dollars being invested in this. There's a multi-billion-dollar fund. I can't say how big it is, but it's huge. Out of the Emirates and Saudi Arabia, there are more billion-dollar startups. My venture fund, Bold Capital, went from all exponential technologies to 3/4 being invested into biotech, health tech, and longevity, and 1/4 into the other exponentials, because it's the biggest business on the planet. You still can't take it with you. And what's it worth to people to have an extra 20 or 30 healthy years? And by the way, technology doesn't slow down. So if you buy yourself an extra 10 or 20 or 30 healthy years, during that 10, 20, 30 healthy years, technology is moving 100 times further and buying you additional years. So I do think today's pension funds, today's wealth managers, today's insurance companies need to realize that there is a disruptive change coming, and you have to think about the implications. Even if there's just a 0.1% chance that it's true, the implications for the people you serve is massive. You need to change how you think about your returns. They're going to have to be disproportionate returns to serve those individuals whose pensions you're entrusted with.
I know that you invested in a company which is investigating how to bring back to life extinct species.
Yes.
So the question here is, if you could bring back to life any leader from any past age, in order to sit and have a cup of coffee and discuss about your MTP, who would it be? And what would you discuss with that person?
Wow. Oh my God. So yeah, my company, my venture fund, Bold, invested in a company called Colossal, which is using CRISPR to bring back extinct species like the woolly mammoth, right? I mean, most of the people I would want to bring back are some of the greatest scientists of our time, from Einstein to Isaac Newton and such, to, or the people, at least for me, who founded the early days of America. When you're thinking about creating a brand new nation, like, how are you thinking on that scale to think about, creating a nation, and what was the vision for, the founding fathers in America? I'm very excited about that, because one of my long-term visions is creating nations on the moon or in space, and what would that look like? So I'm enamored by the scope of that vision. I've had a chance to spend time with some of the greatest entrepreneurs on the planet, learn from them, invest with them. And so anyway, that's my thoughts.
Thank you. I would like to know, what's the role Kristen, your wife, and your kids play on your MTP, on your purpose? It's very interesting for me to know her role over the years you have as a couple.
I think my family is more a balance for me than anything else, because I live in the future. I am consuming constantly throughout the day, reading about every tech on a consistent basis. I have an entire team of entrepreneurs feeding me data on this breakthrough and integrating it, and how do I reteach this information. So my family is my grounding in that regard. But I'm 60 now. I had my two boys when I was 50. They're 10 years old, and so that's an incredible experience. They keep me very young. As soon as we get off of this, I'm going to be taking one of my boys to his baseball practice, and that's fun. I mean, I could work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, if I didn't have this other part of my life. But I see the world through my boys' eyes, and that's extraordinary. The conversations we have and the things that they think about, that I never thought about that stuff. They're learning it all on YouTube outside of the classroom. YouTube is their educational platform, because they can investigate any interest they have and click to the next level and to the next level and to the next level.
I know that you say when you are teaching your kids, there are three main concepts: help them find their passion,
yes,
foster their curiosity, and teach them the importance of persistence. I think those three define more or less who Peter Diamandis is. And I think that could be the closing statement from you to all the Mexican audience, especially young people, thinking about their purpose, thinking about what they're going to do, starting their work lives, going out of college, going out of high school. So with those three concepts, I would like you to close to this.
So thank you. Let me address that to the young entrepreneurs and the young scientists and the young thinkers who are with us today, or to those of you who are parents to your kids. We are living during the most extraordinary time ever. You as entrepreneurs, as the beginning of your career, have access to almost anything and everything. There's more capital available than any time ever in human history. And next year will be even more capital available. You have access to all the world's information at the click of a button. You have equal access to the world's information as the founders of Google. No difference, identical. You have access to more computational power. You have access to, whatever you need. And so the question is, what do you want to do? What do you want to do with your life? You can make a career out of anything. So what I teach my kids and what I teach the CEOs in my Abundance 360 community is let's find your passion. Let's find your massive transformative purpose in life. It can change a year from now. It can change 10 years from now, but be driven by a passion and a purpose, not your parents' passion, not your teacher's passion, not your brother or sister's passion, your passion. Why are you on this planet? And your number one goal should be to find that. The second thing I teach my kids, I also, when I'm in the boardroom for CEOs, ask great questions. We're living in a world where you can know anything, anytime, anywhere, right? We have billions, hundreds of billions of sensors. Your AI, you can ask a question like, on Madison Avenue in New York, what's the average color of a man's, blouse or coat, and you can know the answer. It's important, the questions you ask. It's far more important. So learn how to ask great questions in this world of an abundance of information. And then the third thing, especially in the digital world we're living in, is grit, is the idea of persistence, if not giving up. And that's Jeff Bezos said, listen, our success at Amazon is a function of the number of experiments we do per year, per month, per week, and per day. And experiments are about asking great questions and not giving up and trying over and failing and over again. And it's an incredible world. So anyway, it is truly an honor and a pleasure. Jose Maria, I look forward to working with you and others here. Let's do some fun things together.
Sure, Peter. On behalf of AMAFORE and of the thousands of people connected this morning, I would like to thank you. It was really an honor for me to listen to you and to have this Q&A. I really appreciate it. I'm sure you will change the people's lives today with your chat. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Ahora todo tiene sentido, ya veo que por supuesto es lo que se hace un futurólogo, es lo que ellos realizan, ellos lo que generan, lo que se imaginan, lo que tienen. Imagínate hace unos años que la tecnología evolucione tanto que probablemente ya tendremos la oportunidad de vivir en un universo alterno, virtual, y tú vas a ser un avatar.
Yo ya soy.
Bueno, sí, también tienes razón.
Y habrá que pensar también cómo vamos a construir un patrimonio, ¿no? Pues si fuéramos avatars, imagínate la cantidad de propiedades.
Tú eres como un alien, el octavo pasajero, ¿no? También.
Así es, tendríamos que pensar sobre el futuro y sobre lo que dijo Peter. Me llevo aprendizajes, la neta sí te deja reflexionando las consecuencias que tienen nuestras acciones hoy en día. Si eres avatar hoy en día, ¿qué serás en el futuro?
Y por cierto, estas extraordinarias caricaturas de mi gallo Trino están buenísimas. Sí. Y ojo que Trino no nos quiere mucho a nosotros, ¿eh? Pero no importa, es atlista. Cuando ahí luego te explico cómo estuvo el tema. Pero le mando un fuerte abrazo hasta Jalisco. Por supuesto, sentimos que estamos, todos pensamos en ahorrar. Ese es el tema fundamental. Todo el tema de los sesgos te abre los ojos y te vas dando cuenta que puedes ir cambiando hábitos para adoptar una cultura financiera más sana y así cuidar tu paro, tu dinero, tu plata, tu marmaja, tu patrimonio.
¡Qué barba! Eso es poner atención, señores. Correcto. ¿Qué es lo que necesitamos de ustedes, audiencia que nos está viendo? Pero sí son una chulada y además de su reconocido talento, el tema de fondo de verdad es muy relevante para lo que estamos escuchando el día de hoy.
Vaya que sí, mi Natalia. Vamos a continuar con el programa. No se despeguen. Más adelante tendremos el privilegio de contar con la presencia de un premio Nobel de Economía. Quédense con nosotros para seguir aprendiendo juntos.
Así es. Y por lo pronto vamos a escuchar a Mark McCombie de BlackRock, por si hay alguien por ahí que no conoce BlackRock. Ellos son unos grandes profesionales en el manejo de las inversiones a nivel mundial. Sí. Hasta me puse chinita.
No, hombre.
De verdad, si algo saben es cómo invertir el dinero. Entonces, ¿de qué nos va a hablar Mark? Bueno, pues él nos va a contar un poquito sobre cómo ha evolucionado la tecnología al grado que cualquiera puede incursionar en el mundo de las inversiones con la palma de su mano, ¿no? O sea, cualquiera tipo nosotros, como ustedes que nos están viendo, así como lo oyen, ya pueden invertir a través de su smartphone. También va a tocar temas interesantes como el e-commerce, pagos digitales y mucho más. Y va a estar acompañado de Juan Manuel Valle, director general de Afore Coppel. Pues les traemos unos refrescos, ¿o qué hacemos?
Pues sí, para que se relajen.
¿En qué apoyamos?
No. Y tráele una botana también, si es posible,
una botana,
por favor.
Saca la botana.
Yo te ayudo y ahí se la llevamos.
Te agradezco.
Ay, criatura, vida. La vida está pasando frente a tus ojos y no te das cuenta. Si tan solo pensaras que es ahora el mejor momento de tu vida para empezar a ahorrar, no tiene caso que lo postergues. El tiempo no vuelve.
No hagas caso, mi estimado. Ya te preocuparás después. La vida es solo una y ahorita necesitas esos zapatos, la camisa y ese videojuego. Además, seguramente las cosas serán muy buenas en el futuro. Lo importante es vivir el hoy.
El mismo tiempo que te toma elegir en lo que quieres gastar, puedes hacerlo para ahorrar en tu Afore. Existen ya varias opciones con las que puedes ahorrar para el futuro mientras gastas hoy en lo que más disfrutas, como ir al cine. AMAFORE te ayuda a encontrar la mejor opción para lograrlo. Tu yo del futuro te lo agradecerá.
So today we will talk about investment towards the future. We have here today with us Mark McComb. He's the Chief Client Officer of BlackRock, and he's responsible for overseeing all global client segments. He also serves as the head of US, Canada, and Canada region, and he also oversees the multi-asset strategy and solutions group within BlackRock. So he helps clients take a holistic approach to portfolio construction and asset allocation. He has a long career in the financial sector. Before BlackRock, he worked many years for HSBC. Asset management has always been under his scope. So he has a very long career in the sector and a lot of experience regarding asset management. A lot of discussion has always happened regarding retirement savings, regarding pensions, whether life expectancy, whether interest rates, whether asset allocation have to change during times. In the recent past, we have particularly seen an important reduction in interest rates. So that together with a larger proportion of asset allocation towards alternative investments and the role private equity has increasingly played, it's a very interesting time to have a discussion with you, Mark. We really appreciate being able to talk to you today. And I want to start with the first question that involves some of these elements. No, as Chief Client Officer of BlackRock, you interact with many customers and with CEOs, CIOs, CFOs, treasurers of many companies, very large companies in the world. And all of them have similar questions. What we should be doing next, where we should be allocating our assets. No? So from your perspective, what are the most important themes in the conversation today?
Well, Manuel, great to see you, and thank you to the AMAFORE for inviting BlackRock along. We're very proud of our business in Mexico and thrilled to have this opportunity to tell you a little bit about, what we're seeing globally. It's been an extraordinarily interesting 18 months. You asked in your question about the conversations I have with clients globally. And I would say rightly that CEOs and CFOs and capital allocators really for the first 12 to 18 months of this pandemic were rightly focused on really resilience around their businesses, resilience around their employees and the people they were responsible for. And then I would say ultimately communicating extremely effectively with the stakeholders and participants, whether it's in the pension plans or the corporate plans or the foundations and endowments. And so I would say that this period that we had with real central bank coordinated support of the economies and giving a sense of real underpinning of the economies allowed all of these companies and capital allocators to really work through the pandemic. So to some degree, having this conversation here as we head towards the end of 2021 is really, I would say, one of the most interesting and to some degree challenging periods of this pandemic. And in the conversations I have, really there are just I would boil it down to sort of 4 topics that are very much preoccupying the minds of capital allocators and CEOs the world over. And the first is, what does the future of work and the future of the organization of the world look like in a post-COVID world? What have we learned? What has changed permanently, and what will kind of revert back to pre-COVID practices? And things like working remotely and working flexibly. These are all things that I think many people are very, very focused on. Secondly, when talking more deeply about investment management, of course, there is really only one topic today, which I would say is kind of obsessing people at the moment, and that's really the question of inflation. You mentioned low rates and the low rate environment as a result of a significant central bank support. But of course, what we're seeing on the flip side, which is I think the part that is really the unknown. We've never been through a global pandemic in modern history, and therefore, one of the great things about the Great Resignation, the lack of supply of labor. The fact that we're seeing supply chain disruption and concerns about China and trade, all of which we can talk more about. But all of this is fueling this great debate around inflation and what it means in terms of portfolio construction, portfolio resilience, and portfolio allocation. So I would say that is a dominant feature. That's the second one. The third you mentioned in your preamble, I'd like to broaden the aperture a little bit. I think it's a world where the great kind of retirement crisis has only really gotten worse during the pandemic. Now, asset owners have done very well. The equity markets have been buoyant and people have had good returns from private markets. But the reality is that the world is not saving enough for the retirement that people want to enjoy. People are living longer. The social safety net is not there. And if the pandemic did anything, it shone a light on the inadequacies of government to really be able to actually provide that long-term security to the citizens that they're responsible for. And so we believe that question of where do you find yield goes well beyond pure private equity or pure alternatives. It really is, what are the alternative sources of alpha that I need to build into my portfolio? But by the way, recognizing that liquidity when we had the shock of the pandemic was really, the number one factor. And then finally, the fourth point, which again, I know we'll talk more about, but the biggest question I think that I get asked away from inflation, which I would say inflation is a kind of very present issue, But the real strategic, the real tectonic shift is not so much, the question of climate risk is investment risk, but the question is how do I build sustainability into my portfolio, and how do I make my portfolio resilient for a future in which, across all of the measures of E, S, and G, we're going to see significant change. And here I would argue, just to finish, Mexico and Mexican Afore have been very much at the forefront of this. And frankly, we in the US and Europe and other parts of the world are learning from the steps that the Afore have taken in terms of actually building ESG factors into their portfolios.
Thank you, Mark. I think we can jump there. One of your comments was on yield, people looking for yield. What we had last year was something that, as you mentioned, we had never lived before, the pandemic. You have experience in pensions. From your perspective, thinking on pensions, which is the reason we are here, the Afores, we have to make the contributions of our clients grow so that they can get that money for their retirement. What can be viewed as the largest change in the retirement space since the pandemic? How have your customers evolved their models after the shock we had last year? We did great. We certainly did great. We had the best result in any single year since the Afores were created. But clearly that was part of the consequences of the shock. But there are many other things that change in our perspective, in the way we do things, in the way we see the future. What are those changes for you?
Well, it's a great question that I ask myself every day, is like, why in the middle of, one of the most difficult and challenging periods for humanity did we emerge pretty much consistently across the board with outsized returns across pretty much every client channel? And I've sort of taken a step back and thought about it. We've talked about the central banks globally stepping in a coordinated way to underpin the economy. I think that gave an incredible amount of confidence. Once people figured out very quickly that they could operate quite successfully remotely and that business could continue indeed to turn, I think we realized then that actually the global economy was in really pretty good health. And I think that's where we started to see this kind of asset run up. So I think the answer to your question about, what has, fundamentally changed, I would say that the reality of what I observed for the last 18 months is that, and it sounds a little cliche, but it's important, I think, to do a double underline on it. Getting your strategic asset allocation right is critical. And then doubly critical is sticking to your strategic asset allocation. I think the asset allocators that suffered were the ones who panicked in the early stages of the pandemic, because rightly, and I'm sure very well, the US public pension space is one that is structurally challenged because they're all very largely underfunded, which means that they have that liquidity draw that has a drain on their resources really on a constant basis. And so it means that the traditional method of taking advantage of the illiquidity risk premium, actually building illiquids into their portfolio allocation, actually became quite challenged for those few weeks because people worried about would they have sufficient liquidity. The pensions who had a very, very robust governance process around their long-term strategic asset allocation are the ones today who I think are in the best shape. And my conversations with many CIOs and capital allocators really focused around in that first period. Is there anything you need to do in your strategic asset allocation to take advantage of what is changing? Now, I think this is part two of your question, which is kind of what's changed. And I think there it's that CIOs have recognized that within the context of a strong governance process around a strategic asset allocation, you need to actually also think about different risk scenarios that you're operating that strategic plan under. And so, for example, we saw in the space of private credit, it became a very good area for people to allocate into. It didn't change the long-term view of increasing your holdings in illiquids or increasing your exposure to credit, but it allowed a CIO to be more opportunistic in recognizing that there was a real opportunity to enhance yield by moving into something like private credit. Interestingly, we had a lot of debate internally around other asset classes, like, for example, secondaries. We actually thought the secondaries market would be very dislocated in the early stage of the pandemic because we thought a lot of pensions might try to offload private equity positions, and there may be a buying opportunity for those that were more liquid. Ironically, that never played out. And I think it never played out because for the vast majority of capital allocators, the rapidity, the speed with which the central banks acted allowed them to actually sort of, buffer down their, lock down their liquidity requirements more effectively than be sitting in a world of complete unknown where they felt they had to liquidate positions in a more rapid sense. So I think, long answer to your question, but I think it's like, make sure your strategic asset allocation is clear and strong and has good governance around it, but build into that different risk scenarios that allow you to take advantage when something like a pandemic or higher inflation or global supply chain disruption happens, where there may be opportunity to find those sources of alpha that you may not have been able to find traditionally.
Certainly, the pandemic gave an opportunity for those that had more flexibility because there were opportunities there. Let's go back to one of your first comments on alternatives. Clearly, alternatives have played an increasing role in many portfolios, but it's not general speaking alternatives. There are some particular alternatives that are more or less attractive. From your perspective, how did your customers see the opportunity set for alternatives changing in the coming years? Hopefully no other pandemic, but let's think how alternatives work in the portfolios. Are there certain markets or alternative solutions that clients are particularly excited about?
Yeah, look, it's an interesting discussion because the reality is there is a quiet revolution taking place at the moment, and that is that in fact alternatives are becoming less alternative, and the way in which people think about alternatives is changing. And so even the very discussion of what constitutes alternatives, whether it's hedge funds, private equity, infrastructure, real estate, private credit, all of these components of what you might consider to be alternatives in the traditional sense are becoming more mainstream. And, the realities of why they're becoming more mainstream is actually driven from, really to some degree, the evolution in society, probably accelerated by the pandemic. If you think about, for example, where alternatives are now sold, it used to be the domain only of the AMAFORE and other large institutions who had buying power. Now, of course, we're seeing adoption amongst multitude of investors, including individuals who want a seat at the table. I have often argued with my colleagues that there's a kind of giant FOMO going on at the moment, the fear of missing out, and the individuals and actually institutions, they want earlier and earlier exposure to private markets because they see things like the Rivian IPO, which values a company that doesn't have any revenue at $100 billion. You see the opportunity for real, outsized returns. And I think that combined with social media, combined with some of these really interesting anomalies that we've had with like Robinhood and so forth, have fueled a lot more interest in what we term alternatives. Now, what does it mean? First of all, it means that there's never been more money chasing after these kind of opportunities. That means that for big institutional buyers, the olden days where it was a case of like, let me just like diversify and work with dozens of managers and so forth, we find that has become a challenge model because the reality is that the resource requirement to manage alternatives, we should think about it. The reason they are called alternatives is because they are not as liquid as other asset classes that you can quickly get out of. And so it requires a different setup, a different organization, a different set of resources and skills in order to actually manage and grow a resource, an asset allocation into alternatives. And so that's definitely one of the things that when people ask me a little bit what keeps me awake at night, one of the things I do worry about is that invariably when you have a rush by people to get into certain asset classes, whether it's things like crypto or whatever, that what tends to happen is more and more money chases opportunity. That means that sometimes people can lower their risk standards or the prices get out of what you would say was economically viable. and that starts to cause a little bit of a sort of a mean reversion where people worry about whether there's some sort of bubble going on. Now, I'm not for a second saying that I think that there's a bubble going on, but I think just when you have this phenomena where it used to potentially be the domain of just institutions, but now everyone is trying to get into alternatives, that just being very mindful of it, maintaining your risk standards, making sure that you have a clear process about what it is you want to get involved in, and don't chase the latest, greatest opportunity because it may turn out to be too good to be true. And again, stick to your what you know well and deliver those returns, which frankly, within the private market space have been, really very strong over the past few years.
And I think that luckily for the institutional investors, as you mentioned before, our governance will, if we keep focus on the longer term, it is harder to imagine that we will make those mistakes. So as long as we keep that in mind, then probably someone else will get burned at some point, but we can't be the ones. We have to keep the focus in the longer term and to look with that horizon in our investments. In that longer term, in that horizon, sustainability is a very important element. Every day, more and more important. How are you seeing the growth for sustainable investments among your customers, and what you expect in the longer term? Now, what are the challenges your clients are facing around sustainability?
Yeah, it's a deep and complicated question, and I would start it by saying that I myself feel like I'm on a personal journey with this because a couple of years ago, if you'd asked me the same question, I would have probably answered it through the lens of sustainable product. And what are you doing on the product side? The reality is this has gathered a pace that I think has really surprised most on the upside. And that the conversation today, as I mentioned in the opening, is not about whether or not climate risk is investment risk, but it's really about how do I build sustainability or climate, either or both, into my portfolio? What are the tools I need to allow me to make the right decisions in exactly the way that we've done historically? The job of an investment manager is to seek alpha and seek returns for our clients. It's no different today from yesterday. The only difference is that we have a global problem that I think we are trying to grapple with and figure out the right way to ensure that we have sustainable growth for the economy so that those people who are aspiring to come out of poverty can have that aspiration, that we don't stifle the very people who need our help the most. But that secondly, we go through a transition in our economy, probably the most important transition ever, which is to take us from high carbon emitting to a net zero world. And our strongly held belief, which comes back to my point about this is not about product anymore. This is really about the structure of how you manage your entire portfolio, is really about what does the transition look like. So let me give you one very real world concrete example. We have deep relationships with all of the major oil and gas companies globally. We manage many of their pension assets. Obviously, we're a very large investor by virtue of our size. Of course, what they themselves are dealing with is a changing regulatory environment, and particularly focus around Scope 3 emissions, which, as you know, is really linked to the rest of the economy. An airline is a Scope 3 emission. It's using the fuel produced by the oil and gas company. As we evolve and we think about all of the investment required and the resources required to actually transition a global economy, indeed, those oil and gas companies have to be at the table and they have to be part of the solution. Because if we simply say that divestment is the way to go, then those very companies that can help us grow the global economy and lead to transition will indeed suffer the most. So we have really, I myself, and I think many of my colleagues at BlackRock, I think we've been on a journey where we're really now seeing the capital flowing into strategies that are really designed to underpin ESG and actually set up sustainable growth for the future. And I think this is where Mexico and the AMAFORE in Mexico really, as I mentioned, did a really good job of thinking about this early. I say to everyone, we're in such the early innings as the investment management industry because we, by definition, we are about choice. We're about very often managing to indices and managing on tracking errors. And so, in a way, our ability to have been influential in the ESG debate, I think, was quite limited historically. But as more and more clients, as more and more investors are looking for our industry collectively to really address this issue, I think it's critical that the conversation we're having today and multiple conversations that are going on like this around the world are driving towards an outcome where there's greater levels of transparency, there's greater levels of consistency of reporting, and therefore we give people the ability to understand how to invest into a transition economy as opposed to simply turning your back and saying, I just want to sell my oil and gas holdings and not have anything to do with it, which is not the answer.
Perfect, Mark. We have gone over some themes that are around all conversations probably, no? And particularly this last one has been for a while. Some others probably were more closely related with the pandemic because everyone wanted to find out what were they doing right and what they should do differently. But there's one last question that I want to go over you. Thinking about disruptions, no? What are the most exciting disruptions that you are seeing today with regard to technology? And how is BlackRock adapting to and staying ahead of these trends?
Yeah, as you mentioned in the start, I'm based in San Francisco, so I am lucky to have a ringside seat of some of the most incredible technology and evolutions that I think we've ever seen. And what I tell you is the pandemic has not slowed down. If anything, it's, I think, sped up the focus on innovation and technology to drive change because people are, you know, the sheet of paper is very different today than it was 2 years ago. And so people have different opportunities. I think the way in which, technology has been able to thrive during the pandemic, I think has been one of the big sort of positive surprises out of this. You asked about some of the things that I'm seeing a lot of. I mean, we talked a little bit about sustainability, and I do think that the drive on electrification is one of the most interesting areas because, of course, it's not just about, you know, a Tesla or a Rivian truck. It's actually really about the whole infrastructure. Like, how do you change the whole infrastructure of an industry that has been entirely focused on petrochemicals and turn it into an electric grid? And so, whether it's the battery technology or supply, storage capabilities, these are all fascinating areas. The other area that I'm, particularly interested in has really been, some of the fintech disruption for obvious reasons, given that's our business. And what I would say is that we, when it comes to things like blockchain technology, digitization of currency, of the movement of capital, we're very much leaning into that. We have a great growth equity capability, and in some of our sort of long-term private capital capabilities, we spend a lot of time on technology. But I think that the story is a little bit kind of clouded by people getting, they want to know what you think of the price of Bitcoin. But the truth of the matter is that is just one manifestation of, I think, what is really happening, which is the sort of digitization of the economy. And so, ironically, the way that I look at supply chain, I've lived in Asia and Europe and the Middle East. So supply chain has been in my blood since the day I started working, that, seeing the container ships in Hong Kong and, the transshipment that you would have and so forth, like that globally connected economy. As I think about a world where, there's been a lot of disruption, but technology can play a role to sort of bridge many of these disruptions that we've seen. And so whilst we're all very frustrated by what's going on at the moment and some of the geopolitical tensions that there are, I do believe ultimately that technology will drive back to a more globalized world in which people are able to deliver, high levels of efficiency and productivity through using digital technology to back ultimately their means of production.
Hopefully, what we have seen in terms of being able to interact with each other, to have a conference like this and like the one we had last year, deliver not only in our interaction, but also exactly in what you mentioned. The disruptions we had because of the pandemic how technology can help solve those situations that created the problem and allow us to flow more fluently in the future. So Mark, I really appreciate the time we had to talk to you. I think it was a very interesting opportunity to discuss what are the perspectives today for pension funds, for asset management, with your experience, with the work that you do through BlackRock and the interaction with your customers. And these will be topics that will certainly be touched later in this event in other panels. So I think this was a very good introduction for what will come next. Thank you very much again, Mark McComb.
Thank you, Juan Manuel. It was a great pleasure.
Pues muchas gracias a Mark de BlackRock. Voy a invitar a más de un seleccionado nacional a venir a tomar nota. Imagínate lo que les funcionaría saber todo lo que estamos escuchando aquí. O sea, invertir desde tu celular en un lugar de comprar 4 consolas de videojuegos. Podría ayudar a ver. Pues sí, claro, pues si no se la pasan ahí todo el tiempo perdido el tiempo. No. Hay que saber ahorrar, saber ver en el futuro. No, para que no pasen apuros. Porque ya vimos que se puede invertir muy fácil. Hay que ver dónde y a qué le vamos a invertir. Y siguiendo, por supuesto, y cada vez que vemos esto, el panel habla precisamente de eso. ¿Dónde vamos a invertir? ¿Cómo lo vamos a hacer? Hay que tener inteligencia, madurez, serenidad y paciencia, porque esto es a futuro.
Es de verdad correcto. ¿Cómo hemos madurado en este evento? Es una cosa impresionante.
Yo te conocía de forma distinta.
Sin
embargo, te veo, ¿no? Yo te veía en la televisión y dije, mira, y de pronto, hoy estás extremadamente en plenitud, en madurez.
No soy yo, son los paneles, de verdad. Creo que todos los que tenemos la oportunidad de estar participando hoy en este laboratorio de ideas somos muy afortunados y vamos a madurar.
Por supuesto, y lo mejor de todo esto es que todavía tenemos tela de dónde cortar, economistas, expertos en tecnología y hasta premios Nobel. No se despeguen porque todavía tenemos mucho para dar y repartir.
Qué cosa, oye. Entonces vamos a seguir con la agenda. Vamos con nuestro primer panel titulado El futuro tecnológico de las inversiones, donde van a estar presentes Theodore Dimming, jefe de asesoría y soluciones de JP Morgan Asset Management. ¿No quieres decir el siguiente? No se afloja.
María Calderón, jefa de ventas de Latinoamérica de Market Access, y Álvaro Meléndez, vicepresidente técnico de AMAFORE, como moderador.
Así es.
Through our constant pursuit of innovation and focus on clients' needs, CME Group has become the world's leading and most diverse derivatives marketplace. We are where the world comes to manage risk, around the clock, day in and day out. Confidence and risk management are at the core of who we are and what we do. We are a marketplace that brings futures, options, cash, and OTC together, offering pre- and post-trade services from a single venue, with a vast global footprint consisting of a broad range of clients and geographies. This diverse set of offerings comes together and solidifies around one big idea. CME Group enables clients to trade futures, options, cash, and OTC markets, optimize portfolios, and analyze data, empowering market participants worldwide to efficiently manage risk and capture opportunities. CME Group has a history of providing clients around the world with the tools and products they need to navigate uncertainty and the confidence they need to act, to trade, to grow, to lead, to innovate, to invest, and to help the world advance.
Good morning to everyone. I have the honor to moderate this amazing panel about technological future of investments. To talk about this, I'm glad to introduce you two well-known experts on these topics. Maria Calderón Salcedo is the head of LATAM sales for Market Access. In this role, Mrs. Salcedo is responsible for managing client relationships and trading distribution across the fast-growing region. Additionally, Mrs. Calderon leads hedge fund and ETF sales for Market Access globally. She holds a BA in economics and an MBA from the University of Texas at Austin. Theodore Dimming is head of advisory and core beta solutions within JP Morgan's asset management division. He's responsible for designing and constructing investment solutions that will be offered through asset and wealth management. Prior to this role, Theodore served as a head of investments for intelligent digital solutions within JP Morgan. Theodore holds a BA in history and government from Lake University, a JD, and an MBA from New York University. Without any further comment, please, Maria and Theodore, the floor is yours. Welcome to the AMAFORE's annual event. Please, Maria.
Thank you, Alvaro. So yes, as Alvaro mentions, I run the global hedge fund, ETF, and Latin American sales teams here at Market Access. We are the global leader for fixed income electronic trading. And with that, we are uniquely positioned to experience firsthand technological industry trends. And we've seen an ever-changing market, especially in the last couple of years, where adoption of electronic trading solutions and the use of fixed income data has accelerated at a very fast pace around the world. We see the need for data and AI tools increasing, and the availability of data currently available to the markets has completely transformed, or is starting to completely transform, the fixed income market. Within the emerging markets, we've seen strong global adoption of electronic bond trading. And we categorize this as in the different regions, and the fastest growth regions are Asia and Latin America. In a way, we see this kind of getting up to speed to the trading speed of the US and Europe. And to give you an idea of the adoption globally, we've seen over 560 billion in US dollars traded electronically so far this year. So it's a large number. It's a large number comparing it to any other reference point. And within this, hard currency is fast-paced, but also local markets. And within our local markets, what we're seeing is globally, what's most actively traded is Mexico and Brazil, followed by South Africa, Poland, and other emerging market, local market currencies. We currently have 28 currencies, and we just added China and other frontier markets like Serbia, Egypt, and Hong Kong. And this is due to client demand to trade electronically these markets. So it's changing rapidly. And just to take you a little bit back in history as to how it got to this place, Market Access had a vision of creating tools that allowed investors to obtain liquidity and reduce trading costs electronically. And the other big piece to this was to prove best execution on every trade electronically. This has expanded into forming complete connections from front end to back end on the complete trade cycle. And now it has evolved into fully no-touch automated solutions. So we're seeing the transition, right, from trading by phone and on paper, all the way to at the click of a button, everything sort of flows electronically, and it's a complete trade from where the portfolio manager decided it would be an order all the way back to execution, order management system, and back to risk. So within that, we've also seen adoption of all-to-all of our all-to-all global network. And what this does, we call it open trading, and it's a tool that we've given to investors to be able to access liquidity, not only within their immediate liquidity providers, their banks and broker dealers, but to access liquidity from all around the world. To give you an example, if a Mexico City investor wants to buy Pemex bonds, and there's a seller out of Switzerland or out of Taiwan, this trade can be completed electronically, anonymously. They'll never know who's on either side, and they can gain that liquidity in seconds. So this adds incredible efficiency to the markets. It's a cutting edge technology that unites a network that currently it's over 1,800 fixed income investors. It's very powerful, and it was never more critical than during our most recent pandemic liquidity crisis during the pandemic. The most important source of liquidity that we saw in emerging markets was this all-to-all network. The other important development there that we observed, and again, I go back to the pandemic crisis because it's a meaningful event that brought significant market structural change to fixed income markets and to emerging markets. During that time, we saw ETFs being the most important signal of net asset valuation. As we would see ETFs trading, that would also translate into bond trading over our network and translate into liquidity via our all-to-all network. And then I'm referring obviously to fixed income ETFs and the fast pace and volumes that we saw there. So many different inputs are creating a different market structure, and the need for liquidity and technology is ever changing. The other thing that I would add is, with all this trading happening electronically, there's now a substantial amount of data that people can use, that investors can use to model their portfolios and to see pre-trade transparency, and also enables more automation into this market. And with that, I'll pass it on to Ted Dimig.
Hello, and thank you for having me today. My name is Ted Dimig, and I am responsible for a series of portfolio managers who run a variety of investment solutions for individuals, for pension plans, and for other wealth management platforms. And one of the key reasons technology is driving the evolution of asset and wealth management is the function and the byproduct of the fact that consumer preferences are changing. Today, when an individual is thinking about their retirement, when they're thinking about their future, when they're thinking about their investment experience, they're not going to compare an asset manager to another asset manager, a wealth manager to another wealth manager. They're going to compare them more and more to other consumer goods companies. Whether that consumer goods company enables them to order a taxi on their phone or order goods and services to be delivered to their apartment, this is the reality that our clients, our pensioners, and our prospective consumers of investment products are really going to compare us to. And as a result of that, the industry has needed to change. And it's my belief that because of those consumer trends, technology is going to move faster and faster to enable end consumers to get on-demand information about what they're invested in, how they're invested, and why different portfolio managers are making the decisions that they're making. Other things that are going to drive continued innovation through the acceleration of technology are things like mass personalization and customization. Individuals who are used to just consuming their investment products through the ownership of a mutual fund or an ETF now want something that's designed just for them, designed for their long-term goals, their personal interests, the exposures that they want. And all of this takes the form of something that I generally call investing beyond just a benchmark. Yes, the underlying mix of assets will ultimately matter, but being able to take that information that drive the consumer to enable better investment decisions is going to be essential for the delivery of investment products in the future. As a result of that, the way in which asset managers think about not only the hiring of people, but also the types of skills behind those people are going to matter more and more. When I first joined JP Morgan 20 years ago, the focus was on CFAs and MBAs, and that still is essential when it comes to insights and expertise when it comes to investing. But even more so today, I'm looking for individuals that know how to code and know how to program, with the lens being that that intersection of technology and fundamental insights will lead to much more differentiated investment results. From a business investment standpoint, yes, we will continue to invest in people, but the ongoing investment of all things technology will be essential for firms to be able to grow their global presence and to scale their investment solutions. And then finally, and I'm going to finish where I started, it's going to be more and more about the end client's experience. If you have a good product or a good solution, but you're not able to communicate to your clients in a way that they understand on their terms when they need that, the probability of success goes down significantly, not only from an asset management perspective, but from the probability of enabling your investment products to better meet your end client objectives. And so if you can use technology to expand the opportunity set, to personalize the investments and go beyond the benchmark, and also enable consumers to consume it in the way that they're used to consuming other goods, you are going to have a franchise built for the long run. So Alvaro, I'll pass it back to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ted and Maria, for sharing your knowledge and views about the technological future of investments. This has a great value for the conference and for all the attendees. Now, I will use the remaining minutes to ask you some questions and take advantage of your experience. Maria and Ted, please tell us, what are the main technologies used in the investment space that we must follow in the future?
And I'll take that first, Ted. So I think, as I mentioned before, we feel that open trading and all-to-all networks are starting to be such a critical injection of liquidity into the market. So that is very important. And without technology, you really just wouldn't be able to connect liquidity from all the different types of investors out there. So open trading would be a critical piece. RFQ has been here for several years. It's here to stay. It's obviously has evolved from what we used to know as RFQ into a very sophisticated RFQ these days. But it's here to stay, and it's one that it's the most normal way of trading, except now powered by technology. Along with RFQ, there's now protocols allowing for investors to request for market. There's auto execution solutions. There's auto responding solutions that allow you to tap into the all-to-all networks. There are now live executable market screens, and these have started to be out there for the most liquid part of the fixed income market, but soon there will be for emerging markets, and we think that will change also the landscape and the speed of execution for investments. API connectivity. I think, most people should be aware of their order management systems, but they should also be aware that they can connect directly to the different networks, to the different technology available out there. So I would say those are the relevance for now, and these will definitely evolve into tools.
I'll build on some of those comments, and I couldn't agree more, particularly with that last point of the importance of API connectivity. And just to illustrate what an API connection can enable a consumer to do, imagine the individual that still needed to send a letter by horseback ride. You handed it off to a postal worker, and they jumped on a horse, and imagine they had to take that to California. Conversely, think about the API as an email way of distributing data. End-to-end connectivity with a variety of sources that can lead to amazing efficiencies in execution and access to data. Other things that you've heard likely lots about, things like blockchain and the cloud, all I think are going to have an ever increasing impact on the way people invest and trade and manage their finances. But one of the things that I think is also going to be more and more important is this whole concept of what I call alternative data. So when you have APIs, when you have blockchain, when you have access to so much information, it's tougher and tougher to have a competitive edge just through fundamental research. Because everybody knows when Microsoft is going to report, and everybody knows what happens after Microsoft reports. But if you can have a different lens on things that may impact the economy, think about satellites looking at ports and volumes of imports and exports. Think about satellites looking at consumer parking lots. That available to different types of data in almost real time will be some of the things that more and more will have applications on the way people invest.
Thank you so much for both of you. Really interesting what you mentioned about APIs, blockchain, etc. It's really amazing. Maria, in your opinion, what is the future of automation of tools for trading and investment?
Thank you. And yeah, very much along the lines of what Ted mentioned, I think that the data, the access to data enables just an enormous amount of possibilities. Some things that we're doing and ongoing is putting things in the cloud for them to be readily available for anyone else connected to the cloud. So that gives you speed of analysis and access to an enormous amount of data in a very short period of time. So in the last couple of years, we've seen the evolution of, electronic trading with a pretty manual input go to low touch and no touch in fixed income. It's still very early days compared to what we're seeing in FX or equity markets and other more advanced and faster markets, but it's definitely in its way, and it's rapidly approaching the fast pace. To give you an example, algorithmic pricing just in one quarter brought 4.4 billion prices in just one quarter to our network. That liquidity and that number of prices, just imagine the number of data points that were generated and captured to create something bigger. And we'll talk about data, because what we've done with those prices and with every data source currently available is we've unified them into artificial intelligence, give our investors a predictive level of where bonds will trade next. And that automates, right, everything that Ted is talking about. That enables the investor to be fully equipped to make investment decisions with a vast amount of data. I think that what will be hard is, how do you consume all that data? How do you summarize it? How do you summarize it to complement your fundamental research? And I think that that's where investors should evolve, to be able to consume the data and pair it with their own analysis.
Thank you so much, Maria. I agree that data change everything. We are going to talk a little bit more about data in some minutes, but that now let's talk about machine learning. In your opinion, what machine learning will mean for asset managers?
When people hear terms like machine learning, they often look around to see if there's a robot coming after them. And I will say, not yet. but maybe eventually. When we think about the application of machine learning today, one of the most useful applications is when you're able to focus on tasks that are very repetitive. Think about trade reconciliation. Think about a variety of cash flow related analysis. Those types of things, you can use machine learning to do a bit more automation on a day-to-day basis, providing much greater scale to various businesses and enabling human employees to focus on higher value add, higher impact types of roles and jobs. The other thing I'll say specific to machine learning, and this was put forward by Maria as well, think of the concept of pattern recognition. Something that you see today, you might think has happened before. You may remember that this crisis was similar to another crisis, but you have to jog your memory. You have to think about what took place, and you have to think about what was the impact of the correlation to equities, to commodities, and so on and so forth. Well, by using machine learning, you can match fit today's crisis, today's environment to different patterns that took place in the past and potentially visualize those events. And that type of data visualization empowered by machine learning can enable portfolio managers to act quickly, to better jog their historical memory and potentially trade in a much more efficient way.
Thank you so much, Ted. This is amazing. We can learn from past events using machine learning, and of course, a powerful tool for the future, without a doubt. And Maria, let me change a little bit the topic, and I would like your opinion about how is implementation of new technologies in the investment industry reduce trading costs, improve liquidity, and create market turnover?
Sure. So as I mentioned quickly before, with the ability of aggregating liquidity and having pre-trade transparency, investors can now sort of see what their cost of trading will be. But with the access to liquidity, not only to their immediate liquidity providers, counter banks and broker dealers, they can also now access sort of a global network. In Q3, we saw something like 121 million in cost savings delivered to clients. And we measured this via TCA analysis, trade cost analysis, trade by trade per investor. So if we add it all up for our investors, this is what it delivered. And it goes back to just aggregating liquidity at the point of execution and delivering best execution, right? I think that also having the visibility as to what the transaction costs just gives investors just the ability to do more with it. So I think that those are the main ways that it does. I think that if you look outside of the investment and trade cycle, there's also significant efficiencies that are created for post-trade and pre-trade, more importantly to post-trade, where there's now best execution proof and compliance, and a compliance trail of everything that happened in the investment decision. And this is now all electronically recorded and available for more analysis and more improvement within the firms. So I think that those would be the ways.
Thank you so much, Maria. Really interesting. And let me go back to big data. Ted and Maria, I want to ask you another question related with big data. How has your technology and infrastructure evolved to keep up with big data? What is your approach to big data in emerging markets? And if you can focus in LATAM, that would be great. How do portfolio managers interact with models that are analyzing data and making recommendations. Can you please talk a little bit about these topics? Thank you.
Sure, and maybe I'll defer to Ted to start with that one.
Yes,
sure.
Ted, please start with that one, and then you, Maria. Thank you so much.
Sure. So I'd say there's a lot of parts to that question, but let me just start at the firm level. Technology is moving faster and faster. And in many instances, when you look across industry today, the dollars that they're spending is just to get them caught up on where technology was years ago. So that means firms need to spend more and more. And it's not just about machine learning or AI, it's cybersecurity, it's all different things that go into it. So when you look across the asset and wealth management business and industries, more and more capital is being allocated to invest directly into all things technology. The other thing that you're seeing more and more are dedicated parts of firms who are thinking about data. So we've got dedicated data science teams in almost all of our lines of business, and technologists that are not just in an office to make sure you can connect to Zoom on time, but the ones that are sitting side by side with the investment teams. Today, as a portfolio manager and CIO, not only do I have PMs sitting on multiple chairs, but I have a dedicated technology team that's helping us bring this information to life. One of the things that I think is going to be an ever increasingly and more prominent tool is something that we refer to as natural language processing. We've talked about the importance of data. Now today, data comes in many forms. It's not just an analyst report, but it could be a local newspaper printed in China. It could be a TV show that's hosted in Sao Paulo. And all of these data points are very, very difficult to translate and ascertain the specifics of it. So more and more today, we're using natural language processing to scour the data universe to find individual things that are relevant to the investments that we are making today. And it's my firm belief that when you think about the super investment solution of the future, it's not going to be all human powered or all machine powered, but it's going to be that connection of AI, machine learning, natural language processing that's enhanced by the fundamental insights of a portfolio manager that's going to give someone the edge. And so the more that firms can equal that balance between fundamental insights and technology, the better they are going to be to deliver to their end consumers. The other thing that I'll just say quickly as it pertains to what's going on in Latin America and how this type of advancement in technology can enable people to better interact with consumers is because of the ability to personalize and understand even more so the nuances. I envision a future state where individuals are not just going to be able to buy the ETF that's on the shelf, but they may be able to go onto their phone and get access to institutional quality wealth management via what's called a robo-advisor. They may be able to have thematics or environmental or social causes that are local in nature embodied within their portfolios. And all of those types of things would not be possible without all the advancements in technology that we've seen over the last few decades.
For sure, I agree. And I think you touched on an important point. I think data is very fragmented and you can get it from so many different sources. So one of the things that we've done and we've been improving is unifying as many sources as we can. So for example, for emerging markets, we are utilizing machine learning and artificial intelligence to combine all known data sources to a particular bond. And we combine all of those sources. Let's say, in the US, there's FINRA's Trace. In Europe, there's Trax, which is a European repository where trades happen and go into. And then we look at our own data trading points, right? And we unify all of is to create one single bond price that will give the investor the predictive level. We are calling it composite price plus, CP plus, which basically just gives them that where will this bond be trading next? And that is very powerful because now it allows the investor to, price an entire portfolio with predictive data as to where it will trade next. In addition to that, there's also liquidity measures that we have comprised in a similar fashion, with utilizing different factors as to what is the liquidity of a single bond, and then what is the liquidity of the entire portfolio, looking at all the different data points that we can analyze for the bond and for the portfolio. So we feel that this is giving investors a very important tool to summarize where they in making their investment decisions, and in picking one region versus another, or a bond versus another bond with better liquidity or better chances of trading. We have also something called tradability, which also gives prediction of how easy will that bond trade. Will that bond trade today or at the time of the trade? So the tools continue to evolve, and the infrastructure for automation continues to evolve, giving portfolio managers different tools to analyze their data and their models. So yeah, it's changing, and I think we're definitely utilizing as much of machine learning and AI to come up with tools for our investors.
And Maria, if I could just chime in, I think that illustrates the importance of portfolio management and the importance of the end-to-end perspective on an investment idea. Because I can imagine if I just use machine learning and AI to get a quicker insight on the potential direction of something that I buy and own, and imagine I still had to pick up a phone to trade that bond, and it could take me multiple minutes or hours to figure out what's out there and what's the bid ask, so on and so forth. By not only having technology empower better and quicker insights from an alpha standpoint, and pairing that on the execution side, altogether it leads to higher potential for better outcomes for the end consumer of investment products. So I think it's super important to look at that holistically.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for both of you. We are almost out of time, but I have a last question. We have discussed many technologies and its implications to the investments arena, but please, Ted and Maria, tell us, how could the Mexican pension funds start to incorporate these technologies and get ahead the future years?
So I'm happy to go first. Go ahead, Ted. I'm happy to go first on that one. One of the things that I would suggest is not only everything that we put forward specific to speed of execution, reduction in transaction costs, the different types of insights the asset managers that you work with can glean using AI and machine learning. But one of the things that I think over the long run, as a pensioner, making sure that the aggregate plans can take their personal journeys into account when solving for different investment options. Imagine you could get to a point in time in the future where there was almost a pension of one. The Ted Dimig retire at 57 with XYZ dollars in assets. Those types of insights can lead to greater personalization. And what we found time and time again is that if you personalize an investment, the possibility and the probability of the individual not only sticking with their investment, but also, where possible, adding to it or investing elsewhere goes up a lot. So using all of that stuff to make sure that the individual risks, insights, and outcomes are taken into account, as well as enhanced returns and lower costs, are all things that will benefit any pension plan.
Right. And I would say, it must be a little bit overwhelming to hear about all this new technology, the cloud, blockchain, systematic trading, algorithmic trading. It must be a little bit overwhelming if you are still to adopt certain technologies. So I would say to Mexican investors, adopting technology is not hard. It's actually easy. It does take, a few steps to evaluate, right, the efficiencies that it can bring, the reduction in costs. It might be as easy as downloading an application and seeing what prices are showing in that application, right? It takes changing behavior because we've done things in a certain way for many, many years, but there are better ways of doing it, or there are more efficient ways of doing it. So I think it does require an analysis of how does this benefit my business? How does this impact my investment strategy? And how can I just log into a platform and the prices that I see are going to improve my execution, are going to deliver the alpha that you're hoping to that you were designed to achieve, right? So it's not as hard as it seems. I think it's take it step by step. Start with looking at what technologies you could immediately adopt, whether it's for pricing or for trading or for analysis, and then start one at a time, implementing them, downloading applications, and then leave the technology to the technology experts. Is what I would say.
Thank you so much. We have a couple of minutes just to final remarks. I don't know. Ted and Maria, can you please give us final remarks from your side?
Sure. And I'm going to echo Maria's comments in this perspective. Change is hard. And technological advancement, particularly when it can impact day-to-day life, may be even harder. But the world is moving fast. And the ability to use technology to enhance everyday life is evident to everyone. But those same advancements should enable better long-run investment potential, lower impact from transaction costs, and the ability to get access to investments that look and feel more like you, the consumer, wants them to feel. So don't be afraid of change. It is happening, and make sure that you partner with firms that are also embracing that type of change.
I totally agree. So thank you for having me here. Mexico is starting to be a great partner for us. We've seen Mexico and Brazil being the fastest adopters of new technologies out of the LATAM region, and they are side by side with Asia. I think that it does take that change and that decision making to adopt technology, but don't hesitate to reach out to attempt the change and see what you can get from it, because the efficiencies and cost reduction is very significant, and it'll impact your investment portfolio directly. So we're here to stay, and we will see you next time.
Thank you so much, Maria and Ted, for sharing your experience and knowledge. It has been an honor to moderate this great panel with both of you. Thanks a lot, and have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great to see Ed and Alvaro. Bye-bye.
Pues nos quedamos sin palabras.
Con la boca abierta.
Y eso es muy difícil para nosotros, ¿no?
Es correcto, imagínate la cantidad de mentiras que digo y de pronto que me digan, ¿Por qué no hablas? No puedo, estoy impactado. Imagínate.
La cantidad de sus mentiras más la mía acumulada, la verdad es que más allá de nuestras mentiras y nuestra mitomanía profesional, es que sí tiene sentido que la forma en que se invierte el dinero, pues va a tener un impacto en el medio ambiente y uno se imagina que no, hay que meterle la lana.
Vamos
ahí,
a meter la plata ahí va a estar la plata, en el medio ambiente.
Prometido.
Prometido, hasta la distancia nada más, no te me acerques mucho.
Y yo quiero preguntarte, y que
¿Qué?
no mientas.
A ver.
¿Haces inversiones en el presente?
Bueno.
Ok,
sí,
ok.
pero no podría yo estar explayándome aquí porque podría quitarle protagonismo a los exponentes. No se trata de eso. Me podría echar un monólogo de 7 horas más o menos acerca de inversiones. Humildad. No lo voy a hacer. Tengo algunos conocidos que podrían también impartir algunas clases acá, pero para eso tenemos a grandes expertos que están dando cátedra. Aunque fíjate que sí me imagino que las inversiones van a tener un sentido más allá del enriquecimiento personal. El qué y cómo invertimos puede tener consecuencias en temas como la pobreza, la inclusión, el medio ambiente y otros diversos temas.
Coincido totalmente contigo que nuestro dinero cumpla, escuchen, con objetivos de bienestar en el planeta no es menor, ya es momento de que nos demos cuenta. Y antes de cederle la palabra a nuestro invitado de honor, quiero mencionar que él ganó nada más, el Premio Nobel de Economía en 2018 por explicar el crecimiento económico, pero incorporando el elemento de la generación de conocimiento y tecnología, o sea, la evolución de la tecnología y cómo tiene un impacto directo en el crecimiento de la economía. Eso entendí yo, no sé qué entendiste tú.
Yo más o menos te entendí, pero prefiero entender a Paul Romer porque él me va a explicar mejor lo que tú trataste de decirnos y que, verdad, no entendimos nada. Pero vamos a entender con Paul Romer, que es un dios, es un Premio Nobel de Economía de 2018, profesor de la Universidad de Nueva York, quien estará acompañado de Arturo Rodríguez, director general de AMAFORE Pro Futuro. Adelante.
Muy buenos días a todos. Me da muchísimo gusto saludarlos. Tengo el honor el día de hoy de conducir la entrevista de la presentación al profesor Paul Romer, quien nos va a honrar con una conferencia magistral sobre el futuro de la economía. Welcome, Professor Romer, to this conference. Thank you so much for being with us.
It's my pleasure.
El profesor Romer fue Premio Nobel de Economía en el 2018 por su trabajo en la teoría del crecimiento endógeno, execonomista en jefe del Banco Mundial. Es una autoridad en el mundo en el aprovechamiento de la tecnología y la innovación para impulsar el crecimiento a largo plazo. Es pionero de la teoría del crecimiento endógeno y el principal defensor de las ciudades autónomas. También es miembro senior del Instituto Marrón de Gestión Urbana, asesor de política económica COVID-19, ex economista en jefe y vicepresidente senior del Banco Mundial, catedrático de Economía y Derecho de la Universidad de Nueva York, NYU, y ha sido nombrado por la revista Time como uno de los 25 personas más influyentes de los Estados Unidos. El profesor Romer es un orador reconocido por la conexión entre regulación, innovación y crecimiento. Y en el clima actual de agitación económica, las organizaciones están encontrando un sentido de dirección y optimismo muy necesarios en los consejos prácticos e instructivos del profesor Romer. Paul Romer es un emprendedor político, asesora a líderes empresariales y gubernamentales de todo el mundo en diferentes sectores sobre formas de aprovechar la tecnología y la innovación para impulsar el crecimiento a largo plazo. Y tendremos la oportunidad de platicar esta mañana con el profesor Romer, a quien le damos la más cordial bienvenida a este encuentro digital AMAFORE 2021. Professor, welcome to our digital meeting to talk about the future of the economy, post-pandemic and beyond. Thank you for being with us.
Well, it's my pleasure to be here. This topic is, I think, the most important issue confronting every society, every nation on Earth. It's the choice between open or public forms of innovation and proprietary or private innovation. Success will require a mix of both, and it is innovation and discovery that generates growth and progress. But as we'll discuss today, getting the right mix is essential. That too much reliance on private innovation with not enough of the public innovation can lead to problems that we already see and that I think we need to correct. So let me tell a little bit of the story of my personal journey as an economist, starting back in the late 1970s. This was a time of great pessimism in the world. There was a sense that we were running out of scarce resources like oil. We were running out of land, and that we were facing the prospect of pervasive famine and food shortages. And my sense when I looked at history was that this pessimism was just entirely misplaced. Nothing about the historical record suggested that there was a logic or a basis for this pessimism. Now, economists had argued, along with many people who understood this intuitively, that because of scarcity, there were limits to growth. That as we had more and more people, we'd have less and less of something like land per person. And the sense was this must surely lead to decreases in the quality of life at some point. The issue that I brought into this discussion was that conclusion about scarcity came from a focus only on the economics of physical objects, which are scarce. But it neglected the economics of ideas, which are not scarce. And there are two senses in which ideas are not scarce. There are many, almost infinitely many ideas yet to be discovered. Moreover, when one person uses an idea, there's a kind of non-scarcity in the fact that another person can use the idea as well. That if it's a glass of liquid with a special medicine in it, one person can drink it, but not another. But if the idea is the formula for how to make that liquid that will have life-saving effects in terms of health, that formula can be used by everyone. So the economics of ideas are really profoundly optimistic, as I'll try and suggest. And the challenge for us is to take advantage of them by exploring ideas with the right mixture of public and private innovation. Jumping ahead, the way to think about innovation is that it creates new possibilities. And the thing to remember is those possibilities could be beneficial, but some things we discover could be harmful to society as a whole. It's also the case that some innovations will be profitable for someone to pursue in the market. Other innovations will not be profitable. And so the market-based incentives and firms may not pursue those kinds of innovations. Now, much of the analysis of growth and technology prior to my work assumed that all of the new possibilities came from public support for something like science. So that it was the government supporting researchers and universities and supporting scientific discoveries that produced new possibilities, because it wasn't profitable for firms to make those kinds of innovations. But what I pointed out is that an enormous amount of the real innovation that takes place in an economy comes from discoveries that firms make in the market. So as long as we created the right incentives for firms to innovate, we could rely on the power of the market to make new discoveries, not just on the power of the government or university professors to make discoveries. Now, because of this, I was optimistic, as I still am, about the potential for innovation, but I also became a little bit of a kind of a hero for firms in the private sector who were doing innovation, including the firms that emerged in say the 1990s based on the internet revolution. So let's fast forward from then till today. Here's a recent headline where now I've shifted from being perceived as the kind of the cheerleader for the tech sector into a pretty strong critic of the tech sector. And let me try and explain why, and why I'm calling for more government activism. One of the most important things that we have to remember is that new possibilities can be harmful as well as beneficial. And unfortunately, some types of private innovation will lead to harmful outcomes for society as a whole. So we need a role for the government, not just to do the support for public innovation in the upper left corner by supporting research and development and science and so forth, but we need a government which also stands ready to say to firms and the market sector, there's some things you cannot do because they will cause harm, and don't do that kind of innovation. Do the kind that actually produces benefits for society. And this is a very important role for government, but it takes a government which is strong enough to say no. And I think one of the challenges in the world today is that many governments may not be strong enough to stand up to pressure from firms who don't want to be told that you can't make a profit using something which is actually harmful to society. I'll come back and we'll talk about some examples that illustrate these types of innovation. So let's think about producing ideas more generally. A good example of public innovation is something that's referred to as oral rehydration therapy. It's a way to make a liquid in a glass, like I was describing before. It's a simple recipe for that liquid, which you can give to a child who's got a disease like cholera and save that child's life, because those children usually die of dehydration. We just need to rehydrate them. But if you give them just water, they get sicker. So you need to mix a little bit of minerals and salt into that water, so it's got the right balance for what we take into our bodies. But it also turns out to help put a little bit of sugar in that water, because when the stomach is upset, you absorb the liquid more effectively if there's a little bit of sugar in it. This was a recipe that was discovered by people, was really pioneered by people in Bangladesh. But what they showed was that if children are sick with cholera and these other diseases that cause them to have lose a lot of liquid, they used to be treated by taking them to hospitals and giving them intravenous fluids through a line that went into their veins. Now, all you had to do was mix up this liquid and give it to them, and anyone in their home could make the right kind of liquid and save a child's life. So this is a discovery, a recipe, an idea that has saved just millions and millions of lives since it was first uncovered in Bangladesh, tested there. It built on underlying science, but it was really people in the field who proved that this worked. And has now been shared and is used all over the world. Now, let's think about another type of innovation. When I was a child, I used to listen to music on my father's music system. He had an amplifier that was this big, heavy thing that had vacuum tubes in it. If any of you are old enough as I am to remember that, they would glow orange and they gave off heat. It used hundreds of watts of electricity to produce the signal for amplifying a record that we would play and listen to music. So fast forward to now. Now we have ways to listen to music that take hardly any electricity at all, that are portable, they can run on batteries, we carry them around in our pockets, and we can have music with us, high quality music with us anywhere we go. This is another way in which life is better. It's not just that more people are surviving childhood disease, but we can have the benefits of something like beautiful music that humans have created and have it when we want it, where we want it. This was a type of innovation that was led by the private sector, and is unlikely to have come out of government efforts or the efforts of professors in universities. So this illustrates the potential for benefits from both types of innovation. Another kind of pattern is one where the government innovation comes first and then the market builds on it. So the government in the United States created a system called GPS, the Global Positioning System, where they placed a number of satellites in orbit around the Earth. Then the market could take the signals from those satellites and create all kinds of mobile applications like maps, where they could tell you, here's where you are right now, and given the GPS signal you're getting on your mobile device, and then we'll show you a map about where you can go. So sometimes the government does indeed, or government and universities and science do indeed create a foundation, a platform, which the market sector can then build on. Take another example, which is probably less well understood. One of the most important pieces of software and most complicated pieces of software in our world is the operating system. That's the system that all other software uses to connect with the underlying machine of a computer. Windows is the last new privately supported operating system that the world has seen. Since then, Apple has innovated with its operating system called Mac OS or OS X. But Mac OS X was built on an open source operating system called BSD. Google introduced a new operating system called Android, which they now use on things like mobile phones. But Android was based on another open source operating system known as Linux that's also used on servers. So there's an open source community that built these very complicated software systems with really hundreds or thousands of people who contributed effort to create something that no group, even no firm could produce these days. But those open operating systems that could be copied and used by any firms were the foundation for innovation at both Apple and at Google. So the government needs to support not just the people in the universities, not just the medical researchers, but even this much broader open source community that contributes to open knowledge that everyone can share and everyone can use. To give you another kind of example, the chemistry of the science of chemistry that was developed in universities over centuries let firms produce chemical compounds like CFCs, chlorofluorocarbons, which were sold by for-profit firms and seem to have many beneficial properties. We use them as the refrigerant, the gas inside a refrigerator to make the refrigerator work. We could use them as kind of fire extinguishers in confined spaces like a submarine because they weren't toxic to humans if people were exposed to them. They really seemed like very beneficial chemicals. But then in the 1970s, scientists discovered that those CFCs were destroying the ozone layer, which is the outer layer of the atmosphere that protects the Earth from the harmful ultraviolet rays that would otherwise hit the surface of the Earth and expose us all to dangerous radiation. So the government in the United States, under the Reagan administration, made the decision to ban the sale and production of CFCs. The firms didn't like it. They said that, this would be a disaster. It would destroy the economy. There was all kinds of doom and gloom. But when the government said you cannot produce those anymore, the industry innovated and came up with other kinds of gases we could use to make refrigerators work. So that was a case where the government said no, and the market adjusted and shifted from a harmful type of innovation to a beneficial type. Moreover, in that episode, the United States took the lead in negotiating a treaty with all the countries of the world where they all agreed to ban the sale and production of CFCs because CFCs anywhere in the world could harm the ozone layer anywhere in the world. And so this was a case where not only was were individual governments ready to act to stop something that was harmful, but they were ready to act together through treaties to do something that was good for all of mankind. Now, let me give another illustration. Wikipedia is an example of open production of knowledge, a little bit like open source. Many volunteers contribute to creating this website, whose goal is to have all of the knowledge that humans have accumulated available on the internet for free for anyone on Earth. It's really a mission that's devoted to encouraging the sharing of ideas and the benefits associated with the sharing of ideas that I mentioned before. I think Wikipedia is the most important product of the entire internet revolution. And I think it's a remarkable illustration of how people all over the world can contribute to produce something that benefits everyone. And the big question facing us now is what to do about some very important new types of innovation, in particular, artificial intelligence or machine learning. Is this something where we should rely on the proprietary market system to lead innovation so that Google or Facebook or Amazon or Apple control all of the insights and extract most of the benefits that this type of innovation could yield? Or should we instead force the knowledge and the discoveries and the benefits from artificial intelligence, force those out into the public sector where everybody can benefit from them, and everybody who's exploring, looking for new ideas can build on the old ones? As you can probably tell from my tone, I'm a big proponent of creating incentives in the market to force more of the innovation about artificial intelligence to take place on this open side. And if the firms say, well, if you do that, we won't do the innovation. You know, if you pass that regulation or you establish that kind of rule, we'll just stop innovating. But that's okay. We can innovate in universities. We can innovate through mechanisms like open source. We can innovate through mechanisms like Wikipedia. And I think this type of innovation available to everyone will be more equitable and will be more subject to public control and protect us from some harms that I think the private firms could expose us to if they have too much power over what we see, what we read, what we do. Now, let me go back and just kind of give you the usual catalog of the types of social harm that can come from innovation. One well-known familiar type is pollution, and the story of the CFCs and protecting the ozone layers, a story of successful government action to limit a very harmful type of pollution. Many countries have done a good job of limiting local pollution, the particulates, the soot, the smog in a local area. But of course, the big challenge that we haven't yet grappled with is limiting the pollution of carbon dioxide from burning fossil fuels. I'm certain that this will turn out to be like the case of the CFCs. Everybody is saying right now that progress will come to a halt, quality of life can't be sustained, we all have to go back to living in caves, if we give up fossil fuels. I think this will turn out to be just like CFCs. Once we say we can't get energy in that way, we've got to get it another way, the market will innovate, will come up with other solutions. We'll just shift, innovation will continue, but it will shift from a kind which right now is very harmful to a kind which is beneficial. And all that we're waiting on is for governments to take the kind of action that the US government took in the 1980s on the CFCs. Another type of social harm is financial innovation. Firms can come up with new ways to borrow and lend, new securities to sell, new financial arrangements to enter into. And these can produce, as we've seen, financial instability. Mexico suffered very grievously from financial harms associated with innovation, a type of innovation in its financial sector was dominated by big banks. The United States suffered grievous harm and imposed grievous harm on all countries in the world with the financial crisis of 2007, 2008. And we imposed that harm on ourselves and the world because we didn't have a government that was ready to say no to financial firms. You cannot engage in that kind of financial innovation because it's going to expose everyone to the risk of a liquidity crisis, of a kind of a modern version of a bank run. And this can cause so much harm that we're going to put some limits on what you in the financial sector do. There's obvious threats to health and safety. The pandemic has demonstrated this very clearly to us, and governments need to be able to act to protect public health. Monopoly can be another problem. If a single firm ends up with too much control, it can stifle the potential for innovation by other firms, and it can even end up threatening the political system in a country if those monopolies become too strong. So we need to recognize that big is bad. Many lawyers have been saying for years, oh, big isn't bad if the firm is more efficient. Big is inherently bad, intrinsically bad, if a company becomes so big that its owners can threaten the entire political system and can threaten to move outside of the ability of the government to control what that firm does. So we need to have governments that can respond to these kinds of social harm. For pollution, there's traditional regulation and things like a carbon tax. Carbon tax could motivate innovation in the private sector, but without dictating what the solution is. I think that would be a very good kind of measure to adopt. It was the one recommended by my co-recipient of the Nobel Prize, Bill Nordhaus. In health and safety, we have many forms of traditional regulation. And in the wake of the pandemic, I think people are going to ask whether we need to enhance some of those capacities at the level of the government. In the financial market, I think we face some very serious risks right now with new cyber currencies. And I think it's worth thinking about new financial entities. It's possible that there's a benefit associated with a blockchain-based transaction system, but it might be better if that were something that were offered and controlled by a nonprofit, perhaps even a government, maybe by a coalition of people who are not motivated by profit, like the coalition that develops Wikipedia. I think the pursuit of cyber currencies purely for profit is exposing us to the risk of a really very dangerous financial bubble and another collapse, another round of a kind of a global financial panic that's like a global bank run and liquidity crisis. On monopoly, governments can do what they call merger review to put stronger limits on takeovers. When big existing firms take over the new entrants, they should put that kind of merger review in place. But I don't think it's realistic in today's world to think that governments are going to be able to break up some of the giants that have emerged. And so I think we need to think a little bit more carefully about what measures we could use to limit the power of those giants. Finally, I think the internet advertising turns out to be a very dangerous and potentially very harmful model of business, a business model, and especially when advertising is used to influence political campaigns. So I think at a minimum, governments should be thinking about starting to force companies that do online advertising, that do targeted advertising, that show different ads to different people. I think we should have governments that force those companies to disclose all of the ads that they're showing and to give us information about who's seeing what types of advertisements. Now, let me just elaborate a little bit on this advertising model, which is really driving the whole internet sector at the moment. Google started out offering a service. We'll search the internet for you. It was a very valuable service. But now Google search is missing all of the elements that are usually present in a market transaction. Typically, a buyer pays for a service. The seller provides the service. And then the buyer, if you don't like the service you're getting from Google, you've got a chance to go somewhere else. Well, right now, I don't pay anything to use Google search, but Google delivers a service that I don't like. It's littered with ads They boost up links to proprietary paid opportunities that aren't the ones that I'm looking for. If I search for just the website for a hotel, I get dozens of things that aren't what I want. But I can't take my business anywhere else. I can't go to a better search alternative because Google is really the dominant player here. So and what this allows is the potential for a kind of a manipulation by a firm like Google that watches what someone like me searches for and then selects specific kinds of things to show me. And it creates the potential that Google can control what I read, what I see, what I hear, what I think, what I do. And this, I think, is a really very dangerous power for any privately controlled entity to have. Google is not alone. Facebook is the other huge participant in this market. Now, I think the measure that every jurisdiction should think about, and I think Mexico should think about it, I think every country in Latin America, is a proposal where they set a tax on the revenue that firms like Google and Facebook are collecting from companies in your country to show ads to your citizens. Every jurisdiction can set its own tax rate, and there's no race to the bottom here, because if Google wants to sell ads to citizens of Mexico, it can't shift to another country and show those ads someplace else. Just tax the revenue that they collect the revenue collect for showing ads to citizens of a given country, and make this a progressive tax so that it's a much higher tax rate on these giants that have taken over this industry, and make it a high enough tax rate so firms have an incentive to shift away from this dangerous advertising model to a healthier kind of model where I would pay a subscription, maybe $5 a month to get the search services of the internet that Google could offer me. But my deal would be I'd pay that $5 a month, but I'm not going to pay it if Google is trying to trick me and get me to click on links for people who paid to have those links put there. Just to give you an idea of what this is like, what this could be like, this is my suggestion about a tax rate that a firm should face. I'm sorry, you can't read the bottom axis here, but these are tens of billions of dollars, 10, 20, 30, 40 billion dollars of ad revenue per year in the United States. And I think a firm that is, say, out here getting $50 billion a year in ad revenue should be facing something like a 30% tax on its advertising revenue. Google and Facebook are the two companies that collect that much advertising revenue in the United States right now. And under this tax system, they'd pay, $15, $20 billion a year in tax. If you want to think about what that tax revenue would be for another country, take roughly the ratio of GDP in the United States to GDP in that country, total GDP, and then scale these numbers for Google and Facebook in terms of what they collect on US GDP, scale them to get an estimate of what they collect on advertising revenue in other countries. The revenue amounts that this kind of tax could generate could be quite substantial. And then under this progressive tax, Amazon and Microsoft in the United States, at least, would pay a little bit of tax. But beyond that, all the other firms would pay nothing. They would be below the threshold where the tax rate becomes positive. So you could still have lots of new entrants experimenting with ads if they want to, but we don't let these tech giants dominate this market. So let me try and close off my part of the session, and then we'll turn to Q&A. I think that going forward, there will be many more opportunities for cooperation between the people in a nation, but between nations. I think there will be less threat of war because nations now understand that there's little value that comes from capturing land or capturing factories. All the value in the modern economy is in people and ideas. And all nations can contribute to science and discovery, and all nations can share their ideas citizens in science or citizens who contribute to Wikipedia can work together even across international boundaries to produce something which is truly beneficial for everyone. And we need to look for more chances for that kind of cooperation. And I think the challenges facing all nations are actually very similar. It's not just the challenges facing the United States, say, versus Mexico, where I think the United States could learn from the actually very important innovation in the government regulation of the pension system in Mexico, one that leaves more of a role for the private sector to do a kind of healthy form of finance. So countries can learn from each other, but also even the United States and China, I think, are more similar than they realize. They both face threats right now from firms that could become so powerful that they overturn political stability in each nation. Right now, China is actually doing a better job of asserting some control over its largest firms, and especially limiting their ability to go into dangerous forms of financial innovation. And I think the United States and other countries in the West should learn from China's appropriate decision to limit the risks these big firms expose us to. And I think there will be many more chances for us to think about ways to cooperate, including, for example, this idea of letting each nation put its own tax on advertising to try and raise some revenue, but mainly to try and shift firms like Google and Facebook out of this very dangerous, harmful business model of targeted advertising and into the much more, safe and traditional model where you charge a fee or a subscription for a service, the kind of system that Netflix uses or many other online firms have successfully used. And just to reiterate the point from the beginning, new ideas are the key to progress. We have to have innovation if we want everyone in the future to have a chance at being better off. All of our children have a chance to be better off than we were collectively. And we need to remember there are many ways to produce and distribute and share ideas. So progress will be possible, but only if a nation has both an innovative market economy that can do its innovation, but a market economy which operates under the kind of system that, for example, the pension firms in Mexico operate under, where the government has set the frame for the market, determined the playing field, and that lets the firms compete in a way that turns out to be beneficial. And that means that we need to have a government that is strong enough to say no to harmful forms of pollution, no even to forms of business models like advertising, which I think could corrupt free speech, corrupt our political systems, undermine our news businesses, and really do great harm to our societies. But all of that said, I still think there are many reasons to be optimistic, and I hope you will all, share that optimism, but help each nation work towards a government that is strong enough to say no, and then to let the market innovation take place when it offers the kinds of benefits that can be shared by everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Romer, for your lecture. And I agree, there are too many reasons to be optimistic. I believe we are living a fascinating and disruptive moment in the history of human being. And I would like to pass to the Q&A session. Not before I want to ask the audience if you want to make questions. Please feel free to send it through the chat. Estaremos muy entusiasmados de escuchar sus preguntas para poder atenderlas con mucho gusto durante la sesión de preguntas y respuestas. But just to start, Professor, how
by the way, I'm always the person who has like the innovative technology, and then sometimes it turns out to give me trouble. I'm trying to turn off my sharing so you can see me. And let me see if I can get that to work.
No problem.
Let's see. This is a new technology for me.
Not a problem. We can wait for you.
Well, let's see. Okay, that looks a little bit better. One more try.
I think we can.
Okay, if you can see me, okay, we'll
we
go
don't
ahead.
see your slides, so we can continue with the Q&A session.
Okay.
And the tech support guys will help us. Okay.
Yeah, if they can turn off the screen share from their end, that'd be great. And
they have done.
but please go ahead with your questions.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much for that. So I would like to ask you, how can technology, you talk about AI and a lot of new disruptive technology. So how can you envision technology and innovation can promote long-term growth for the benefit of people?
Yeah. I think there are just so many possibilities here. For example, one of the most important activities that we engage in as a nation or as a society is educating our children. It's also one of the most important things we do as parents or as adults. It's possible that something like machine learning and artificial intelligence could help the human parent, could help the human teacher learn better ways to customize the instruction we provide to each student. So we might find ways to do a much better job at educating young people if we used machine learning to explore all the different possibilities and enhance the ones that are working well. We can use machine learning to scan quickly for new compounds that might have important pharmaceutical benefits. There are many things that could come of the right form of innovation, but we should not assume that we'll get the most benefits if it's controlled by a particular company. In fact, in the case of oral rehydration therapy, we get enormous benefits all over the world just by publishing the idea and teaching every family how to follow this recipe without having anybody collecting a profit from this idea. So I think we need to look for more opportunities to take innovation in a direction that improves the quality of life for everyone, and especially improves the quality of life for people who right now feel like they're being left behind. One of the most unfortunate parts about for-profit innovation is that it's leading to more and more concentration of wealth in the hands of a very few people. Too many people are not getting real benefits from progress. A very few are capturing much too large a share of it. So I think if we steer in the direction of more open innovation, like Wikipedia, like open source, like science, I think we'll get the benefits innovation can offer, but we can share them more equally.
Thank you so much, Professor Romer, for that. I have another question for you. In your presentation, you mentioned that innovation was a result of forces, of public and private institutions. And how does this affect that knowledge also has a peculiar nature, which is a mixture of a public good and private good?
Yeah.
How does this affect competition in a market? And for ideas, for knowledge, for innovation. Yep. What do you think about it?
Yep. So, the economics of scarce objects like land persuaded economists that private ownership is a good thing. If there's a piece of land that's being too heavily grazed because everyone is sharing it, like too many animals are on it, it's losing its capacity to regenerate the pasture. Then if you had a private owner of that pasture, the private owner would have an incentive to limit the grazing to protect the pasture today so that it's still productive tomorrow. So for scarce objects, private property and then individual decisions turned out to lead to good outcomes. One of the interesting part of this, the difference of ideas from objects, is that simple insight no longer applies. Sometimes giving a property right, like a patent right or a copyright over an idea, it has some benefits, but not always. And sometimes it's better to have it be like the oral rehydration therapy, where there's no property rights, no ownership, no control, everyone gets the benefits. The balance we're trying to achieve is to get lots of discovery, and ownership and profit can motivate discovery, but we also want lots of use, and ownership and control often limits use of ideas. So where there's no conflict of those two goals in the realm of objects, there is a conflict in the realm of ideas. And this is just a warning to us that different situations will call for different solutions. Sometimes the market, sometimes profit, sometimes property rights are good things to encourage some types of innovation, but not always. And we need to be ready to come up with other systems for innovating, subsidize the universities, subsidize the open source community, subsidize Wikipedia, develop nonprofits that can pursue certain kinds of innovation. We need to keep an open mind about what the government can do. And one of the most important forms of innovation by the government is over the arrangements that it uses to encourage innovation by many different types of entities.
Okay. I would like to elaborate, to continue elaborating on innovation. And from our standpoint as portfolio managers or pension fund managers, I think we can play a role promoting innovation, as well as the companies. So I would like to ask you, what kind of actions or guidelines do you recommend for us as an investors and the companies to promote innovation as a culture?
Yeah. Well, let me mention one specific that may be a little bit narrow, but I think it's worth considering. Some industries have managed to come together and to support research which will benefit all the firms in the industry. So if you have, for example, shares in all the electric companies, you don't necessarily want to have one company turn out to be the monopolist, because the gains you get at that company would be offset by losses at the other companies. What you want is all the firms in the industry to benefit. And one way that this happens is, for example, the electric companies in the United States created something called the Electric Power Research Institute, where it did research that was directly beneficial to its member firms. The cable company, companies in the United States developed something similar called Cable Labs that worked on innovation that would be beneficial to the cable firms, and that the member companies all contributed to. I think governments, but also large investors, could encourage these kinds of activities which use a kind of a new organization, the industry-focused research organization, which does things which are beneficial for the entire industry, and then that you as investors can receive benefits from. And that could be based on, say, contributions that are encouraged by all firms in the industry. It might even be a system where if enough firms in the industry support it, there's a small tax on all of their revenue or sales or income that is then contributed to this, this kind of entity which helps the whole industry. In the United States, we actually have organizations like that, which, for example, collect a tax on all the farmers who produce raisins. And then this raisin board will promote innovation in the use of grapes and raisins, or advertising to promote the consumption of raisins. But that industry group is funded by a small tax that all producers of raisins have to pay. So I think that the pension fund investors could be an important force pushing for innovation that helps all the firms in an industry, rather than a winner-take-all contest where a single firm benefits. Now, that's not the same as asking for innovation for the whole society, But as long as we have innovation that keeps a whole industry healthy with many firms, we'd be in a much better position than we are now, where some firms are just taking over entire industries.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for that. Let me move to another topic. You have worked on a theory of growth, right, to create wealth. Can you elaborate about that theory and how improve that the governance, create more opportunities to develop social infrastructure and a better life quality for people, please?
Yep. Well, the real insight when you boil it all down of this theory is the difference between ideas and objects. And the first implication that I emphasized and others noted was the optimism that comes from the possibility of discovering more and more things that could make life better. And related to that were some insights about ways the government could encourage this, either directly by the traditional mechanisms of supporting science, but indirectly by encouraging market-based innovation. Those were in some sense, the obvious implications of understanding ideas. But the more subtle one is the fact that when we have more people around, more people on Earth, more people in other economies, it turns out that the economics of ideas tells us that that's a good thing for us. If there are many more people on the planet, that means there will be less land per person. So that sounds a little scary. But there will also be many more people who might come up with discoveries about how to get, say, more food from each square meter of land. So the fact that there are more people means more discoveries will be made if we encourage everyone to participate in those discoveries. And then if we have mechanisms like science or Wikipedia or international trade that make sure that the discoveries in one place get transmitted and used all over the world, then we actually realize benefits from the presence of other people. And I think this is really the most powerful basis for optimism as we look into the future, that instead of seeing foreigners as them in a mindset of us versus them, if they benefit, if they get something good, then we will suffer, that there's a zero-sum contest between us and them. The economics ideas really means that the whole world we can think of as us, and we can all benefit from the presence of others. And this will lead to more innovation, more progress, but I think it will even make us better people, because we won't retreat so often into this kind of angry, hostile, aggressive mode of us versus them, and we'll kind of learn to live in a more benevolent way that makes us feel better, as well as gives us more material goods. So this is the real prospect that the economics ideas holds out for us, is that there's a kind of progress that means not just we have more, but it's about progress in who we are. We can really become better people.
I totally agree that the relevance of focus on being better persons is key for the development of the humanity. Absolutely. And I would like to ask you, I know that you have done several experiments to reduce poverty. And can you share with us some of the outcomes of that and some thoughts? How can we take those ideas?
Yep. So when I speak, I like to be clear about when I'm conveying something which is the consensus view in economics, as opposed to when I'm conveying something which is a little bit more my personal view. The consensus view in economics, unfortunately, I think, is heading towards this sense that one way to alleviate poverty is just to give people transfers of income. So you make cash payments to people. And it's correct that if you give income to someone, that generally improves their quality of life. So there's a kind of a sense in which economics is headed in that direction. But I think this is missing something really profoundly important. I think the way to help everyone is to make sure that everyone has a job, so that instead of just giving people income, you make sure that they have a way to do a job where they contribute to society. So I think we should remind ourselves that everybody can contribute in their own way, and everybody should contribute in every nation. So instead of just giving cash transfers, I, for example, would recommend that we, for example, make subsidies for wages for low-wage workers. The returns for somebody who doesn't have very much skill when they take their first job are not very high. But if we want them to take jobs, we might offer them subsidies where the government pays, half the wage of an entry-level worker, where the firm is paying a very modest amount. But then what happens is when people work on jobs, they acquire human capital, just as they learn human capital in school. So they start out in a job where they aren't that productive, but they acquire more skill, and over their lifetimes, they become much more productive. So I would like to work towards a future where everyone does something that gives meaning and purpose to their lives, and which lets them contribute to the well-being of society as a whole, and which gives dignity to that kind of work on the part of everyone. And then we have to be a little bit careful about defining what we mean by a job. There may be a kind of volunteer effort that we recognize as a job, like contributing to open source or Wikipedia. So we need to kind of think about how to recognize that, and raising children is a job. That may be something we want to reward women for, if that's what a woman decides to do. So there'll be some details to work out, but my message is, think about encouraging work and jobs and the purpose and meaning that comes from using that as the organizing principle in a life, and avoid this idea of just giving people transfers, because unfortunately, giving people transfers is a little bit of a way to give up on them, to just say, oh, they'll never produce anything. Let's just, put them out to pasture and give them some money to live on, but forget about them as contributing to society. That's a very elitist and very ugly kind of mindset. And we really need to keep reminding ourselves that everybody can contribute something. We need to encourage everybody to contribute something and to become better, more skilled, more responsive to others, more social as a result of those contributions that they make. So I'm not sure I've persuaded all economists to think this way, think about wage subsidies instead of transfers, but I'm hoping we'll get there.
Well, pretty interesting, your point of view and approach to solve poverty. Thank you so much for that, to share with us your thoughts. I think we have room for one last question. And I will, if you can elaborate about what are the macro tendencies for the future that you see and how to take advantage of them?
Yeah. So the governments have learned a lot about how to help an economy escape from a recession and keep it from turning into a depression like we saw during the 1930s in the United States. One of the most important and powerful ways to do that is through the mechanism of the central bank. And central banks are examples of government organizations that have gotten stronger over time and have learned to say no sometimes when something is going wrong in an economy. But one of the problems of relying on central banks that mainly cut interest rates to help us recover from a recession is that many of the benefits from interest rate cuts go to people who are the most wealthy. So we've got a form of reliance on monetary policy for recovery from recessions that tends to bias things in favor of the wealthy, and also leaves us exposed to the risk of these kind of asset bubbles and financial instability. So I think one of the most important forms of government intervention and innovation right now is to come up with systems of counter-cyclical stimulus, ways to help an economy recover that don't rely just on low interest rates, but rely on more direct intervention. And you won't be surprised to learn that I think the kind of direct intervention that could be helpful is much more aggressive subsidies for people to get back to work during a recession. So I think this could help us avoid this kind of counter-cyclical policy that creates asset bubbles, and also this tendency to favor the financial system rather than to favor workers. So we need subsidies to work that can operate counter-cyclically and help us recover quickly from a situation where many people are out of work.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. It has been an honor talking to you, Professor Romer. On behalf of AMAFORE and all the audience that has followed this digital encounter, thank you so much for being with us, and hopefully next time we can meet you in person in Mexico. We'll be lovely to have you here.
I'd love to do that. Let's hope the world can get control of this pandemic, and it'll be wonderful to meet again in person.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Natalia, sigo atónito, perplejo, sí, de haber escuchado a un premio Nobel. Estuvo increíble su plática. Es un tipo extraordinario y aparte, pues bueno, es una mente extremadamente brillante.
Así estamos tomando unas selfies aquí a cámara para que nos crean nuestra familia que pudimos convivir con semejante benemérito. Y la verdad es que sí somos afortunados. Oye, pero además veo que hay un nuevo reconocimiento de cómo funcionan nuestras mentes, ¿no? En nuestras emociones, en relación al ahorro, también a las inversiones. Y me dicen que esto es lo que llaman economía del comportamiento.
Parece que estás, no lo puedo asegurar, pero parece que estás en lo correcto, mi Natalia. El buen Trino lo explica de maravilla y da recomendaciones para modificar los comportamientos y mejorar nuestras finanzas. Así que después de esto nos vamos, en este caso no vamos a poner ningún tipo de pretexto para ser mejores ahorradores. Y les hablo a todos los que nos acompañan hoy, hay que ahorrar para el futuro. Es que la gente dice, ¿y por qué? ¿Por qué? Pues mejor me lo gasto ahorita. No, hay que ahorrar. ¿Cómo? ¿De qué se trata? Y el futuro de tus hijos y de tus nietos, y cuando te quieras jubilar y echarte una chela, no, pues no va a haber plata. Hay que ahorrar para el futuro. No hay que gastarse todo como Natalia, que trata de gastarse todo. ¿Qué le va a dejar a sus hijos, Natalia? Por favor, pon atención.
No, por eso vine, justo porque era una preocupación familiar. Me mandaron, Cristian, y entonces mientras tú y yo seguimos descifrando el tema de la economía del comportamiento, vámonos con nuestro siguiente segmento, ¿te parece?
Sí, vamos.
Nuestro siguiente segmento es sin duda algo que nos va a dejar boquiabierto, atónito, como estaba.
No me
Cristian
digas, ¿otra vez?
Otra vez, y fíjate que eso es muy importante. Siguiendo con las tendencias, vamos a ver algunas, como el hecho de que ya casi nadie usa efectivo. ¿Te has fijado que ya los monederos, las carteras?
Claro, Natalia, por supuesto que me he fijado que cada día la gente porta menos dinero, alguna monedita, ¿no? Por supuesto, hay que pagar el camión, algún taxi, algún transporte público. Ahí es donde más se usan las monedas y el dinero, pero generalmente ya en muchos comercios directamente es con el celular, con tarjetas y se está acabando en ese aspecto. Pero bueno, antes de ceder la palabra, recuerden que mañana seguiremos con más actividad de nuestro laboratorio para el futuro. Comenzamos a partir de las 8:45 de la mañana. Te despiertas, Natalia, no te vamos a estar esperando.
No te
Por
preocupes.
lo pronto, si te parece, vamos con el segundo panel titulado, escucha bien,
Sí, señor.
Tendencias macroeconómicas y el futuro de las inversiones, integrado por Sebastian Schild, responsable de mandatos pasivos para Europa y Asia Pacífico en DWS.
Ahí nomás, también va a estar José Sosa, socio en Lexington Partners.
Y Azawari Sate, economista en Vanguard.
Y Edgar Díaz, vocal ejecutivo de Afore Pensión ISSSTE, como moderador, porque dijeron, pongan a alguien serio para hacer esa tarea.
Es correcto.
Well, good afternoon. Welcome everybody to this macroeconomic trends and the future of investment panel that is organized by the Association of Pension Funds Administrators in Mexico. My name is Edgar Diaz. I'm the CEO of Pensioniste, which is the only public pension funds in Mexico. I would like to thank you for being here, and I will introduce you to our three panelists that are going to be with us today. First, we have Azawari Sadeh. She's an economist from Vanguard Strategic Investment Strategic Group. She has an interest in research about trends in emerging and labor markets. She's also interested in monetary and fiscal policy, and she also likes to know about the effects that technology has on the world economy, among other topics. Before Azawari joined Vanguard, she was an assistant process manager at eClerx. She graduated in economics from Symbiosis International University, has a master's degree in financial economics from GIPE Institute in India, and a master in economics from the University of Wisconsin-Madison. Joining us also is Jose Maria Sosa del Valle from Lexington Partners. He leads the firm's activity throughout the Latin American region and is responsible for managing the Santiago, Chile office. He is primarily involved in the generation and evolution of non-US private equity secondary buyouts, the generation and evaluation of direct co-investment opportunities in Latin America and in the region. Prior to joining Lexington in 2008, Jose worked as a Goldman Sachs investment bank as an associate, and he graduated from the Instituto Tecnológico de Buenos Aires and holds an MSc in Industry Engineering and an MBA from Columbia University Graduate School of Business. Also joining us today is Sebastian Schiller. He works at Asian Pacific at WS, is responsible for building passive investment solutions for and with asset owners. His expertise ranges from traditional and smart beta to ESG integration and passive portfolios. He joined the team in 2009 with a background in banking, consulting, and asset management. Holds a Master of Science from the Frankfurt School of Finance and a management certified in the EFFAS, and is also certified as an ESG analyst. Welcome you today to this panel. I would like to start just by saying something to open the conversation with you. The world economy has been living some difficulties, as you know. The pandemic hasn't ended, but all around the world, the vaccination process has given us, to all of us, some good news, and the economy is recovering, maybe not in the same way in all the countries, but we are seeing a recovery in the world. Also, I think that some of the policies that we need to choose now to improve the global economy, we are facing a multidimensional challenge. I think slow employment growth, rising inflation, that now seems to me more permanent than transitory that some of us have thought before, and food security and climate change are the main challenges that we are facing today. And in that sense, I think that as we are rebuilding our economy following the COVID crisis, I believe pension funds could play a significant role in stimulating new industries and in funding much needed long-term investments in infrastructure, housing, new technologies, and also helping address climate change. In that sense, what will be the future of investments and the role of pension funds that you are expecting for the world economy to see in the near future, but also in the longer term, let's say 30 years from now? So I don't know who wants to start. So I think we can start with Azawari.
Thanks, Edgar. Thank you for having me here today, and thank you for the generous introduction. Looking forward to some of the discussion with our esteemed co-panelists as well. As you mentioned earlier, some of these topics are top of mind for us, and as a member of the investment strategy group, I think we are uniquely placed to discuss this in the call here. Just to give everyone a brief background of what the team does, we essentially are a team of global economists and investment and portfolio strategists. We work to provide research-based thought leadership on various economic and investment topics externally, and we also work internally with our portfolio managers to talk about, what is it that's going to drive the economic and monetary policy? What are some of the other factors that could have an impact on some of the day-to-day portfolio decisions that the team makes? And we also interact externally with our clients in various formats, be it one-on-one client interactions or through some of our research publications, through white papers, through journal publications, and trying to bring out the vanguard's voice in the industry. And so to talk about, how I'll be contributing to the call, it would be, as an economist, structured more about macro trends and touch upon how that impacts retirement savings going ahead. We have certainly seen turbulent years, a couple of years in the past, and that is going to form a lot of the impacts we see over the next year. Certainly, we are seeing a change in the way that health outcomes are driving the conversation, but we think that macro policy and the changes we see over the next year would be key in economic growth, both across developed markets and emerging markets. One thing that's top of mind is definitely inflation. And I will be talking to you on this call about inflation and how we see that driving some of these macro policy decisions, whether it accelerates them over the next year. That's something that we are paying close attention to. Another thing that we have seen globally is this supply shock, the likes of which we have not seen outside of world wars. And that certainly has shifted the dynamics around supply chains, about some of the mega trends that we have seen, especially around globalization. So I'll talk a little bit about some of the recent research that the team has brought together about globalization. What do we see the trends there, and what is the impact on investors in general? So that was a brief introduction from my end. Edgar, passing it back to you.
Thank you, Sawari. Now, Jose Maria, could you give us your statement?
Sure. Very nice to see you all. Thank you for the invitation. Edgar, thank you for leading this panel. Lexington Partner is a global private equity firm with more than 25 years of experience. We manage circa $60 billion of capital, and we are investors today in more than 1,800 private equity funds. I run Latin America, and we have been fortunate as pension plans across Colombia, Peru, Chile, and Mexico have been investors with us over the past 12 years. We have witnessed globally the growth on the alternative investments portfolio across pension plans. And we certainly keep track of it, as it's our role to provide liquidity on the inventory that investors build on the primary front. The alternative industry has grown tremendously over the past 3 decades, and it has become an important part of the financial system, the global economy, and also of the global portfolios. The industry has grown from 5 trillion in 2008 to 12 trillion in 2021. And according to Preqin, it's poised to grow at around 10% CAGR and reach 17 trillion in 2025. There's a very good article today on the Wall Street Journal talking about pressure on cash in lieu of the high relevance of private investments in United States pension plans, and certainly shows how, as exposure to private assets grow in public pension plans portfolio, there has to be a focus on cash management and access to liquidity as retirees come to time. The alternative investments have moved from what I would call the periphery of a global investment portfolio into the mainstream over the past 15 years. The share of wallet or the share in any portfolio has grown from 6 to 12% until 3 or 4 years ago, and is, based on projection, expected to reach between 18 to 24% by 2025. Institutional investors like public pension plans have been critical, and they've been the driving force behind this growth. As it relates to this panel, if we look specifically into the public pension plans, and those tracked by Preqin as a data point have steadily increased their allocation to alternatives. And by the end of 2020, their median allocation was 18%. Excuse me. By the end of 2010, the median allocation was 18%, growing to 30% by the end of 2020. This growth has generated sophistication across global institutional investors who are demanding the evolution of the asset class, improvements in reporting, transparency, ESG standards. Certainly, technological advances have helped to the delivery of these requests, and we expect to continue being the case. In summary, the alternative asset space have grown from single digits to circa 30% of any portfolio. When we look into LATAM, which is a region that has come to invest in this asset class over the past decade or so, international alternatives represents less than 10%, sort of 9% and change of any portfolio, and it's expected to grow in the near future.
Thank you, Jose Maria. Thank you for your remarks. Now we pass to Sebastian.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Edgar. I'm delighted to be able to join you, Azari, and Jose in today's panel. I am head of passive mandate sales for Europe and Asia Pacific. That means my team helps pension plans and other institutional clients in these regions identify and implement passive allocations, which I think is a sensible addition to today's panel, as we'll be having the economist's perspective on the one hand, the private equity perspective on the other hand. So let's try and complement this with the passive and the index-linked perspective in today's conversation. What we're really seeing as trends in the industry is there are certainly in EMEA APAC a rising interest in sustainability, something that we're seeing picked up in the Americas and particularly LATAM as well. There is secondly, and that's due to historically low rates in the market, also perspective on inflation, a view towards yield and yield-seeking strategies and ways to increase income in pension funds portfolios. And thirdly, there is quite a drive towards fee transparency and lower fees. So finding ways for pension plans to afford a strategic and systematic asset allocation in a low-cost basis. That actually brings together all of those pieces, low cost, higher yields and returns to actually help returns for the pension plan, but also bring into sustainability criteria that are sometimes driven by members, sometimes driven by regulation, and sometimes driven by market forces. So it's really an interesting kind of space to be in and complement that with the economic perspective, as well as more satellite kind of allocations, for instance, in private equity. Delighted to join the panel and bring our DWS's perspective to the conversation, which is a top 25 global asset manager, second largest ETF provider in Europe, and the largest global passive provider based in Europe. Thank you very much for having me on today's panel.
Thank you, Sebastian. I think you three have been introduced very interesting topics. We've talked now about how inflation will drive macroeconomic decisions and how this will impact the investment process or the investment decision. I think You have also pointed the importance of ESG standards. And as you have said, lastly, we have also looked into see in the future how investment could have lower cost and higher yields. So I think now we are going to pass to more specific questions that will help everybody here that's in this panel to understand a little bit more about the future of the investments. So I would like to start with Asawari with one specific questions. I think that you could help us with this. What are the main macro trends that global asset managers are studying currently that may change the economy in the future?
Thank you, Edgar. That's certainly a question that's been top of mind for us this year, particular. I mean, every year, but more so this year, just given the landscape you're seeing around us. So as we look into this year, let's sort of think about two set of drivers that the portfolio manager or asset managers would be paying attention to: the more near term or the cyclical factors that we look at, and the more longer term or structural drivers that influence growth impact in a much more longer term trend. Now, when we think about near term, we are sort of looking at macro policy and the shift in macro policy that we expect going into next year. So most of the pandemic impact, or we have seen throughout the pandemic that macro policy has taken center stage. Both monetary and fiscal policy has become extremely accommodative. You have seen stimulus trying to support economic growth, trying to build up some of the disposable incomes with consumers, while with monetary policy, you have seen extraordinary accommodation across both developed markets and developing markets as well. Now, moving into next year, some of that is going to shift gears into moving towards less accommodative and then finally towards rate hikes. Across developed markets, we expect that shift in policy stance to begin as soon as the second half of next year, if not by later next year as well. So we might start seeing rate hikes from central banks, Bank of England, the Federal Reserve, as well as from ECB as we start moving further down from next year to 2023. Now, that is going to be a key factor, especially because policymakers are sort of struggling between how to change policy stance while still supporting the fragile economic recovery we are seeing right now. So if we look into next year, for across most economies in the developed markets, we are seeing above trend growth rate. Across emerging markets, we are seeing growth that is sort of recovering back, but still staggering because of the COVID and the health implications that continue to plague some of these places. But generally speaking, we are seeing a waning relationship between health outcomes and economic impacts. And that's certainly driven by the severity of cases falling down. So you are seeing a decoupling in health cases or severe health outcomes, and that's sort of lowering the impact of the COVID virus on economic impacts themselves. And so near-term macro policy, health impacts waning is going to be top of mind. But the third factor that's going to drive the policy stance is inflation itself. And that sort of brings me to some of the discussion on inflation, which I'm sure we'll revisit later as well, is that we are going through this almost global supply shock that's having an impact on supply chains across the world. While at the same time, you're seeing this fiscal impulse-driven demand across the world, which means you're increasingly coming up against higher demand than potential with supply, which is much lower than potential. And that's driving some of this inflationary impact you're seeing across the world. Now, we expect globally inflation to be quite high even next year and staying somewhat above central bank targets as we move into next year as well. However, this brings us back to the transitory versus permanent question that you asked Edgar earlier in the discussion. It certainly takes away from the transitory component, seeing that you are seeing high inflation for 2 years almost. But over the longer horizon, we do expect inflation to start to get back to central bank targets, especially for the US. We expect inflation getting back to 2% by 2023. Now let's shift gears and talk about the structural drivers here. And when we talk about structural, we essentially think about mega trends or trends that have been driving economic growth over the last couple of decades. So the big three trends that stand out there are demographics, technology, and globalization. Now, when we think about demographics, that's basically this almost inexorable move towards an aging population. So we are seeing aging populations across not just developed markets, but across emerging markets as well. The other factor that we're seeing is that there is a shift in the trend of globalization. So more recently, a paper published by the team on deglobalization talked about this speculation that, hey, supply chains are essentially breaking down, and we are seeing a fall in global trade volumes. And that was the speculation that we essentially wanted to look a little bit deeper into. We reach a slightly different conclusion from the consensus in general. We do see globalization or a slowing in global trade growth, but we don't see that falling into negative. One of the questions that's come up with the pandemic is, oh, just because of all these supply shocks, companies or MNCs are realizing the shortages of supply chains, and you will see reshoring of activities. We think that that's slightly over exaggerated. You might see some reshoring, you might see some strategic reshoring, but you would not see a full reversal in supply chains, especially because they are so well ingrained in the global economy at this point of time. What you might see is slowing down of global trade, generally speaking. And if you really look back at the data, that's not a new trend. That has been in place since the GFC. We have seen global trade volumes falling since the global financial crisis. And that's largely because the lower hanging fruit of expanding trade has been taken. And you are now seeing a normalization in global trade, generally speaking. What this means is, from a global economic growth perspective, that you might see higher impact in economies that have a higher trade impact. So countries like China, say Australia, say Brazil, you might see higher impact on economic growth as global trade volumes generally, the growth of that begins to fall. But across EU, across US, you might not see as much of an impact given what share trade is as a percentage of total GDP there. So deglobalization, we think, is largely an exaggerated outlook here. Globalization, certainly a possibility and something that we are seeing. And sort of, in summary, if we think about both near term and longer term, factors that asset managers are going to pay attention to, it's macro policy driven by high inflation that we expect to persist over the next year, as well as some of these longer term drivers of deglobalization or of globalization, as well as demographics that would drive the longer term real interest rates that we're seeing across the world. So with that, Edgar, I'll pass it back to you.
Thank you, Asawari. So certainly you have mentioned very important things about how we are experiencing a very complex recovery all around the world. And in that sense, I think the pension funds could make a very important role in this recovery. And coming back to Jose Maria Sosa, I would like to ask you, in your experience, how the alternative assets can make a difference in the pension fund. I don't know if you could elaborate a little bit more about how this alternative assets has been growing in the pension funds portfolios, and how do you see in the future? What do you expect of these kind of assets in the future?
Sure. Thank you, Edgar. As I said at the beginning, the alternatives have become a very important part of any global portfolio, and certainly entail and have an impact on real economies. Pension plans across the region have invested substantially on domestic private equity, fostering and financing real economy businesses that, particularly in some regions, tend to have limited access to credit, and they need credit and capital to continue growing. In Latin America, as I said, alternatives represent circa 9% of the portfolios. These varies across the region, and the breakdown between domestic and international varies too. You can find some examples where alternatives can be closer to 20%, or you can find also some cases where it's 5%. As these allocations grow, where pension plans are seeking for yield at the expense of liquidity, something that typically you could achieve in bonds a few decades ago, potentially. These pension plan managers need to be more mindful of how they're going to manage these asset class as it grows in size within their portfolio. And that's how a secondary market has developed over the past 25, 30 years. The inventory of primary capital stands at around $5 trillion today. That's what the secondary market tends to trade on. The rate of adoption, which means the share of the primary capital that trades on the secondary capital, has tripled over the past 10 years. It has gone from 3.5% to almost 12%, meaning that 12 cents of every dollar raised on the primary alternative asset space trades on the secondary market over the life of the fund. That has given rise to a secondary private equity market that 2021 will reach $100 billion. And it was only $20 billion 8-9 years ago. So the secondary market provides a liquidity alternative for a growing primary alternative asset class. We foresee a continuous growth on both primary and secondary space. Investors foresee the same thing, and I think they're funding managers around the globe tapping on these opportunities.
Thank you, Jose Maria. Thank you for your comments. So now let's pass to Sebastian. Sebastian, could you tell us what are the biggest challenges that pension funds are facing right now, or telling us a little bit more about how the current challenges are shaping the future of investment?
Right, very happy to. And as I was already alluding to in our introductory kind of conversation, really the big trends and the big pressures the pension funds currently are seeing, and specifically using Europe as an example, is really around lower fee because of fee transparency and fee pressure, which basically leads to passivization. It's not a European phenomenon, it's a global phenomenon. If you look at Australia, for instance, there are two specific regulations. On the one hand, pressing for more transparency on the fees that pension funds actually pay to their service providers. But on the other hand, regulation that is called Your Super, Your Future, effectively creating new tax-adjusted benchmarks to compare pension funds against, that effectively removes the tax advantage, the withholding tax advantage a pension fund may see in the equity space from performance comparability calculations. So transparency is certainly a global trend that we're seeing, which automatically leads to more passivization as fee transparency leads to lower fees. That's an important trend. That, as a secondary effect, leads to what we like to call active allocation with passive building blocks. So the strategic asset allocation of pension funds effectively now is typically more shaped around a long-term passive core allocation for which you may want to use satellite building blocks from other asset classes there as well. And if you begin to think about it, intuitively makes sense that in certain markets, you simply cannot gain an edge anymore as an active allocator. If you look at US large cap equities, for instance, or US treasuries, an active strategy simply cannot gain any sort of advantage. So clients would like to use a passive allocation and then for those kinds of markets, and then use higher fee budget for other kind of satellite allocations. We as DWS, we're a top 25 global asset manager with a strong footprint in active, in passive and alternative allocations. So really are able to help facilitate those both core and the satellite allocations. So really see our clients shifting from their original kind of allocations to this passive core and then using more alternative or active strategies in the satellite exposures, if you will. And the third trend really is sustainability. but that really depends on client domiciles, because depending on where pension plans reside, they may have increasing pressure from the regulatory side to include such sustainability criteria in their asset allocation, in the way they build and maintain portfolios. In other markets, it's simply client and member awareness that sort of instigate that trends towards increased sustainability. So there is no homogeneous kind of approach. Not every pension fund in every region, in every market has the same objective, has the same speed, has the same awareness of how they should implement sustainability. But what I can conclude that it certainly is an emerging force. More and more pension plans now want to include sustainability criteria in their long-term asset allocation objectives as well.
Thanks, Sebastian. I would like to stick with you with these last questions, because you have been talking about how clients are shifting their decisions. So I don't know, you could elaborate a little bit more. Is this strategy coherent in the clients, or is just relevant for the portfolio, or is it more like an engagement of the pension funds or the clients just to go towards ESG portfolios or to a more orientated ESG portfolio?
Well, I think there are three sort of topics in that question one could touch on. The first is, are there sort of coherent strategy? Not generally, other than on the climate front. Maybe because of COP26 and the increasing number of clients and companies in the market committing to net zero targets, decarbonization, low carbon and Paris aligned kind of asset allocations certainly are a common theme that we are seeing. So more and more clients wanting to discuss ways how to decarbonize their portfolios, their overall asset allocation, and set their portfolios on a path to net zero by latest 2050, if you will. So that's certainly one common thread. But then secondly, more generally on ESG objectives, it's a bit more dispersed. And again, that really depends on the market and how far advanced clients and the respective markets in their sustainability journey, if you will. For instance, SDGs are a key theme to look at if you discuss pension plans in the Nordics or in the Netherlands, because they are very far advanced in their sustainability journey already. Other markets are really to begin exclusion criteria in their ESG and in their broader allocations, if you will. So really, some are taking the early steps towards including ESG. Others are very far advanced in their journey already. So from a general ESG kind of perspective, there certainly is no coherent kind of theme, if you will. Can be pure exclusions as a starting point, can be more advanced strategies like including the UN Sustainability Development Goals, if you will. What certainly has helped is the emergence of more consistent frameworks, the EU taxonomy, for instance, on what actually constitutes sustainable activities with a focus on environment to begin with, but now with the social pillar as a next kind of framework to look at. Gives you a view as to how sustainability can be implemented in portfolio, and with those emerging frameworks, clients are now looking to implement that within their asset allocation as well. And the third bit that you spoke of is engagement, which certainly is becoming a very, very relevant tool to steer ESG in broad portfolios, not just in sustainability-driven portfolios, but portfolios in general, if you will. So clients really realize that engagement is a key factor to actually round up a holistic implementation within portfolio context, if you will. So both looking towards engaging with the companies, as in engaging with them on a regular basis, give them certain targets, how clients want to see those companies improve on their ways, and actually follow up on a regular basis, as well as on the proxy voting side of things. Proxy voting as in how votes are submitted, what proxy votes need to be submitted on a regular basis, and also how those votes are submitted in line with the broader sustainability agenda, if you will. So years ago, clients really didn't have that on their radar to form part of their own sustainability activities, but also as a criterion to select their asset managers, while now this is very much on top of mind. So we've been doing some really interesting studies together with Create Research, beginning in 2018 as a view on how passive shapes the overall institutional landscape. And then beginning on the ESG trajectory in 2019, the 2021 strategy effectively looked at the social pillar, if you will. And we've been interviewing 140 pension plans globally across 17 jurisdictions with the help of IPE to get a breadth of perspective, if you will. And then follow up with 40 detailed pension plan interviews to give more depth to those perspectives as well. And one key takeaway from those pension plans responses on selecting partners for their sustainable agenda was really deliver track record, deliver understanding of our objectives, of our sustainability goals. So demonstrate that you're able to have the capacity, the track record, the understanding to implement those, but then also have the proxy voting and the engagement track record aligned with our targets. So clients really realize that this is actually much more important than fee these days. It's quite an interesting take, if you will, but those are the three kind of takeaways that we have. On the one hand, if there is one consistent goal, it's around lower carbon decarbonization. Second, there are no homogeneous ESG targets, if you will, but really there are different speeds across the various markets. And then thirdly, engagement and proxy voting certainly is a common thread because clients realize this is becoming much more important as part of holistic strategy.
Thank you very much, Sebastian. Very important information that you are giving us today. I would like to come back briefly with Jose Maria, because this panel is organized here in Mexico for all the sector that is called here AFORES. And as you have mentioned, alternative assets have been taking more and more importance in the portfolio construction. So what would be your advice for us in Mexico? Because you have been in this path long before us. So what would be your advice for us that are now in charge of managing these kind of projects? Because you have said very important things that it's traded more in alternative assets in the secondary market. So what would be your advice for us?
Well, I'll say, well, yes, it's been great to deal with the Afores in Mexico. We enjoy the sponsorship of 5 of the Afores in our latest fund. And I've personally been very close to the diligence process. We've been very positively surprised with the knowledge and the experience of the teams, of the in-house teams that are performing diligence and selecting the managers. And that's the first advice. Dedicate resources to build knowledgeable teams. Alternatives are a very specific industry type, is a specific industry type, and developing professionals with the knowledge, the experience, and the understanding to read through the different offerings, navigate diligences, both domestic and international, is something that is critical. And as it is a relatively new asset class for some of your pension plans in Mexico. That's advice 1. Advice number 2 is maybe do a leapfrog jump and avoid making mistakes that were committed across other parts. Understanding that at the beginning there is less conviction. Nonetheless, I would focus on developing core relationships where the Afores can lever in order to achieve and obtain knowledge, best practices that are easily portable to the Afores in order to understand industry trends, to understand tools to select and perform diligence that have been around and have been improved globally for the past 30 years. A relationship with the GP extends beyond the actual simple returns or private partnership. And if you stick and concentrate to some some good partners, you can leverage that relationship. And finally, diversification when it comes to selecting the different asset classes, make sure that as you invest through vintages, you are well diversified through vintages, through managers, through sectors, and through industries.
Thank you very much, Jose Maria, for your advice. We were looking forward to make close this relationship for us that we work now in the pension system. Now, I would like to pass to Asawari with one last question. You have mentioned it before that inflation is going to be a problem, or it will have an impact, but the impact will be different among countries. Can you tell us more about your perspective of the evolution of large economies such as US and China?
Sure. So, Edgar, getting back to the question on inflation, when we think about US and China, we are certainly seeing different dynamics play out for these economies. And that's driven a bit by the kind of stimulus we have seen playing through these economies in general. So for the US, over the next course of next year, we expect growth to average around 4 to 5%. That's still significantly above trend, but slightly normalizing after the growth we are seeing this year. And at the same time, we expect inflation to be above 2% for most of next year. So to give you certain projection for core CPI, expectations are to be above closer to 3% for the most of next year as well. The reason for that is you have seen extraordinary stimulus in the US. Demand has been quite higher. At the same time, supply normalization in the US has its own unique problems. I think more recently, you must have heard the news of port congestion in the US. So more specifically looking at ports in Los Angeles and Long Beach, they provide about 40% of inbound import for the US, and we have seen congestion there, which is expected to normalize, take a couple of months or so. Moreover, you are also seeing a sort of, reduced capacity in warehousing. You are seeing smaller inventories built back than you would generally expect around this time, which means that supply has a long path ahead towards normalization, while at the same time demand is continuing to remain strong, especially as we head into the holiday season, which means that for the US, you're going to see high inflation. Now, if you look towards China, though, we are seeing a different outlook. For China, our growth expectations are that it averages between 7 to 8% this year. And as we go into next year, normalizes and falls between 5 to 6%. And that's slightly bearish as compared to consensus. And that's driven by the factors like decarbonization of the economy and the fact that we are seeing real estate changes in regulations related to that. So what's that driven is it's driven a downturn in both energy and property or real estate sectors for the economy, which has some challenges for China growth as we go into next year. One of the unique challenges for China is it is facing a much more rapidly aging population into next year, and it's also facing lower productivity than what is considered usual in this time of in this stage of the economic growth for China. One of the reasons behind that is the state-owned enterprises or SOEs that are generally less productive than its new economy or some of the IT and technology sectors. That's going to significantly reduce the productive capacity of Chinese economy going ahead, which means that it reduces, the chances of the Chinese economy overtaking US as we go ahead. So continuing along with this story, we are going to see US-China trade tensions persist even beyond the pandemic. So beginning in 2019, we began to see those. We're still seeing that with the recent talks between Biden and Xi, where they still discussed, in a very, more superficial talks on what could possibly be done, more power dynamics. But we aren't seeing any real sort of giveaway in terms of removing some of the economic protections they have for each of these sectors, which means that you would continue to see this competition and this sort of trade negotiations persist over the next 2 years. So US-China trade tensions still expected to continue. This would bode well across different emerging markets because you could see, export growth sort of move away from the EM Asia or China region into other regions as well, which means that would bode well for other emerging countries across the region. But certainly something that's yet to play out completely ahead of us.
Thank you very much, Asawari. We are running out of time, so just to give you all a chance to make a final remark, I will give you 1 minute. So let's start with Jose. Jose Sosa, can you give us your final comments in this panel?
Sure. Personally, it's been very interesting to observe the alternative space growing over the past 15, 20 years as part of the not only of the real economy but also as part of an asset class. Latin American pension plans have been very critical, and they continue to be a growing source of capital for alternatives around the world. And now Mexico is becoming one of the, if not the most relevant source of capital from Latin America for this asset class. I'm very pleased to see that the Afores are well prepared to start or continue the journey. And I think it is a challenging but very thriving path to continue growing a portfolio of alternatives for the Afores. So very excited to see them doing that.
Sorry, I was on mute. Thank you, Jose. Now, Sebastian, can you give us your final comment?
Absolutely. As hopefully was able to illustrate today, passive is an extremely relevant part of pension funds allocation. Passive is extremely flexible, it's low cost, but it's also more and more becoming a customized exposure for individual pension funds needs. We have a dedicated team servicing LATAM, servicing Mexico. We're delighted to work with the Afores to discuss your specific needs and your asset allocation, figure out how to build bespoke passive portfolios in line with your asset allocation and your market needs. And we're very much looking forward to continuing the dialogue beyond the forum today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sebastian. Asawari, can you give us your final comment, please?
Thank you, Edgar. And, drawing from some of the similar conclusions we have come to, we are definitely seeing some concerns, inflation as being one of them, more near term for investment. And as, looking for how to save or how to invest for retirement specifically, we think of inflation as much of a near-term issue, which realistically, if you think about the longer term or the longer term horizon we are looking for retirement savings in general, doesn't really amount to much of a change. We would still expect investors to be focused in on their risks in the near term as well as over the longer term, and think about portfolio allocations within that sense. When we talk with our portfolio managers about some of the concerns, and we talk about clients as well, they're more focused on what are their specific needs and asks over the near term and long term. And when we think about the economic environment, it's more about investment in general, and investment and protection against inflation in general. And we think that there are some ways to customize the portfolio and provide more of a ballast to your returns going ahead. Realistically, we are sort of moving towards lower interest rates environment, which sort of limits the outlook there, but there are definitely opportunity areas that we see going ahead as well. Thanks, Edgar.
Thank you, Ashawari. Thank you all you three for being here with us. I think it's been a very important conversation. We have talked about different topics that we've been setting from the macroeconomic perspective and how the different instruments or different strategies are going to help to reshape the economic growth in the world and among our economies. I would like to see you all further. The time is short, so now we have to end this. but I think everybody that is listening to and watching to this will have very good ideas and very good topics to keep elaborating, to have a better knowledge, and to think about the future of investment in the pension funds. So thank you, you three. Thank you to AMAFORE for organizing this, and it's been a great thing for me coordinating this panel. Thank you very much.
Estamos de vuelta. Natalia, mejor que nadie sabes perfectamente por dónde está pasando el futuro. Ahora mismo pasa por enfrente de nosotros.
Así es, y qué curioso que lo menciones, Cristian, porque justamente mi amigo Peter Diamandis dice, la mejor manera de predecir el futuro es crearlo. Así que a darle, jóvenes, porque una parte bien importante para construir el futuro, pues sí, nos guste o no, es ahorrar.
Por supuesto, pero ahorrar inteligente, ¿eh? Nada de guardarlo en el colchón ni debajo de la panza de Natalia, ni acuérdense de que ahí está su aforo. No, no, no. Hay que guardarlo como corresponde, en una Afore.
Así es, y justamente ahora vamos a escuchar a Willy Tolet, jefe de soluciones de inversión para clientes de Franklin Templeton, y va a estar acompañado de Eduardo Salaburo, director general de Afore Invercap, para hablar de esta parte muy importante del ahorro como factor para construir el futuro.
Wiley es un dios.
Wiley
amamos a Wiley, ¿sí o no?
¿Dónde está Wiley?
Wiley, te amamos, papá.
Wiley, llámanos, la fiesta, ¿cuándo?
Today's issuers and investors are looking for greater clarity and consistency of analysis surrounding ESG, and we at Sustainable Fitch have worked for the last 18 months to develop a framework which can deliver on this on an absolute comparative scale. Our ESG ratings are underpinned by rigorous methodologies and analytical insights from trained ESG analysts. We created detailed reports and datasets that are cross-comparable between industries, entities, and instruments. Overall, ESG ratings range from 1, excellent, to 5, poor, and are supported by subgrades and detailed underlying datasets to enable granular comparative analysis. Qualitative commentary, as well as additional information on instrument relevance and the alignment with major standards and taxonomies, are included in our entity and instrument level reports.
We want to welcome Franklin Templeton for joining us today at the AMAFORE Digital Meeting 2021, Laboratory for the Future, Conditions to Build 2050. Franklin Templeton has more than 70 years of asset management experience and more than 1,250 investment professionals with offices in 34 countries. After Legg Mason's acquisition, Franklin Templeton became one of the world's largest independent specialized global investment managers with more than 1.55 trillion in assets under management, making them the 6th largest independent asset manager in the world. Its diversified asset base by investment objective, client type, and geography has served as a true strength, particularly during challenging market conditions. Currently, they manage $682 billion in institutional assets. Today, we have the participation of Wiley Tolet, Executive Vice President and Head of the Client Investment Solutions team for Franklin Templeton Investment Solutions. Wiley's key responsibilities include the oversight of client investment solutions development, and the portfolio management team for Franklin Templeton's multi-asset platform. Additionally, Mr. Tolet provides strategic advisory services to institutional clients on topics such as optimizing strategic and dynamic asset allocation, enhancing the understanding of exposures and key risks, and strengthening governance and decision-making. Prior to rejoining Franklin Templeton, Mr. Tolet served as Chief Operating Investment Officer at CalPERS, which is the largest public pension plan fund in the United States. He helped lead initiatives focused on enhancing the portfolio and investment decision-making process, engaged the CalPERS board, and helped to redesign the asset allocation and investment strategic committee. Mr. Tolet received a BS from the University of California, Davis, and a Master of Science in Finance from the University of London. He is a chartered financial analyst and is a member of the CFA Association of Sacramento and San Francisco. He is also a member of the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants. Welcome, Wiley.
Gracias, Eduardo. Buenos tardes.
So Wiley, tell us, what did you learn about managing pensions during your time at CalPERS?
Great question. Thank you. So my job at CalPERS was essentially to implement an investment risk program and to help manage the overall portfolio and team in partnership with our CIO, Ted Eliopoulos. And really what I found at the time during my 4 years there was it was basically a master class in asset management on one hand, as well as a master class in managing the dynamics of a large pool of capital in full view of the public. I basically learned that politics and investments and pensions are best kept very separate. There was really a huge benefit at CalPERS from maintaining a very long-term investment horizon and perspective, number one, and number two, remaining invested through challenging market environments. So sticking with investment risk despite volatility. One of the most important things that I think we were able to achieve during my 4 years at CalPERS was to move towards a common language of risk. Our private markets people that invested in private equity, real estate, infrastructure, and the public markets team that invested in stocks and bonds, they thought of risk in very different ways and sometimes had a hard time aligning on a common view. And that made managing the portfolio and the team a bit of a challenge. So we eventually settled on some common definitions of risk, such as value at risk, drawdown, for example, that really helped us begin to have real conversations about what the right level of overall risk was. And my personal view around risk evolved while I was at CalPERS, where at first I thought a state entity didn't have really the authority to manage as much investment risk as they were undertaking. But as I came to understand that the benefits of a long-term horizon and the governance structure, I saw that investment risk was actually key to achieving CalPERS' fairly aggressive return expectations, as well as saving enough and just simply contributing enough to the plan. Last but not least, I would say that during my time at CalPERS, the defined contribution plans within the state of California became more and more important as the benefits from the defined benefit plan at CalPERS were reduced for younger employees. So defined contribution plans were really taking the lead and were becoming more critical to the long-term retirement success of many of the CalPERS participants.
Thank you. And Wiley, when you think about the future of defined contribution schemes, what are some of the challenges you foresee, investment related or otherwise? Where do you see opportunities?
It's a great question, and it's one that is really circling the globe right now, because what we witnessed in California with the importance of defined contribution plans growing was that the challenges are universal. And the first is getting participants to simply save enough money. It can be challenging to save when you have many demands on the household budget, and companies have many demands on their budgets. And so ensuring that you're contributing enough is really the first key to success. The second key to success is to take enough risk. If you don't take enough investment risk, you're simply not going to earn a return, particularly in this type of market environment where global interest rates are generally quite low. And last but not least, to stay invested through difficult markets. I saw the benefits of that during my time at CalPERS, and that's one of the key challenges with defined contribution plans, because investors have freedom to choose their investments. And many times when markets get rocky and volatile, they move out of risk at precisely the wrong moment. And so really helping to ensure that investors stay invested in risky assets, and in fact, actually consider increasing risk when markets fall. That can take a lot of courage, but is actually generally the right movement. So I think there are three primary opportunities to address these challenges. And I think they're particularly relevant for the AFORES because, as in many defined contribution plans around the globe, many regulators are hesitant to really allow enough risk in a defined contribution plan for investors to achieve their long-term returns. And you can understand why regulators would be cautious about this, because they don't want to basically be blamed when markets become volatile and investors lose money in the short term. However, again, that risk is necessary to really achieve return objectives over the long term, but many politicians have a hard time thinking of the long term. I witnessed that at CalPERS. It has to do with the way politics works. It's more of a short-term type of endeavor. So the long-term investment objectives and the short-term objectives of regulators and politics sometimes don't mix well together. I think the three best opportunities are, first, educating participants about investing. Many people are open to the idea of learning more about the benefits of taking risk and investing in general, different asset classes, and how important strategic asset allocation can be over the long term. Number two, including digital tools to help with communication, education, and actually investment. And finally, to allow more diversification within the defined contribution plan investment choices, such as private assets. Many regulators have prohibited illiquid and private assets, but they're well aligned with the long-term objectives of defined contribution participants. The first two of those opportunities we can actually accomplish today. The third, to allow more diversification and risk in those portfolios, is going to require the cooperation of regulators.
Definitely, definitely. So Wiley, what's your view on cryptocurrency, and what do you think the future may hold, particularly for institutional investors?
We at Franklin Templeton have actually been a leader in understanding the way cryptocurrencies work and the blockchain technology, the distributed ledger technology that underpins all of the cryptocurrencies. And I actually started my career as an accountant. And for an accountant, this distributed ledger is pretty remarkable technology. Thinking about just in the last 40 years, how we've moved from paper ledger books and bookkeeping to a global distributed ledger that can be viewed anywhere, at any moment, anywhere in the world, and has security built into it to ensure that the record keeping is secure. It's pretty remarkable technology, and we are big proponents and supporters of the development of that technology. Cryptocurrency specifically is a user of that blockchain technology, but it is in fact separate from the underlying technology. It's one of the potential uses. And right now we're in a wait and see mode, honestly, as institutional investors around using cryptocurrency in our portfolios. It's simply too volatile for many investors. Its underlying economic principles are really based on the ability to sell it to somebody else rather than having some fundamental economic underpin like a currency issued by a government that at least has the taxing authority of the government behind it to stand behind it when times get tough. Cryptocurrencies don't have that government standing behind them, at least at present. So we're cautious about the use of, say, Bitcoin and other tools. Many people have made a lot of money, but many people have lost a lot of money too. And in my observation over the years is that you generally only hear from the people that have made the money in the cryptocurrency. You don't hear as loudly or as often from the people that have lost money in cryptocurrencies. So we're definitely wait and see on cryptocurrency. But we are very interested in, first of all, blockchain, as I mentioned. And then second, the concept of what's called a stable coin or a stable currency, which is the idea of a cryptocurrency that is actually backed by something, either a government or some type of economic instrument, real economic instrument or cash flow that would support stability in its price. And so, for example, Franklin Templeton is about to launch a blockchain-enabled money market fund that will allow investors in that money market fund to transact using blockchain technology. And the record keeping for that money market fund will essentially be recorded in a distributed ledger, a blockchain. So we think that has real possibility, and eventually blockchain technology will allow the tokenization of many assets that currently are not tradable or transactable or fungible, as I like to say. For example, you could take a building and create tokens that represent interests in that particular building. Say it's $100 million building. Well, generally those don't trade very often, and they're certainly not very liquid. But if you created a blockchain that represented interests in that building, those tokens could be tradable between investors and allow formerly illiquid assets to become more liquid. So we're very excited about that possibility, and we predict that that is the future of blockchain. But cryptocurrencies, still a bit cautious on investing money, and particularly other people's money, into cryptocurrency at this point.
So Wiley, while I have you, please give me your thoughts on the whole inflation debate. There's a lot of people, including central governments and central banks, that are using this word transitory. And most recently, they started to modify it slightly, right? So what are your thoughts in this whole inflation argument? Is it actually going to be transitory, or is it something more sustainable? And if so, how should we position our portfolios to manage in this challenging environment?
Great question, and very topical and timely, as you indicated. That's right. Central banks initially thought that inflation was going to be relatively short-lived, using the word transitory. We've noticed that they've kind of backed away from that word a little bit, and the definition of transitory seems to be expanding, that inflation is lasting longer than they anticipated, and settling perhaps at a slightly higher level than anticipated. Our view is that it will eventually settle back down to a reasonable level in most parts of the globe. Energy prices are coming down. They've recently reached a peak that they hadn't seen in a while. They're starting to come down. Supply chains, global ports are starting to move again and function, really related to the COVID impact, and the fact that that COVID impact, while not completely through the system, is starting to abate and starting to get better. So as supply chains open up, we believe that prices will settle down. Demand will start to quiet down a bit. After the initial reemergence of people into society, there's a surge of demand. We expect that to also settle down, and inflation to come back down, but perhaps in many countries to settle at a slightly higher level than it was pre-pandemic. So if pre-pandemic you were at 2 to 3% inflation, inflation may settle down somewhere between 3 and 4%, for example. But that's not a level that we believe would be really damaging or on an acute basis for an economy. But it is certainly something investors have to worry about, particularly if you have a lot of money invested in long-term fixed income. Inflation is very damaging for many asset classes, but it is particularly damaging to long-term fixed income, which people tend to think of as a low-risk investment. But inflation is the risk that can really pull the rug out from under long-term fixed income. So, in fact, my colleague Jean Podkaminer and I, along with Larry Siegel from the CFA Institute, we recently published a paper in the Journal of Portfolio Management on what to do about inflation. And essentially, to boil it down, that investing in equities over the medium and long term is a reasonable hedge against the ravages of inflation. And it's much better protection than say investing in fixed income. Investing in commodities and gold and traditional inflation hedges tend to work over the short term for a spike in inflation, but over the long run, the stock market really is a reasonable place to try to guard your portfolio against the ravages of inflation. And that would include assets like private equity, private real estate, investments that have a long-term outlook and have the ability to adapt to an inflationary environment, whereas fixed income, because it's basically mathematically contractual, it doesn't have the ability in many cases to adapt. So that's been our approach within our portfolios to, again, to stay a little bit risk on relative to our baseline as a way to guard against the ravages of inflation, at least over the medium and long term.
And also, Wiley, I mean, obviously you have several conversations with clients all over the world. What are your main, let's say, insights, or what have you learned from your conversations with them, specifically, let's say, the institutional investors at Franklin Templeton?
Certainly. So in my current role at Franklin Templeton, so we work with a huge variety of clients, as you mentioned, sovereign wealth funds, individual investors. We work with pension funds, and we manage retail funds in different parts of the globe. And my teams just are fantastically diverse and are interestingly and importantly very focused on meeting client demands and requests, particularly when those client demands and requests are a bit unusual or outside the norm, or they have a complex solution that they need us to deliver. That's really where we like to specialize. And one of the most common issues that we're seeing really amongst almost all investors is the relatively low interest rates have permeated the globe. In most parts of the world, interest rates are very low. And for investors with significant risk aversion that have a lot of fixed income, their expected returns, our forward-looking returns, are not looking very good right now, very low, probably in the single digits, the low single digits, and not the types of returns that are going to provide for a generous retirement or comfortable retirement, or to meet the pension obligations. In the case of say a college endowment, to meet the funding requirements of the university. For a sovereign wealth fund, it might be to eventually, fund and replace oil revenue, for example. All of those things have really been challenged by this low interest rate environment. So we've found our pension clients in Latin America in particular to be very thoughtful about this challenge. And many of the decision makers there have been preparing and adapting to this low interest rate environment for some time. And they have been attempting to risk up in their portfolios, to own more equities, and eventually to pursue alternative assets. So at Franklin, we've been really trying to lead this trend. And as you may have seen in the news lately, we've been enhancing our in-house portfolio of alternative asset managers, such as Clarion Partners in private real estate, recently Lexington Partners in private equity. We have BSP, Benefit Street Partners, who manages private debt, and K2, who manages hedge funds. So really, we've been growing our portfolio in much the same way as many of our clients have been increasing their allocations to some of those alternative asset classes. We spend a lot of time with many of these clients talking about asset allocation, about risk management, and interestingly and increasingly talking just about saving enough. Saving enough is one of the most challenging elements of building a successful retirement system for any country, any individual, any company. But it's the toughest. It's actually also the most simple solution to solving pension challenges. One of our key priorities today is to find a way to package those alternative asset classes into a vehicle that would allow its inclusion in defined benefit plans. As I mentioned earlier, including private and illiquid assets in defined contribution plans right now is generally not allowed by most regulators, including the regulators for the AFORES. However, we're working with regulators in the US, we're working with regulators globally to try to open up a small window of opportunity within defined contribution plans to include a vehicle that would provide access to private equity, private real estate, and private debt. Many of the asset classes that we were able to invest in when I was at CalPERS because we believe that those long-term private assets, they're illiquid, but that long-term horizon could allow investment to capture that illiquidity premium, improve returns and diversification for those participants, and give us a better probability of actually meeting the investment objectives of the participants and the pension plans. So as you can tell, improving participant outcomes isn't just part of my job. It's actually also a passion of mine. I really became committed to this many years ago when I saw some of our, it's not our participants necessarily, but global defined contribution participants challenged to have a comfortable retirement. And so it's been a part of my career and a part of my personal focus for more than a decade now. And it's this job at Franklin really allows me to exercise that and help along with my team, including Lisa Wang, who's my client portfolio manager in the Latin America region, to help deliver that to our pension clients and our defined contribution clients in the region. So in conclusion, I'll just again thank you, Eduardo, and thank all the participants at the conference today for listening. We're very excited to be a part of your conversation, and we'd be very excited to partner with you again to help bring success to your defined contribution participants.
Thank you, Wiley. As you mentioned, we live in a difficult, challenging investment horizon. And as they say, there is no alternative, right? So we need to strive to look for these alternative investments. And I obviously believe that your firm is well positioned to help us navigate and get there. So I want to take this opportunity to once again thank you for your participation in this conference, and for everybody, keep posted. So have a good day and good afternoon, everybody. Thank you.
Natalia, no sabes qué triste estoy.
¿Por qué?
Está terminando el primer día y no quiero que se acabe esta fiesta.
Yo lo sé.
Ayúdame.
Tu familia tampoco quiere que esto termine.
No quiere que vuelva a la casa. No quieren que vuelva a la casa. Por eso, ayúdame para que no tenga un conflicto.
Ok, no te preocupes porque como hemos visto en todo el día vale más la pena pensar en el futuro y todas las oportunidades que se nos abren que estar llorando en los foros a los que se nos invitan. Y además de que nos veremos mañana también para seguir con actividades del día. Entonces puedes ir a atormentar a tu familia y regresar.
¡Tienes razón! ¡Que viva el futuro! Ahora nos toca ir con la plática titulada La tecnología en nuestro futuro, donde Blanca Treviño, directora general de Softec, esta mujer regiomontana es una diosa inalcanzable del Olimpo tecnológico, orgullosamente mexicana, ha creado un emporio de 9,000 colaboradores y los que faltan. Y ya hasta me voy a meter también yo ahí. Presencia, hay que diversificarse. En América Latina, Europa y Asia. Qué orgullo tenerla hoy aquí. Natalia, tomen nota, pues nos va a mostrar cómo es que en México estamos formando parte de esta transformación tecnológica global. Y no solo eso, como el tema del evento es el futuro, aprovecharon las plataformas digitales más novedosas para plasmar esta creatividad. Es hora de hacer nuestra actividad favorita de la pandemia, ver TikToks.
Eso, a gusto. ¿Para qué preocuparnos ahorita si estamos cansadas? Y los pendientes los podemos hacer después.
Chamacona, es ahora, no después cuando hay que hacer las cosas. No lo postergues. Mira la cantidad de cosas pendientes. Y así con tu ahorro, no te hagas. Es un tema del que no quieres hablar ni pensar.
Ay, no molestes. Eso lo haremos después. Al cabo hay mucho tiempo y solo se vive una vez.
Para todo hay tiempo. Solo te toma 15 minutos domiciliar tu ahorro y después puedes descansar. Solo se requiere organización y las Afores te permiten hacerlo aprovechando el tiempo que no vuelve y que es valioso para ahorrar ahora que eres productiva.
Bueno, aparentemente no estaría mal, aunque estaría mejor comprar un tiempo compartido en Hawái.
Con tu Afore puedes empezar desde ya a ahorrar y a motivarte para lograr todo aquello que un día quieres atesorar. No lo postergues.
¿Qué tal? Muy buenas tardes. Bienvenidos de vuelta al Encuentro Digital AMAFORE 2021. Seguimos hablando del futuro, seguimos imaginándonos cómo será nuestra vida en el 2050. En este momento Estoy aquí muy feliz de estar acompañada por una mujer mexicana, líder en tecnología, que sabe, que nos puede platicar cómo es que la tecnología es este hilo conductor de todos los demás ámbitos en los que estamos analizando el futuro. Toda nuestra vida en el futuro va a ser distinta y la tecnología es el común denominador. Estoy contenta de estar aquí contigo, Blanca. Bienvenida, gracias. Para presentarte mejor, nada más comento, Blanca es presidenta y directora general de Softec. Además de ello, se desempeña como vicepresidenta del Consejo Mexicano de Negocios, es miembro del Consejo Asesor de la Escuela de Ingeniería del MIT, de la Junta Directiva de Walmart México, American Society and Council of the Americas, el Consejo Iberoamericano de Productividad y Competitividad, Grupo Lala, la Bolsa Mexicana de Valores, así como diversas universidades, incluyendo su alma mater, el Tecnológico de Monterrey. Bienvenida, Blanca, gracias por estar aquí con nosotros.
No, al contrario, primero que nada agradecerles la invitación y por supuesto que para mí también es un privilegio ser parte de un evento que, como bien lo mencionas, muy relevante, ¿no? Y muy oportuno. Siempre que, no siempre, pero sin duda últimamente cada vez más hay este tipo de eventos digitales o que se refieren a este mundo digital de hoy y entonces felicito el que ustedes también lo estén de alguna manera organizando alrededor de temas como este. Entonces, agradecer y felicitar esto. Agradezco, yo cuando hacen este tipo de introducciones digo, oye, de veras que sí estoy ocupada, ¿no? Cuando empiezan todo, y es miembro de esto, y es miembro de esto, pero ya ser presidenta y directora de Softec, además de que para mí es todo un orgullo, ya es trabajo de tiempo completo. Entonces, cuando empiece esta lista, ya entiendo por qué a veces mi CFO o algunas personas me dicen, oye, Blanca, estás muy complicada, pero no, creo que incluso eso me ha permitido complementar mucho visiones y perspectivas de lo que estamos viviendo, ¿no? Entonces, sí tengo que decir que estoy ocupadita cuando ves todos estos consejos, pero en cada uno de ellos muy privilegiada.
No, de verdad un honor contar contigo y sí, necesitamos días de más tiempo, la tecnología nos lo va a permitir, por favor, dinos.
No, mira, creo que yo siempre voy a tener que usar de nuevo la palabra privilegiada, porque siempre me he sentido muy privilegiada desde muy diferentes aspectos. A lo mejor en otro foro te mencionaré más los personales, pero sin duda lo que vemos hoy de la tecnología es para reiterar este privilegio. Ser parte de la industria de las tecnologías de información nos lleva a decir, oye, estoy en el medio de todo lo que está ocurriendo. Para nosotros que empezamos esta empresa allá a finales de los 80s, cuando hablábamos de tecnología, primero hablaban de computación, no de tecnología, y se veía tecnología como un aspecto muy operativo, muy de hacer cosas muy repetitivas. Ni cerca anticipaba el mercado que con el paso del tiempo iba a pasar a ser esta parte medular de cualquier industria, de la vida diaria de todos nosotros, ¿no? Entonces, sí tengo que decir que por supuesto, cada que hablemos de tecnología, vamos a hablar de cosas que nos apasionen. No te puedo prometer ese cuento de que nos va a durar más el día, más de 24 horas, pero lo que sí podemos constatar, justamente por algo tan doloroso como fue la pandemia, es cómo nuestros días pueden ser más productivos a través de la tecnología. ¿No tendremos más de 24 horas? No, pero vamos a aprovechar las 8, las 10, las 12 horas que tengamos de trabajo de manera más productiva. Vamos a poder conectarnos, date cuenta lo que la tecnología nos está permitiendo. Yo hoy debería estar tomando esta llamada en España, quiero aclarar, porque tenía una visita allá y se complicó algo de vuelos, no tenía nada que ver con la tecnología, pero tuve que tomar reuniones, las que iba a tener en España, por Zoom, por Teams, por todo lo que nos da, y te das cuenta el cómo pudiste constatar a lo que yo me refiero de esta productividad, y lo puede ser por tecnología. En otra época yo te hubiera dicho, todo lo que tenía planeado para la semana se retrasó, se canceló, y la realidad es que lo que se canceló fue mi vuelo, pero yo tuve mis reuniones, no me pude comer el pulpo a la gallega, si te quiero aclarar, que me era muy importante. La tecnología no nos ha arreglado ese detallito, en algún momento, pero veamos cómo de verdad vino a tocar o vino a evidenciar. Yo creo que ya estaba ahí, ya lo habíamos percibido y visto, pero vino a evidenciar cómo viene y impacta la vida diaria de las personas. Sin duda el tema de productividad en las empresas y de transformación, de competitividad en las empresas, abre todas estas oportunidades para chavos que están teniendo su primer trabajo, abre la posibilidad de las familias, los amigos de estar conectados, las economías de cualquier país. O sea, la realidad es que tenemos que sentirnos muy apasionados, entusiasmados con todo lo que se nos presenta como oportunidades apalancando la parte de tecnología y de transformación digital.
Sí, completamente de acuerdo. Creo que viene un muy buen momento para la productividad, para la conexión, para estar con todos lados. Nos falta que nos lleguen los olores, los sabores tal vez, ¿no? Pero las distancias se han acortado y estamos cada vez más cerca.
Claro.
Oye, Blanca, bueno, pues a mí me encantaría que nos dijeras, que nos contaras un poco más de cómo ves, o sea, qué estamos haciendo en tecnología, qué va a pasar, no sé, qué hay en México que estamos haciendo para el futuro, para tener una mejor, no sé, calidad de vida, un mayor acceso a la tecnología de parte de todas las personas. ¿Cómo vamos a estar en México en el 2050 con respecto a la tecnología?
Mira, te voy a decir lo mismo.
¿Qué actividades va a estar?
Claro, mira, cuando te hacen esta pregunta, ¿cómo ves el 2050? La vez pasada me hicieron una pregunta por el 2030 en el Banco Mundial en un panel que estuve todavía presencial. Todavía fue presencial, fue en el 19. Y ha salido esta pregunta en otros paneles y siempre digo que es la mejor pregunta que me pueden hacer. Porque puedo contestar la locura más extravagante y no va a haber quien me pueda cuestionar y decir, bueno, Blanca ahora sí se desconectó del mundo y dijo una barbaridad. Porque si ves lo que ha pasado en los últimos 5 años, nunca te lo hubieras imaginado. O sea, si remóntate al 2015 y hay un montón de plataformas de cosas que ni las habías supuesto, ¿no? Ni las habías imaginado. Se hablaba de los carros autónomos y un montón de cosas que hoy alcanza a ver, pero la realidad es que los veías así como muy lejos. Entonces, ya podría, el 2050 me haces la pregunta más sencilla del mundo. Primero, ojalá que esté aquí en el 50 para decir que mis predicciones fueron las correctas. Pero más allá que eso, que no tengo predicciones que hacerte, la realidad es que lo que tiene que entusiasmarnos es que, y lo ves, ahorita que tú me preguntabas, oye, ¿y qué ves que está ocurriendo? En diferentes países, en diferentes comunidades, grupos, ves este florecimiento de ideas, de posibilidades, porque hoy las ven como posibles. Algo, de nuevo, hoy estamos hablando de las obras, piensa en las fintechs, hace muy poco. ¿Quién iba a suponer lo que se iba a conseguir con las fintechs? Piensa en todo lo que están haciendo con las plataformas hoy que todos usamos y a lo mejor ya nos acostumbramos a que existan, pero date cuenta lo que significa todo, ¿no? Lo que vale Uber sin tener carros, lo que vale Zoom, esta plataforma, vale más que aerolíneas completas. O sea, y fue alguien que estaba ahí encerrado y que se estuvo diciendo, oye, a mí me parece que deberían tener mejor conectividad, o el que hizo Uber, o el que hizo Rappi, o el que hizo Nubank. Algo que me parece padricísimo es que conforme vas viendo todos estos avances y que se están dando cosas que no te habías imaginado, servicios que no habías pensado, entonces va floreciendo el interés en chavos, ¿no? En todos estos startups que hace 20 años, 15 años, 10 años, pues se perdían diciendo, pues no sé cómo, no sé dónde. Entonces, todo lo que tiene que ver con base tecnológica, hoy creo que vamos a ver que se va acelerando y que nuestro país no está aislado de esto, ¿no? Yo siempre he creído, y creo que no solamente yo, creo que cualquiera vemos, que la tecnología puede cerrar este gap de las diferencias o las desigualdades que hay, porque al hacer accesible la tecnología, permite, yo lo decía hace un rato, pues que un chavo que vive en algún pueblito de Oaxaca, de repente pueda estar trabajando para Amazon en Seattle, o sea, lo puede hacer, o aquel que está haciendo esta artesanía en Oaxaca, súbitamente ya puede estar exportando porque se conectó con el mundo. Pero también, así como digo que puede ser que cierra el gap, si no entendemos lo que conlleva dar ese acceso, que tú mencionabas la palabra acceso a la tecnología, puede ser aún más amplia esta desigualdad, ¿no? O sea, si no nos aseguramos que exista, pues los vas relegando, ¿no? Entonces creo que tenemos que ver la tecnología también con esta claridad. Si es tan doloroso ver la desigualdad, pensemos cómo apalancarla para que se cierren estos gaps en todos los temas. Mencioné empleo, menciono educación, menciono desde la perspectiva de una empresita, de un artesano, pero piensa también en medicina, piensa en todo lo que puedas suponer, y a mí me entusiasma muchísimo cuando me invitan a algún panel de universidades o de emprendedores, porque hace 15 años no existían los paneles de emprendedores en México, porque no había emprendedores. Revisa la lista de las 100 empresas más grandes de México y no ha habido un gran cambio, ¿eh? Siguen siendo casi las mismas, y lo mismo aplica para Latinoamérica. Muy distinto a Estados Unidos, que fue fomentando esto, y entonces tú ves empresas que no existían hace 25 años. Entonces, cuando empiezas a ver que ya se mueven las cosas en México y que empiezas a ver propuestas, tenemos que entusiasmarnos, ¿no? Tenemos que entusiasmarnos y pensar que la locura que Blanca pudo haber dicho se pudo hacer verdad. Que a lo mejor sí me voy a encontrar forma de comer el pulpo a la gallega porque me va a llegar el olor, porque nos van a llegar cosas que hoy no suponemos. Pero lo que sí es, sin tener la predicción correcta, ese futuro me apasiona, me entusiasma por lo que veo que está ocurriendo. Y creo que así nos sentimos todos. Hay a muchos que les asusta la tecnología, ¿no? Porque hablas también de estos temas de que me invade mi privacidad. Creo que también estamos viviendo cómo balancear con todo lo que me presenta la tecnología, pero sin duda con temas quizás éticos, de que si no se usa la tecnología en la forma correcta, pudieras llegar a temas que sí son invasivos y que sí rayan en lo que muchos gobiernos empiezan a querer regular hasta cierto punto, y me parece que es razonable. Entonces creo que hay que promover también mucho en este proceso el que debemos usarla en la manera correcta, ¿no?
Sí, creo que este dilema ético que planteas es fundamental. Yo creo que es fundamental de cara al futuro, precisamente en esta nueva sociedad de acceso a todo. Estamos vía la tecnología reduciendo costos, y corrígeme si estoy diciendo alguna cosa que no es correcta, pero me parece que estamos reduciendo costos de las distancias. Como bien decías, una persona sin tener que desplazarse, sin tener que moverse hacia una ciudad, incluso sin tener que hablar otro idioma, puede trabajar para una corporación global desde donde sea. Tenemos acceso, pero también estamos dejando estos datos, dejando estos rastros de nuestra vida por el uso de la tecnología, y eso puede, no sé, me lleva a preguntarme, ¿qué pasa, no? ¿Cómo tendríamos que ver, cómo tendríamos que controlar o regular que no haya alguien demasiado poderoso en el tema de de control sobre lo que las personas hacen, ¿no? Siempre se ha dicho, desde hace muchos años se dice información es poder, pero hoy en día los que manejan la tecnología tienen más información de la que jamás nos podíamos haber imaginado.
Totalmente. Absolutamente. ¿Y cómo controlarlo? La realidad es que no hay manera. O sea, creo que así como hablamos hace un rato de la creatividad de ideas, también te das cuenta de todo lo que significa quienes están en continua búsqueda de cómo mal usar esa información. Y no me refiero a quienes la tienen o la generaron, sino a los que llegan como hackers a explotar. Comprenderás que cuando se habla de un breach no sé, voy a usar a Neiman Marcus, a Amazon, a Walmart, tal que tú quieras, no fueron esas empresas las que provocaron ese flujo, que salió esa información. Fueron empresas atacando, fueron individuos atacando. Entonces, sin duda vamos a tener, el gran reto sigue siendo cómo podemos blindar, si es que cupiera la palabra, si es que pudiéramos hablar de ella, blindar hasta cierto punto esa información. No tengo la menor duda que eventualmente tendrán que haber gobiernos que pongan ciertos aspectos regulatorios de hasta dónde puedes guardar información, pero hay que tener conciencia, por decirlo de alguna forma, que esa información existe. Y tú hablabas, la información es poder, lo es, desde todas las perspectivas. Para las cosas muy positivas, que espero sean las que nos enfoquemos, pero también para que eventualmente, o muy desafortunadamente, puedan algunos individuos usar esta información para otro tipo de fines que no sea para los que hemos estado hablando, de generar este bienestar y estas oportunidades y esta facilidad. Fíjate, tú hablabas de cómo se reducen costos, pero ahí también hay un elemento que me parece fundamental. Pusiste quizás el ejemplo más básico, que es, oye, podemos comunicarnos sin viajar, ¿no? Pero ve todas estas nuevas tecnologías desde Machine Learning, inteligencia artificial, analíticos. Todo este tipo de cosas también vienen a incidir en la productividad de las empresas. Cuando tú piensas en las automotrices de hace muchos años, a mí me sorprende siempre cuando ahorita que estamos siempre en las negociaciones de los tratados comerciales, cómo las automotrices hablan de lo que significa exportar y no exportar y que si la mano de obra y demás. Pero si tú abres el cofre de un Tesla, de un carro Tesla, te vas a dar cuenta que es una computadora en ruedas, ¿no? Entonces, cada vez vamos a hablar más de quién construye ese Tesla. Y tú vas a las plantas de Tesla y además de que estás viendo una computadora en el cofre, te vas a dar cuenta lo que está significando la parte de automatización. Y no es reciente, es de siempre. Entonces, por eso también hablamos hace un rato de ética y en otro de ética hablamos de seguridad. Y otro tema que para muchos es inquietante es si la tecnología viene a desplazar fuentes de trabajo. Y yo creo que no, creo que es el reto de venir a evolucionar, a cómo reorientamos lo que antes se hacía muy manual. Creo que lo que vamos viendo es esta evolución a lo que muy burdamente le dicen mente de obra en vez de mano de obra, ¿no? Lo han dicho 20 años, en los años que quieras, pero creo que va a haber una evolución en la fuerza de trabajo, en la fuerza laboral, porque la tecnología sí incide en esto, sí desplaza fuentes de trabajo, lo sabemos, no hay manera de no decirlo, pero lo que hay que ver o el reto, y creo que ocurre, es cómo evoluciona para participar de otra forma, ¿no? No va a ser el que pone la tuerquita, va a ser el que está analizando no sé cuál y cuál cosa. Entonces, también lleva a que evolucionemos, pues, la parte de la educación, ¿no? Lo que hoy va a requerir ese profesionista para poder participar de una manera más activa, pues nos lleva a pensar qué tipo de skills debo de estarles enseñando o dando, ¿no?
Y ahí me lleva al tema inevitable de los últimos meses. La pandemia, justo creo, a todos nos modificó de la noche a la mañana nuestra forma de trabajar en muchos aspectos, ¿no? Pero también creo que hay una parte en los niños, en las nuevas generaciones, que serán quienes trabajan en el futuro, que se vieron las escuelas que se mantenían y había una crítica fundamental a que la educación se mantenía en un esquema muy tradicional. Las escuelas se vieron obligadas a encontrar nuevas formas de capacitación, nuevas formas de evaluación y muy ligadas todas a la tecnología. Me parece, no sé qué tanto tú hayas visto desde tu perspectiva una evolución positiva justo en esto que hablas de la evolución del trabajo y cómo vamos este grupo, ¿no? Los niños, los jóvenes están aprendiendo de forma distinta y esto va a ayudar pues incluso estar más preparados para las nuevas formas de trabajar.
Yo creo, como lo decíamos hace un rato, el acceso nos va a permitir cerrar esos gaps. Yo apuesto a que, como mencionas, entre los dos aspectos, en la parte educativa, fíjate cómo ahorita le podemos llegar a comunidades de lo más remotas. Si hay la conectividad necesaria, pueden tener el mejor nivel de educación. De nuevo, si se tiene la infraestructura necesaria. Pero si no se la das y si no se la pones, los que la tengan van a avanzar y entonces el gap se abre enormemente. Pero vamos a ver el lado positivo. Hoy, efectivamente, lo vimos en la pandemia, sin duda, las escuelas de mayores recursos pudieron aprovecharla mejor. Y lo mismo ocurre con el trabajo. Date cuenta que ahorita tú abres vas a encontrar anuncios de todo tipo, de Netflix, de Amazon, de que quieras, de Google, diciendo, no me importa dónde vivas, hay un trabajo para ti. Y no me importa, quédate viviendo en aquel lugar. Porque pues hay gente que dice, oye, me podrían pagar una fortuna si me voy a Estados Unidos, pero yo vivo muy bien aquí donde vivo y no quiero. Pero ahorita ya no hay esa limitante. La tecnología te permitió que puedas, digo, no puedes trabajar en una planta de manufactura, pero de nuevo, estando en el ámbito de la tecnología, puedes trabajar ahí. Yo creo que en ese último tema, y también cuando hablamos de los niños, de la parte de educación, yo diría que algo a poner atención tiene que ver con la parte social, con la parte cultural. El niño puede estar conectado tomando su clase, lo hizo estos 2 años, a través de una computadora, tuvo acceso a la mejor educación, o al menos a la misma que tenía, pero lo que no tuvo es el recreo donde salía a jugar con otros niños, a compartir el sándwich que traía con otro niño. Ya después, cuando se empezó a normalizar, lo tiene. Pero ahí empezabas a ver, yo tengo una nieta de 3 años, empezó la pandemia cuando tenía 1 año y medio, entonces ya no pude ir al kinder. Y claro que ahí le daban cosas, pero lo que no tuvo es una convivencia en esta etapa tan temprana para empezar a convivir. Y me voy a las empresas, y es el reto de una empresa como la nuestra, que es una empresa de servicio. Hoy sí tengo la posibilidad de atraer el talento del rincón del mundo donde esté, ¿sí? A lo mejor había un lugar donde nosotros tenemos presencia en muchos países, ciertamente todo América, desde Canadá hasta Chile o lo que tú quieras, y lo mismo ocurre, y Puerto Rico y Costa Rica, y luego te vas a Europa y te vas a Asia. Pero era una presencia directa, por decirlo así, para tener acceso a ese pool de talento. Ahorita, aunque yo no tenga presencia, tenemos gente ahorita trabajando en Hawái. Yo sí me sorprendí, ¿eh? Cuando me dijeron, está en Hawái, digo, ¿qué? Pues ni cuenta te das. Por eso no se van a dar cuenta si yo un día trabajo desde París. Pero fíjate cómo a mí me inquieta, y es algo que las empresas tenemos que atender, la parte de cultura, de sentido de pertenencia a la empresa. Para nosotros como Softec, la parte cultural le hemos apostado siempre, somos una empresa de servicio, creemos que es nuestro gran diferenciador, a la gente le gusta, pero si ahorita no trabajan aquí, si está cada uno desde su casa, ¿cómo vas creando esta cohesión, este aspecto cultural, social? Alguien me comentaba hace unas semanas que antes tú decías, bueno, a la oficina vienen a trabajar y vamos buscando espacios donde se dé la convivencia, generemos lugares en los edificios. Nosotros tenemos desde resbaladeros y todas las cosas que te piden las empresas de tecnología. Pero me decía alguien, es que está cambiando el rol. Ahora van a venir a la oficina a convivir, a que busquemos oportunidades para que convivan. Van a trabajar donde están, a lo mejor allá en su casa, donde tú quieras, en modelos híbridos también. Pero vamos a tener que ir adaptándonos a esta realidad, ¿eh? Es una oportunidad, pero tiene retos que atender.
Claro. Y aprovechando, Blanca, los últimos minutos que nos quedan, te quiero hacer 2 preguntas, te las voy a hacer juntas para dar el tiempo para que tú las respondas. Una es, cuéntanos un poquito más de qué haces tú, qué hacen en Softec para el bienestar, para el desarrollo de las empresas en México y de las familias en México. Y por el otro lado, ¿qué ves tú, por ejemplo, en el sistema de ahorro para el retiro, en los sistemas financieros? ¿Hacia dónde va la tecnología? ¿Cómo va a integrar esta parte de las inversiones, de la inclusión financiera, del ahorro para el retiro con la tecnología y las personas?
Mira, ¿qué hacemos? Estamos participando en todo lo que tiene que ver con esta parte de transformación digital. Cada industria está siendo impactada y de la forma de que puedes seguir generando valor es a través de la tecnología. Y lo mismo te vas a ir a una aerolínea como Southwest, que te vas a ir a Walmart, que te vas a ir al área de entretenimiento, o te vas a ir a la parte de hospitalidad, de hospitality, de hoteles, o te vas a ir al seguro social. En todas ellas, la tecnología tiene un rol importante y en todas ellas nosotros tenemos la propuesta y trabajamos con ellos. Entonces, igual nos vas a ver cómo hemos estado trabajando con el IMSS en la parte, en todo lo que es pues la seguridad social, ¿no? Trabajamos con casi todos los bancos de México y de fuera de México, pero tú me preguntas con respecto a México. Trabajamos con casi todos los bancos. De hecho, me da muchísimo orgullo que si me preguntas cuáles fueron de los proyectos más ambiciosos de los inicios de los 90s o de los más ambiciosos que hemos hecho, fue el procesar. Cuando apenas se le estaba dando forma, nosotros desarrollamos este sistema que permitió después lo que hoy tenemos, ¿no? Pero ¿te acuerdas? Pues imagínate lo que significaba procesar en los 90, si se oye así, venían con los modelos de Chile, pero bueno, eso fue hace 20 años, o más de 20 años. Entonces, ¿qué hacemos? Trabajamos con las empresas de retail, financieras, de salud, de transporte, en todo lo que tiene que ver con su proceso de transformación digital, y entonces desde sus aplicaciones de misión crítica, si tú vas a hacer el checkout, en tu checkout se llaman, cuando vas a pagar en una tienda, pues ahí estamos nosotros. Si tú reservas un boleto de avión, ahí estamos nosotros. Si tú vas a retirar dinero del cajero, nosotros estuvimos tratando también de dar la información al banco para que supiera dónde hay más demanda de efectivo. O sea, todo lo que implica la parte de transformación digital, ahí nosotros estamos participando y de esa manera entonces diríamos que estamos incidiendo en la competitividad de todos estos sectores, de todos estos segmentos, ¿no? Yo creo que hay una gran contribución entonces en el bienestar. Aparte de que es un privilegio para nosotros porque estás envuelta en toda esta vorágine y lo maravilloso que es, incides en temas de educación, incides en temas de medicina, yo hablé del seguro social, incides en temas de lo que tuviera que ver con recaudaciones, con pagos, con reservaciones. Entonces, creo que la contribución, yo me animo a decir que es enorme en todos los sectores y es a través de apoyarlos en esta transformación o en esta evolución en su parte de los retos que vive alrededor de transformación digital. La segunda parte de tu pregunta me parece todavía más compleja porque ¿cómo voy a decir en un foro como esto, tener más información? Yo creo que ahorita el sector financiero en general y ciertamente las AFORES y los fondos de pensión están viviendo enormes presiones, ¿no? Enormes presiones y están más alrededor de la parte regulatoria. Creo que algo regulatoria y si les quitaron las comisiones o se las bajaron o no, se les limitaron una cosa a la otra, llegaron las fintechs, cómo van a funcionar las fintechs. Creo que lo que tenemos que asegurar, y creo que es así, es que las instituciones, los organismos tengan la suficiente apertura, resiliencia para, entendiendo ese marco regulatorio, esas limitaciones, sean una institución que sepa evolucionar y abrazar la tecnología. Porque dentro de las limitaciones que les pongan, si no lo hacen a través de la tecnología, la evolución no se va a dar. Entonces, yo no podría decirte que veo al futuro porque la realidad es que irá muy de la mano de cómo se hagan estos temas y estas definiciones y estas regulaciones. Sigo diciendo fintechs, pero la realidad es que la parte de inclusión financiera vino a través de la tecnología. O sea, nadie lo va a poder negar que tú llegas a China, que tú llegas a India y ves lo que hoy pueden hacer con su celular. O sea, vuelvo a lo mismo que es un tema de inclusión financiera, educativa, laboral, etcétera. Entonces, que siga para adelante. Creo que lo que tenemos, la tecnología va a estar ahí y tendremos que saber cómo capitalizarla, pero la institución tiene que estar lista y preparada para saber dar estos brincos, abrazarlo, tener la resiliencia, porque se va a quedar atrás. Hemos visto en muchas industrias cómo desaparecieron empresas enormes, y aquí lo mismo ocurriría en el sector financiero. Aquellos que no se anticipen a poder decir, me tengo que mover a la velocidad que se mueve y moverme como organización, porque siempre va a haber resistencia, ¿no? Entonces, no me voy a animar a decir ahí sí la barbaridad, hacia dónde va el sector financiero, hacia dónde van los fondos de pensión, a dónde inviertan, más bien díganme ustedes en qué invierto, ustedes saben más que yo, pero lo que sí estoy segura es que la evolución que tengan el futuro que tengan dentro del marco regulatorio o de las limitaciones. Si quieren dar esos brincos que van a ser necesarios, sin duda van a estar apalancando tecnología. De eso no tengo duda.
Creo que a título personal diría, sí, la tecnología es una parte fundamental de que las personas estemos más involucradas y pensando en nuestro retiro en particular, que es nuestro tema, que es mi tema, y es el que a mí me esté llegando aquí una notificación de mis saldos, un recordatorio de cuántos días faltan para mi retiro o de alguna cosa que voy a hacer cuando esté yo retirada y cómo lo voy a disfrutar, son las cosas que probablemente me vayan a invitar a mantener una mejor calidad de inversiones. Y luego voy a invertir en empresas de tecnología que también estarán dando buenos retornos.
Absolutamente, no tengas duda.
Entonces, creo que esa es una de las líneas, ¿no? que tendremos que ver. Blanca, de verdad, muchísimas gracias por tu tiempo, por esta conversación tan enriquecedora. Ha sido una buena plática, una buena charla. Continuamos aquí analizando sobre el futuro, sobre las tendencias y qué va a pasar con nosotros en el 2050. Y por supuesto, la tecnología es la parte central, creo, de que el hilo conductor de todos los temas. Estamos vinculando todo a nuestro alrededor con la tecnología para tener un mejor futuro. Y creo que es fundamental que estemos conscientes de hacer un uso responsable de ello y aprovecharlo al máximo, ¿no? Muchísimas gracias.
Totalmente. No, al contrario, de nuevo agradezco la oportunidad que me dan de participar y poderlo hacer virtualmente, no importa dónde esté. Entonces, que sigan avanzando. Estoy segura que ha sido un evento extraordinario y no tengo duda, interesantísimo si van a hablar de qué va a pasar en el 2050. Luego nos comparten lo que hayan, las conclusiones a las que llegan. De nuevo, muchísimas gracias y mucha suerte con lo que queda del evento.
Gracias.
Hasta luego.
Oye, por nuestra parte ha sido todo. La verdad, ha estado maravilloso este primer día de actividades, pero de innovaciones tecnológicas, tendencias, de inversiones, el futuro. Ha habido de todo, básicamente. Y de verdad yo me podría seguir, pero mejor dejamos tantito para mañana.
Por favor, tenemos mucho para abarcar el día de mañana, así que te pido.
Sí, señor.
Checa tu reloj, tu celular, lo que sé. Yo ya reloj ya no traigo porque ya me bajaron como 3, así que prefiero bajar el celular. 8:45 de la mañana.
Así, señor.
Puntualita, ¿eh?
Aquí estaré.
No queremos un segundo tarde porque no podemos hacer perderle el tiempo a la gente.
8:40 estoy aquí.
Me parece bien. Pero ya sin la lagaña, ¿eh? Bueno, nos vemos mañana.